And in the beginning it is said that decades ago, dimensional storms arose on Earth. And since then, all kinds of dimensional creatures from legends have been discovered. Gods, immortals, ghosts, monsters, angels, demons, elves, and so on. And it is explained that these dimensional creatures are divided into 4 levels: mortal, legendary, epic, and mythical. And humans are at the bottom of the hierarchy as mortals, but can improve their physique and evolve into higher life forms through the cultivation of primordial energy arts. And besides the cultivation of primordial energy, there is a way to speed up human evolution, which is to kill dimensional creatures to take their dimensional crystals. And yet, the place where they live is very dangerous, and the death rate in the dimensional zone is very high. So the teacher calls Zhou-En. However, Zhou-En still doesn't respond, because he's sleeping in the classroom. And the teacher thinks that the former principal admired his talent so much. He remembers the former principal talking to him about the boy, telling Yuki, and by that there are 2 types of genders. One is called Zhou-En and the others are the others. And so at the end of class, hearing the bell, the boy wakes up and simply leaves their stranded. And the teacher keeps apologizing to the former principal, saying that he tried everything. But the boy keeps running until he reaches the terrace. And he says that his life has completely changed since he found that mysterious cell phone. And he doesn't need classes or training anymore, all thanks to the game on that cell phone. And he demonstrates how to open that game, dripping a drop of blood, opening the application, and then also dripping another drop of blood to revive the avatar. So the screen begins to shine and an avatar similar to him appears inside the game. And then he begins to explore a dungeon and says that if the avatar gets stronger, he gets stronger too. And he thinks that this is safe and convenient, so it's better to force it. And then he finds a robust ant and kills it quickly with a single punch, killing another one right after. And the teacher says that in the league there are several geniuses at 16 who already have primordial energy. But very few are like Zhou-En, who has primordial energy just by cultivating ascetic meditation, without depending on external help. In the beginning, all the students and teachers of the high school guide believed that Zoe would achieve great things in the future. With his skill, it wouldn't be a problem for him to come first in the upcoming exam, but he thinks that something unexpected happened. And he remembers a month ago when someone came to challenge Zhou-En, and the one who asked for the duel was a transfer girl, and they think that's crazy. And she comes face to face with Zhou-En, and he asks if they've seen each other before. But the girl says no, and in that he announces that he won't go easy on her, but ends up defeated with a single blow, and everyone is shocked that he was defeated in seconds. And in that they realize that the girl is very strong. And the teacher says that because of little angels, Wei became addicted to games, and he thinks that if he continues like this, he'll end up going crazy. Meanwhile, the boy is playing his little game until he gets a crystal after killing one of the ants. And when he gets that crystal, he starts absorbing. And he says that when the dimensional crystal in the game is absorbed by his avatar, the energy flows to his real body, also through his cell phone. And he says that in addition to that, it is also possible for him to see his stats in the game, which is not possible in real life. Then he says that a month ago, his stats were quite low, but now they have increased quite a bit. And he says that those who practice ascetic meditation may not make progress even after a few years of practice. And he says that the only sad part is that the dimensional crystals in the game cannot be taken to reality. Otherwise, he would just sell some useless crystals of low value and have enough to have a comfortable life. And then he finds a red ant that comes running towards him, trying to attack him, but he ends up dodging. And when the ant looks back, he notices that it is a red robust ant. And he thinks that they are stronger and faster than common robust ants. But he also notices that he is still at a level that can kill it. But he thinks that the problem is that he got surrounded. And then a person arrives on the court coming towards him, and he gets worried about the fan Hoshi, and wonders if she sees behind him, getting pissed that she came right now because she can't find out the secret of the cell phone. Otherwise that would only bring her problems. But he also can't give up the battle and wonders what he does. And then the girl goes to him saying that he finally found it. And he questions what happened, but thinks to himself that he will continue playing naturally. Because in the eyes of others, he is just a game addict. And the girl asks if he knows about the combat test at the end of the graduation exam, and says that she wants to invite him to join her team. And he questions why she is calling him right away, and thinks that he will end up dying in the game. And she says that she has to do her best to get a high score on the practical combat test. So she needs strong companions. And he is strong. And he questions if she is talking about himself from a month ago. And she says that, in her opinion, he is still the same Zhou-En. And says that he is the only person she considers as her rival in high school guide. Then he asks if she didn't forget to consider Anjin. But the girl asks if he didn't know, because she already asked to transfer from the school. And he has doubts about that. And the girl says she has no idea who Anjin really is. But she's sure she's past the mortal stage. And she says that her arrival and departure happened out of nowhere. And the girl has the feeling that Anjin just came there too. And she says that she even thought that the two had known each other before, and that there was some grudge between the two. And the boy thinks about Angie, saying that there's no chance, because he's never bumped into her before. So how could there be a grudge between the two? And Fan Ruashi says that there must be. He's thinking too much. But he goes back to the previous question, asking what his answer is. He says that if it's okay with her, he doesn't mind being carried. And she says it's a deal, saying that he has already chosen the other two. They will train together. and he says that he can't miss this because he has to get it at all costs. But while he was getting that crystal, 3 other ants jump on top of him, and he ends up getting a game over. And with that, he leaves it there, saying that he will check his stats when he gets home. But then he feels an energy coming from the cell phone and wonders what that is, asking why it is so intense, and he wonders if this is one of those dimensional crystals that they talk so much about, wondering what the value of this energy crystal is. When he opens the cell phone, he notices that his character gained a primordial energy skill called Robust Divine Punch rank 7, and he is very happy about it. And a while later, Fanhuashi introduces him to the 2 other members, and one of them comments to her saying that they know that Zoan is strong, but he hasn't trained for a month. And he says that even if he starts training again at that moment, it will be difficult for him to recover his previous level. And they say that his goal is to get first place in high school in the practical combat test for the entrance exam. So they think that Zoan is not the best person. Ines cosplays as Haikage and tells her that they are friends in E, asking if it wouldn't be better to invite him to her team. And Zoan thinks about every practical combat test, saying that something fundamental that affects everything else in life, whether it's going to a renowned university, getting a job, or even entering high society. Everything depends mainly on that. He says that besides that, the strength of other team members also affects personal safety, which is why it is normal for them to think this way. Then the girl says that Zenai is also strong, but she thinks Zoan is the best choice. And then Hikari has an idea, saying that if Zoan agrees, he wants to do a quick test, saying that this way they will know whether Zoan fits into the team or not with the results. Then she questions what the test will be like, and he says it's simple. He says he is the weakest of the 3, so Zoe will have to fight him, and if he wins, he will have the right to join the team. And he still questions whether the boy is intimidated. Zoe says she's fine with him, but he says that a real fight is risky because it would be terrible if either of them got hurt. But Shandong says there is a strength meter at the school, saying that those numbers don't mean much. However, he also says that they can exchange blows and that retreating means losing. Hoshi thinks of the competition of strength, saying that the lightning art that Shandong cultivates is a primordial energy art focused on explosions of power. And he also has lightning punch, a primal energy ability that suits his art very well. And on the other hand, she speaks of Zoan, who cultivates ascetic meditation. But he never bought a primordial energy crystal to improve his cultivation. And she thinks that it is very likely that the boy has financial problems at home, so he must not have any primordial energy abilities. And in that she says that she just wants to see how Zoan will respond to this. And Zoan tells Shandon that they better use the dynamic meter of school strength, and he asks if he's scared. And the boy puts Miguel in saying yes, but he thinks that, in truth, he's scared of killing him with a punch. He goes to grab a hair machine bridge and goes. And so they go to the strength meter and Shandong asks if he'll go first, but he says it doesn't matter. And with that, Shandong takes the lead, giving a very strong juice, getting a power score of 7. And Zoan thinks that there's a small difference between the strength meter and the game statistics, but not much. And he says that his strength was 7 before he found the mysterious cell phone, and so he proposes to go there and test it. And there's a huge noise at school, and at that, the teacher wonders who that could be using the 10 o'clock room. So he gets there saying that he'll keep an eye on it for now. And he is surprised that the person who is going to punch is Zoan. And with that, the boy only gives the punch and gets a power score of 10. Then the teacher is surprised by this, asking how it is possible. He questioning the possibility of Zoan not having given in to despair, and also the possibility of him always sleeping in class because of the incessant train. And he says that, as expected from the former because someone in the Mortal Stadium when it comes to strength, he thinks that there is no one in high school who can match him. And so Hoshi is surprised that he used the 1-inch punch, saying that this is the most difficult move to deliver strength. Besides that, he scored a 10 without even using any primordial energy ability, thinking that this is terrifying. And Shandong says that he passed, but he says that his boy thinks he can beat him and he's very wrong. And so he tells Zoan to get out of the way. And his teammate says that Shandong really is someone who doesn't like to lose. And so he activates the lightning punch, using his primordial energy ability. Then he punches the machine with all that energy, getting the power note 11. And he asks Zoan what he thought. And the boy says that he did good, but he keeps thinking and looking at the machine. Then Shandong asks what he's looking at, saying that if the boy can't do it, he should just say so, saying that there's no shame in losing to him. However, Zoan actually asked if the school will make him pay if he breaks his meter. But Shandong says that if Zoan breaks it, he'll pay for it himself. And so the boy accepts the challenge. Yeah, girl, I think you're gonna have to shell out some cash because this isn't gonna be good. While Zoan gathers energy, Shandong thinks he's thinking he's all that, saying that that device specialized in measuring strength is a low-cost model with a limit of over 20. And he says that you can count on your fingers the students who manage to reach the maximum, so breaking it is out of the question. And so the boy uses just one punch without much preparation, and they notice that he's using a primordial energy ability. And the boy manages to break the entire machine with just that punch. And the teacher thinks that the limit of the strength meter is 20. But that doesn't mean he can only handle a force of 20, as at least a rank 8 or 9 primordial energy skill is needed to break the device. And he immediately remembers the former director's words, calling Zoan a genius. And the boy tells Shandong that he said he would pay, asking if he won't go back on that word. And he tells him to relax, saying that he's known each other for a long time. And they're a team now, so he should leave everything to him. And with that, Hoshi thinks that the boy is more interesting than she thought. And walking down the street, Zoan thinks that Hoshi reminded her that strong people in the legendary stage feel disgusted to attack someone in the normal stage. But Anjin challenged him, even though he was in the mortal stage. And he says that he's never left the guide city. And she wonders how he offended her. And then he hears his cell phone ringing. And when he answers, it's his father, asking if he's going to his wedding. And then he asks what wedding this is, questioning who the crazy woman is. And then he says he's going to send a picture of the woman. And after the boy looks at it, he asks his son if she's not hot, saying that her name is Oyanglon. And then Zoan questions when and where the wedding will be. And his father says it's going to be in Luoyang. And in a week. Then he says the practical test for the college entrance in a week too. So he won't be able to go, even if he wanted to. And he also remembers to talk to his father about that box of cookies inside the cupboard. So then your father asks what box this is. And he says the box is 30 centimeters long, saying it's a square metal cookie box that even has a cartoon bear painted on it. And his father says he really liked that cookie when he was little, but he remembers that it's not sold anymore. Wondering what's in that box. Then the boy says there was a cell phone in it, asking if it was his father who kept it there. And his father asks if the cell phone he's talking about is one with an all-white metal case, a black screen, no borders, and it's about 5 or 6 inches. And then the boy says that's exactly it, asking his father if it was his. But his father says no, saying it was his grandfather's favorite. But he had already forgotten. And then the boy asks where his grandmother got it. And his father says that the boy's grandfather was a carpenter. So when the old city was being rebuilt, they needed to preserve the previous state. So the reconstruction of many wooden buildings of the ancient style was necessary. And his grandfather had accepted the job and spent more than a year in the city. And he says that one day an old, dry well was dug on the site of the old city. And it was the dawn shift, so only a few workers were there. And in that he says that there was a dark light coming from inside the well. So the workers thought that they had dug into the treasure and that they would become rich. And after they went down into the well, they found only an old rotten wooden box. And it had almost disintegrated. And there were several holes in it where the light was coming out. And when they opened the box, there was only one cell phone inside. And he said the cell phone was still on at the beginning, but it got a black screen, as if the battery had died as soon as they picked it up. And there were no buttons on the cell phone and not even a charger port. And he says that his grandfather and the others were very disappointed and even thought that someone had played a trick on them by putting the broken cell phone there. And then everyone lost interest, and Grandpa ended up throwing it in the toolbox. And he says that broken cell phone wouldn't even turn on. And he says that he even took his cell phone to a technician when he was younger. And he asked how much they would give him for it. Also, he could buy some cigarettes. Then he says that the coach said it was worthless. Then he threw it into the cookie box. And he asks his son if he intends to sell it to get some money. But Wayne can only think that it was lucky he couldn't trade that cell phone for a cigarette. Otherwise, he would have thrown himself off the bridge. And then he asks his father if he wasn't able to turn on the cell phone before. But his father questions how he is going to turn it on, since it has been abandoned for many years. That the practical test will be there, and he thinks he will look for the place if he has a chance, but he also remembers that he forgot to ask his father if he offended anyone, so at home he goes back to training, and at school he goes back to sleep. And after class, he goes with his group to train too. And a few days later, the boys run down the hallway until they bump into a rather mean-looking man with a suspicious aura. And the man, after looking at him seriously, continues on his way, leaving the scared boys behind. Shandong goes to Zoan, saying that a friend invited him to his team, so he won't be able to join Zoan's team anymore. And the boy starts to wonder if Hoshi would have someone to take his place, saying that it will be difficult to find a replacement for this authority. So he goes to Lizzie asking if he knew that Shandong left the team. And he says yes, saying that something's happened there. And he says that he won't be able to go with the boy either. Then Zoan asks why, because Lizzie asks him not to ask because it's his fault, and so he goes to Hoshi, and she starts apologizing to him, and he says that he knows, asking her to relax, saying that he's the one who needs to apologize because someone wants to screw him over and they ended up hurt. So he tells her to look for another member while she still can, telling her to get a good score for him. And the girl says she doesn't know who he offended, but that person's influence is terrifying, asking him to be careful. And with that, he says that the practical test is very important and inevitable, and he wonders how he's going to find reliable companions at that moment. And with that, the teacher goes to him calling Zoan. And he says that Superintendent N is an honorific for the government position, saying that his real name isn't Tianzu, and asks the boy if he's sure he doesn't know him. And the boy says he's absolutely sure. But the teacher thinks it's strange, because if he doesn't know the superintendent, then why did he criticize him when he came to inspect the guide city? Initius Owen asks who exactly this Inchanju is, and he says that the Earth League is divided into 4 regions, north, south, east, and west, and Superintendent N is still young, but comes from a renowned family. At 20, he already enjoys a high position and is a high-ranking officer in the Eastern District Army. And he wields a lot of power and is someone influential. And at this, the boy questions whether this anti-Nzu has anything against him. But the teacher says not necessarily. But when he said that Zuin is not good, those who want to be on good terms with Superintendent Yen are free to think and do whatever they want. He also wonders if even though he is a self-officer, he doesn't know that a simple word from him can destroy the future of a high school student, and wonders if he has some relationship with Angie. Then the teacher says maybe because they can find out about it later, and says that what matters now is that he needs to find a team and sign up for the practical test, saying that the deadline for registration is the day after tomorrow. And the boy won't make it in time if he's even later. Then he says that his teammates this time can't be normal students. And the boy questions this, and the teacher says that they have a student at school named Li Xian. And if the boy wants to put him on the team, no one else will be able to get in his way. But in exchange, he'll need to help him get a good grade. And he still needs to have the best grade on the team. And at that, Zoen questions if the teacher is asking him to carry the boy. But the teacher says that he just won't be able to be the best on the team. But it's much better than not being able to participate in the practical test. So Zoen asks if the teacher can help him talk to him. And a while later, he calls his father, asking if he knows a guy called Enshenju. And his father simply says, completely naturally, that Enshenju will be his older brother. So Much is shocked by this. And he says that Tianju is Lanzinha's son. So it's obvious that he'll be his half-brother when he marries her. And he says that speaking of which, he also has a younger sister named Anjin. Let's go. I was assuming he was going to get Anjin, but I don't know. I don't think it's going to go very well. I just think. And then he asks his father if he gets along with the anti-Inzu. And he says that of course, saying that they are both well-mannered and treat each other well. And then he wonders why they are treating him like this. But he thinks that maybe they don't agree with his parents' marriages. He says that Anjin managed to defeat him with one attack. And Tianzu almost disqualified him from the practice test with just a few words. He says that in the end all of this happened because he is too weak. He says that if he were an expert at the epic stage, they wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Then he goes back home, saying that in the last few days, he grinded a lot of robust mutant ants. But except for the first one that dropped the primordial energy crystal, the other 10 that he killed after didn't drop anything. And he says it's this extension of their power, and so he finally drops something and says that he has the chance to win a companion beast with a companion egg. But he says that from what he knows it is very rare to drop a companion beast of the mortal stage, since it is usually easier to drop those of the legendary stage. And when he was going to get the egg starts to hatch, and something flies near him, and that thing says that it devotes its entire life to him. And so the boy starts to feel pain, and when he wakes up, he has a huge headache, and wonders what that tattoo on his arm is. However, when he picks up his cell phone, he realizes that the companion beast hatched successfully. And here it was a robust mutant ant with strength 9, speed 5, constitution 9, and primordial energy 9. And so he closes the entire window, intending to summon it, but wonders how to summon it. But he then focuses only on the Scarlet Avatar and the robust ant's abilities. So he got a glove similar to Issei's, and he thinks that this must be her companion form. Hers, because he heard that companion beasts give an enhancement effect in the companion form, and he thinks that the robot ant must already enhance his strength. But he thinks that he can't test his strength at home, so he decides to just take a look, summoning that ant in front of him. But he realizes that that thing is very scary. It looks much cuter in the game, and he says that he will ride it on the streets when he has the chance. And so, on the second day, the professor starts taking Sam to Lichuan, saying that he is a showy person, but he is not a bad person, telling him to just focus on the exam and not to care about the rest. But the boy asks Professor Yu not to worry, because he knows what to do. So he arrives at Henning's VIP nightclub, and the professor tells the attendant that he's going to look for the family's second son there, and she lets him pass. When they get inside, the guy is drinking with a bunch of women, and he calls you over for a drink, saying that she's good here, but the professor says he'll pass, because he still has to teach in the afternoon. So he introduces Zoen to Lishuan, saying that he's strong and will be useful in the practical test. And Lishuan asks the professor to relax, saying that he'll let him join because of him, and getting a good score will be a piece of cake. Then the teacher says he'll go back to school then, saying that the two of them can discuss the details of the practical test at will. And with that, he says he'll take care of the registration problem, and for the next few days, he should get acquainted with Li Xian and the others, as he thinks it will make him more confident for the practical test. And so Li Xian starts to chat with him, saying that he's heard about the boy and how he's the #1 genius in the guide's high school. And the boy says that it's just random gossip, asking him not to take it so serious. He says it's true, as there's no way a genius could exist in a little place like the guide, saying that if he really were a genius, he wouldn't be defeated by Anjin with one blow. And he tells the boy that they don't need to train, because when the others arrive, he just has to follow obediently and not get in their way. And so the boy starts to play, and Lishuan asks if he drinks, saying that if he turns the bottle over, he will let the boy choose one of the little chicks. And with that, the cold and calculating boy thanks him, but says he doesn't drink. Then Lishuan is a little disappointed, thinking that the boy is sinking into addiction just because of a defeat. And he is surprised that Lao Yu lowers himself to him, to ask for a favor to put that useless guy on the team. Then he whispers something in the girl's ear, and she says that he is mean, laughing at him. Then he starts to flirt with Zhouan, calling him a hottie, asking what that game is and questioning if it is fun. And the boy just says that he is, so she asks if he is more fun than her, and the boy still doesn't answer until he notices an ant with silver wings. She keeps calling him to play. At first he thinks that that ant is very fast and it will be a difficult battle, but the girl starts to want attention and pulls his head towards her, telling him to look at her. Then he realizes that the ant is attacking him and he needs to dodge. But with the girl holding him, it won't be possible. So he throws her to the side, and she starts to get angry, and Lishuan, in turn, falls laughing, on the girl, coming to hit the woman. And Zoen, even throwing the girl away, can't beat the ant and ends up dying in the game. So Li Xuan thinks that that crazy guy is actually interesting. At dawn, while Li Xian is sleeping, after getting drunk, he ends up waking up. Meanwhile, Zhou continues to play and defeat some ants until that ant. The silver-winged ant. May be strong, but he doubts that it is at the legendary stage, and he thinks he can kill it, but he will have to attack first, and says that his rank 9 divine robust punch can do a lot of damage to it, but the attack itself is too slow. And he wonders if he could combine the divine punch with the 1-inch punch. And he says that the avatar in the game is no different, and if he can use the 1-inch punch with the strength of the divine robust punch in real life, then, in theory, his game character should be able to do it too. And so he starts trying. And Li Xian watches the kid, and it looks amazing. The crazy guy is training at this time. He wonders if he is doing the 1-inch punch, saying that the magnitude of the movement when punching is very exaggerated. And he proposes to go back to the room, saying that he thought he had some ace up his sleeve, but it's nothing special. And so the entrance exams began, and he begins to take his test with Lu Chuan. And a few days later, they are on their way to the old guide city. And he says that decades ago, during the time of dimensional storms, a dimensional rift appeared in that city and transformed the area into a dimensional zone. And because of the influence of the dimensional zone, the animals nearby underwent different levels of mutation. And he says that positioned outside the old guide city, there were soldiers armed with tanks patrolling the area. He says that no one is allowed to enter or leave without a pass. And when he gets there, he thinks the combat test is about to begin. And after getting off the bus, he thinks he screwed up and the other two haven't arrived yet, and decides to wait a little longer. And with that, he goes to the gate of the city of and notices that there is something strange there, noticing a little sign and wonders what that could be. But then he hears his cell phone ringing and wonders if it's his father. But he ends up noticing that what's ringing is the mysterious cell phone that controls the Scarlet Avatar. But he thinks that it doesn't have a call function, and it never vibrated before, and wonders why it's vibrating now out of nowhere, and also says that he's never seen that camera app before. Then he wonders if what it's for, and wonders if the cell phone wants him to take a picture. So he starts looking all over that side, but he didn't see the button to take a picture, asking if it's broken. And when he gets to that little hand that's next to the guide city, the cell phone beeps. Then it starts loading something, and the boy is surprised, wondering what it could be. But then he sees that another icon has appeared next to Anthill 2, the old guide city. And he notices that the city has turned into a dungeon in the game. And he says he has nothing to do, so he thinks he'll take a look, taking some of his blood, putting it on the screen, and thus entering the game. And he notices that he really is a dungeon, and he wonders if this is the inside of the old city. And when he gets there, he finds a little zombie, and he says that here he is the skeleton soldier. And so the skeleton goes after him. But even so, the boy manages to dodge the monster and thinks that it is the first time he has fought. But still, its speed and strength are not that high. And he says that it is compared to those ants and a piece of cake. Then he throws a single punch, destroying the entire skeleton. And at first, a crystal drops from the monster, and he is surprised that it dropped a primordial ability crystal on the first try. So he begins to absorb the ability, and thinks that the pain was not as intense as that time he acquired the divine robust punch. And he notices that he obtained the skeletal palm and its primordial energy consumption is only 1. He gets a little disappointed, saying that he remembers that skeletal palm is the skeleton soldier's primordial energy skill, and says that it's a low-rank primordial energy skill, but the primordial energy consumption is very low, and he thinks he's just going to test the skeletal palm's power. He puts his hand on the ground and summons the robust ant to be his car, and it starts going everywhere with him. And alone, it does a great job of cleaning up those skeletons that he plays for a while, but he gets disappointed because he played for a long time and didn't manage to gain anything other than that primordial energy crystal. And then he notices something in front of him, and he sees the skeleton a little better equipped than the rest. And the skeleton puts a skill on it that seems to be scary. But what's even worse is that he uses that horse, which is also a skeleton, to get very close to Proto very quickly. Then he is attacked and killed right away. And he gets a little down looking at that city guide. And he gets hypnotized looking at the city sign. But then he notices someone coming up behind him and sees that it's Anjin. And then the crazy girl simply comes up to him and punches him, but stops close to his face, saying that Uncle Feng asked her to give it to him. And when she gives him the object, it's a flash drive. And the girl simply says that it seems that Uncle Feng's efforts were in vain, saying that no matter how good something is, it's a waste in the hands of someone drowning in self-pity. And she also, before leaving, tells him to never say that he's from the infamily, saying that the infamily doesn't want a weakling like him. However, the boy himself wonders since when he became a member of the infamily, asking if she's not exaggerating too much. And then someone calls Zoan, and Li Xuan finally arrives with his henchman. And Li Xuan explains to him that it's just like old man you explained to him, telling him to just follow those 2 guys and they'll take care of the rest. And the boy agrees and thinks that it's good that he doesn't waste energy. And one of the henchmen tells Li Xuan to calm down, asking what kind of genres would appear in a small town like that, saying that even he alone can guarantee the first place for the boy. And at that, Li Xuan doesn't like what he's hearing at all, and they say that they'll do their best so that nothing goes wrong. And Li Xuan confirms, saying that he really hopes that's how it is. And Zoan thinks that, as expected, Li Xuan won't introduce him to those 2, because they're just henchmen. Meanwhile, a soldier calls everyone's attention, saying that the exam will start soon, and asks everyone to meet at the proctor station for their respective teams. On the way, he sees Oxy with his colleague and gives her the okay. She wishes the boy good luck. Then, a portal opens and a man says that in that assessment they killed skeleton soldiers and collected the crystal cores to count towards the score. And he says that the score and classification will also be determined with. And lastly, he just wishes good luck to everyone who is entering. And inside they are surprised that that is the dimensional landscape formed by that disaster. But Zoe, in turn, is surprised that that is the same landscape that appeared in her game. And with that, the skeletons start to have fun. And everyone kills them quite easily. And the henchmen handle everything by themselves. And Zoan thinks that it really seems like he doesn't need to worry, and says that this is good for him because this way he will have time to check his theory. And at that, Li Xian thinks that he is playing on the cell phone again, wondering if the boy really has something special. But when he takes the cell phone, he gets a shock and says that, as he imagined, not only the city gate, the entire pockets of the structures there are exactly the same as in the game. And he wonders if the copy of the game has all the elements of the current plan. And he says that if that is the case, then that skeleton general will appear. But he thinks that based on the eras already explored in the game, there is still a huge distance between them and that skeleton general, and he thinks that they won't run into that monster as long as they don't go beyond the limits of the exam. And a while later, Kabanga asks if he wants to advance further, and he says that almost all the skeleton soldiers in that area have already been exterminated. And besides, the speed at which the skeletons appear has also decreased. And one of them says that if they want a high score, they better go deeper. However, Zoan says that they will go beyond the limits of the exam if they advance further. And he thinks that it could get dangerous if they rush too much. He and Sean even try to see the boy, but one of the henchmen tells him to tell him right away if he's scared, and if he wants to stay there, he can, saying that the skeleton soldiers give few points, and they're spread all over the test area. And he says that to guarantee first place, they better keep going and kill more skeletons. Then one of them says that everything will be fine, since they have a complete map of the exam boundaries and they can return to the designated area at any time. And Li Chuan says that it makes sense, calling Zoan over, saying that they don't need to worry too much, even if something happens, since they have those two with them. And Zoan starts to get nervous, since it's not like he can tell that there's that monster in the back waiting for them. Then he says that he needs to test the skeleton general's strength, even though he has no hope of being able to kill him. And he thinks that if he comes face to face with that thing, he has to escape at least with Li Chuan. As they go, the henchmen don't stop killing the monsters, and the boy keeps playing, seeing how things will be further ahead. However, he is killed over and over again, and he thinks that this won't work, because whether he dodges or jumps, the skeleton general's advance can kill him right away. And he thinks that this monster is even stronger than the silver-winged ant. But he thinks that of course that skeleton general can't maintain that high speed all the time. It only increases instantly when it uses the advance, so it must be a primordial energy ability. But still, he thinks that everyone will die if they bump into it. And with that, he looks to the side and ends up noticing but the henchman runs and loses, shouting for Chuan to hand it over to him, and the boy says he did very well. And then Zoan tells him that he already has a very high kill score, and now he thinks it's better to go back. However, Capcom continues saying that it's still too early, and asks why they're in such a hurry, since he's not even fighting. He says that it's better for them to kill more because that way, first place will be guaranteed. And Li Chuan says that there are no reports of a legendary or higher dimensional creature nearby, so it'll be okay if they go deeper. However, Zoan holds him back, asking if he believes in the sixth sense, and the boy is doubtful about it. Then Zoan says that since he was little, he always sensed something before encountering any danger, and he always feels an uncomfortable feeling, and every time it happened, it proved to be true. And he says that at that moment that feeling is throbbing a lot. But the henchman keeps on bugging the boy, telling him to just admit that he's scared, because talking about being felt is a very bad excuse. And he says that Chuan was considerate enough to bring him with them, then he should be held responsible if they don't get first place. But Zoan says that the guide city is just a small town, so there is basically no student who will have the courage to leave the test area at will. Not to mention that they have already achieved a lot of points, so they will be able to maintain their ranking just by killing the skeletons in the area. And he says they don't need to take risks in an unknown area. And at that, Li Shuang begins to think about what he is talking about. Zoan has a point, then they must stop. But then the guy who looks the most like Zoro, he simply stabs the boy in the back. And the other henchman asks what he's doing. He ends up taking one too, and in that he tells the other henchman not to get involved. But in this Li Chuan neither dies nor falls, and your wound begins to regenerate. And he asks if it was his second brother who sent him. But the assassin speaks of the divine art of impregnable contact. And I would never have imagined that the third descendant of the Li family was a womanizer, had mastered something that requires being a virgin. Hold on there. Hold on. The guy was lying with the girl in bed after drinking too much. And nothing happened? There's no way he just stood in Go's face and went to sleep. It's not possible, I don't believe it. And in this it is said that unlike the abilities of the primordial energy crystals obtained from dimensional creatures, the primordial energy arts are a summarized adaptation that humans have made of certain types of cultivation methods. And it is said that like this, the primordial energy arts have their own cultivation limits. And the divine art of impregnable contact is one of the rare primordial energy arts that allows one to advance to the epic stage. Isoan heard that one must be a virgin to cultivate the divine art of impregnable contact, and that it becomes ineffective and loses all of its power if the user loses their virginity. And he says that two tigers can't share the same mountain and a family can't have two bosses, and he says that's his choice, and Li Xian says he didn't intend to fight with his brother, but it seems like he won't leave him off the radar, and Zhang Hao tells him to blame himself for being a wolf in sheep's clothing. And he activates his dagger, saying that it's the boy's fault for not being a real lamb. Then, he even attacks Li Xuan, but he quickly turns his face away from the attack, who makes a gigantic cut in that place. And Zoe notices that it's a snake with explosive scales. And the other henchman says that's impossible, because he's only in the mortal stage. Asks how he tasked a creature. And Li Xuan says that there is only one way to possess a legendary companion beast in the mortal stage without personally incubating it, which is to make a legendary stage expert with a legendary companion beast, transfer it to the person in the mortal stage even at the cost of his own life. So, the boy says he's smart, saying that it seems the second brother was right, saying that Li Xuan must die, and so he attacks the boy. But Li Xuan holds his dagger with his hands, and he stays. And he is surprised by this. And Li Xuan reveals black armor over his skin, holding the sword and giving a huge punch to the traitor, who is thrown away. And he is surprised that Li Xuan also has a legendary beast accompanying him, saying that the boy is also very evil, but Li Xian claims that he is not like him, saying that he does not need to use such a deplorable method to have a legendary companion beast. And so the boy reveals a huge, very epic transformation that I did not expect from this monster. And seeing Sean all equipped there in front of him, the assassin starts to run away. But Li Xian says that escaping won't be that easy. However, Zhou En notices that they are going where they shouldn't and thinks it's too late. But another henchman asks what he's waiting for, telling him to go help Xian. However, the boy tells him to go first. And the Kapanga calls Zhou En a coward, saying that Xian was nice to him, even after he made him late. However, Zhou En thinks that even if he goes, he won't be able to help Xian, saying that Li Xian and Zhang Hao have legendary companion beasts, but he doesn't have any and thinks that death is certain if they bump into the skeleton general, and he thinks that the only way to help Li Xian would be to play and thus finding a way to deal with the skeleton general. And so he goes to the skeleton again, and the monster starts to attack, but he only tries to make water. But note that it is useless to escape, because when he starts to advance with full speed, he can't dodge, not even a scratch. And when the monster gets to him, he simply does a Dark Souls roll. And with that, the monster gets pissed off for having lost his target, taking it out, but the boy manages to dodge, and the monster tries to hit him again, using his weapon downwards trying to hit the boy. But Owen follows quickly, dodging all the attacks, and in that he says he knew. But he ends up feeling a very dark aura in the place and wants to eliminate the invaders. So he thinks they have already bumped into the creature. While he is distracted, he ends up being killed, and says he has no choice but to go there, and says that stopping to think about the skeleton general is powerful. But it seems he has a blind spot near the skeleton horse, where he can attack, and he says that if they can take full advantage of it, they can get out alive. So, arriving at a completely destroyed scenario, he thinks there are signs of battle everywhere, and it seems like they are close, and in that he sees them, and asks if they are okay, and the Capon asks him why Zhou En took so long, and Li Xian says that to be honest, there is something strange, and Zhou En is amazed seeing the skeleton general in real life for the first time, and says that that thing doesn't look anything like the one in the game, and in that he realizes that it is strange because he is not being attacked, and wonders if it is because of that shoulder pad, noticing that he has another legendary companion beast, calling him a shitty bourgeois. And in that Zhou En talks to Li Chuan, who seems like his brother is determined to kill him, but the boy apparently gets pissed off. Meanwhile, the skeleton general starts to want to advance and activates his speed ability, heading towards them. Elishua orders everyone to move away, placing a shield in front of the monster, but the shield is broken and he is thrown back, as does his henchman, and the only one left is Zhou En looking at him. And the henchman says that he's fine, telling him to help Chuan. And in that, both he and the skeleton start to fight for strength. However, Zhang Hao uses his legendary beast to attack along with the monster, and Lichua jokes with him, saying that it helps a lot. However, he says that he wants to see how long he will last against the two of them. He goes back to attacking together with the skeleton general. XON. He looks like a fool watching his friend catch him, thinking that if he continues like this, Li Xian will die without a doubt. And then he talks to the boy, asking that if he can hold the creature, how long it would take him to get rid of Zhang Hao. And then Li Xian says that he can kill him in 2 minutes. He doesn't like hearing that at all. However, Li Xian says again that he only needs 2 minutes. And Zhang Hao says that he is only in the mortal stage. He asks if the boy really thinks he can survive the skeleton general's attacks. Well, that's a big joke. After all, he'll only be throwing his life away. But then Zhou En agrees to help the boy, saying that he'll buy him 2 minutes. And so he hits the deer general, going behind them, drawing the monster's attention. The monster gets really pissed off, stopping in front of him and trying to attack him with a lunge, but the boy manages to dodge it easily and thinks it's almost the same attack as the one in the game. But this time he almost gets an attack that wasn't foreseen there, because the horse almost steps on him with its leg. And he's shocked because he almost gets a nutcracker, so he has to start spinning and running everywhere. And he thinks that unlike the general skeleton in the game, the one in real life is more agile when attacking. He needs to use more and more tricks to escape the monster. But this time he manages to hit it. However, his blow doesn't even move the monster and it remains motionless and still looking at the boy. So Zhou En thinks he wasn't even hurt, asking if he doesn't have any weak points. And with that, Henchman asks if Zoan plans to contain the skeleton general without having a companion, and Jean-Ralph wonders how that is possible. Lee-chan tells him not to get distracted, and he ends up taking a punch that throws him far away. But even so, he keeps crowing, saying that they are going to bet. Who will die first, the loser Zoan or him? He got a part of himself on top of him again, hitting him and saying that they will do as he wants. And in that, he says that he cannot be trapped in the universe of 2 again, and he thinks he needs to get rid of that shoulder pad fast. Then he hits the shoulder pad directly, and it starts to fall apart. And Jean-Ralph gets really pissed, activating the snake with explosive scales. And Lee-Chuan says he didn't think he would release the explosive scale snake in its original form, but he says he only needs a few seconds to get rid of her. However, Zhang Hao had other plans, saying that this is enough to kill that damn thing on the way, and he goes after Zhou, but the monster also tries to attack the boy at the same time, and the attacks cross, leaving Li Xian for the boy, but he manages to dodge it easily. And when he gets up, he is already charging the attack and thinks he has caught Zhang Hao, breaking his shoulder pad, and Li Sun realizes that even Zhou has a companion beast. And now that Jian Hao no longer has that shoulder pad, the skeleton no longer recognizes him as an ally, so just wipe him out, traitor. And so the knight gets more and more pissed off, and Zoan thinks the monster has come out of the cage. He tries to attack the boy, and Zoan thinks he's so fast he doesn't have time to dodge. And he stands in front trying to protect with his body. But Li Chuan appears in front of him and takes the attack away from the boy. And he notices that the Black Knight's armor is almost at its limit, and the skeleton turns the horse around again to try to attack him once more. And Li Chuan says that he will attract his attention, and tells Zoan to try to find an opening to deliver the final blow. And so the boy agrees, but the knight keeps attacking Li Chuan, and he tells Zoan to go fast or they will all die. And so the boy jumps behind him, trying to punch that opening he had seen. But even after this attack, the monster doesn't seem to suffer much damage. And the boy says that he thought it would work, but the monster attacks again, and they need to get out of the way quickly. In that, Zoan tries to continue attacking with several punches, but none of them seem to be effective. He says that they attacked many times, but none of them hurt him. But then Zoan notices a scar on the skull's eye, and Li Xian says he understood, saying that they'll have to try their luck then. And with that, he throws the boy up while going forward, confront the skeleton. And so when Zoan only has half of his armor, he steps on the skeleton's spear, and orders the boy to act now. So Zoan gives a meteoric blow from top to bottom exactly on that scar. And with that hit, the monster finally receives the first damage from him and ends up dying. And with that, Zoan finds an egg from the ash of what's left of that skeleton. And then Li Xian notices that it's an egg, mate, saying that the boy was lucky. Then Zoan asks if he doesn't want it, but he says that the boy can keep it, saying that if it weren't for Zoan, both he and Mientu would already be dead. And tells the boy to just accept it as a thank you gift. And with that, Zoe decides to keep it. But Li Chuan says that it's better to make it clear to the boy, saying that his primordial energy is very low to incubate a legendary companion egg, so he better not rush into it to incubate the skeleton general's companion egg. And at that, the boy gets a little shaken. Li Chuan looks at his hand, noticing that he already has a companion, and asks how he got that, saying that he only managed to incubate the Black Knight with the help of his divine art of impregnable contact. And he starts to have doubts about the boy, but then Zoan says that it's just a mortal companion beast. And in that, he says that, in general, creatures of the legendary stage are more powerful than those in the mortal stage. But he says that the weaker the creature, the lower the chance of dropping a companion egg. And then Li Chuan says that mortal companion eggs are rarer than legendary ones. And in that, he notices that the boy is very shitty. And Zoan tells him that now that Zhang Hao is dead, things can get complicated. But Li Xian says that he got what he deserved and he will take care of it. So the boy starts thinking, but Li Xian tells him to relax because after they leave there, he will be able to apply to any university he wants and he will guarantee his admission. And so they leave the gate, just the three of them, and Li Chuan goes to talk to the examiner, leaving the boy behind. And so Zoe returns home using the subway, and he remembers what Li Chuan told him about applying to a university. But he also thinks that his house is really cold, wondering if he's anemic or if it's because he lost a lot of blood in the game. But then, when he takes a few more steps, he accidentally kicks something and wonders what it is, asking if it's a corpse. But he notices that the person on the ground is still alive. So he sits the person down, asking if the man is okay. And he says he's okay, saying it was just a nagging pain. And with that, Zoan just says that it's a relief, leaving him behind. The man talks to the boy, saying that since they bumped into each other, why don't they chat a little? But Zoan says he's not the type to talk. But the man insists, asking if he can ask a few questions. Then he starts coughing as a way to convince the boy. And with that, Zoan ends up allowing it. And the man asks him if he prefers busty women or planks. What kind of best friend is that? Huh, man? I think I'm wrong. And with that, the boy thinks of two ideal women for him, ends up saying that he prefers planks. And with that, the guy says that he prefers them too and says that's right, saying that planks are better. Saying that only boys who end up pissing in their pants prefer those with very large opes. I'm not going to judge other people's preferences, but I don't know, a little suspicious. However, Zoe thinks to herself that she thinks it's hard to balance herself in a fight if they have very large fathers. And with that, The old man asks if he prefers sweet and gentle women or irrational and bold ones. And the boy is surprised when he asks himself what the problem with that question is, because not even screwing someone in his conscience will he choose. But he also thinks that this will never end if he gives the answer he expects, so he says he wants to go home soon, take a shower, get dressed, have dinner, and then play, and to that the boy answers that he likes the irrational and bold ones, and that old man gets kind of serious but says that he also likes them, saying that women like that are interesting, and asks what's funny about the kind ones, saying that he never imagined that they had such refined taste in women at that young age. And with that the boy loses all patience. And so do I, because the old man likes to disunder and to put things in order. The guy couldn't be crazier, and Zoan keeps thinking that no one would choose that kind of woman, thinking about his sister who beat him up as soon as they met. Then the man says that it's rare to find someone with good taste like his, saying that he's impressed. Dennis asks him where he lives, asking if he wants him to accompany him home. And the guy looks at him seriously, saying that he can only flirt with hotties if he's healthy, and if he's not in good physical condition, he'll lack the necessary energy. Even though he has good taste, Zoe notices that the crazy guy isn't even listening to her and tells him that she likes him, telling the boy to practice that art of primordial energy. That's why the boy is surprised by what he's dealing with, and the man says that once he masters her, he'll be able to tame any problematic woman, and he can guarantee that. Thanks him, saying that he already practices another art of primordial energy. But the man says that aseptic measurement is crap, and says that the Celestial Demons Treatise may not be a first-rate primordial energy art, but it is much more powerful than the aseptic measurement the boy uses. But at this Zoan asks how he knows about his aseptic meditation. And the man says that he may even look pale, but he has shiny skin and hard bones, and there are clear signs of aseptic meditation. And at this he says how lucky he is, that he only started practicing it. He tells the boy to stop, or it will ruin his future. And he tells the boy to take that again, saying that it is 100 times better than aseptic meditation. But he says as Rick, in fact, it is 1,000 times better. Then Zoe thanks him again, but says that they don't know each other, and he can't accept such a precious gift. He says that, mainly, he's never heard of the Celestial Demon Treaty. And the boy quickly turns to leave, saying that if this is fake, then he's just a fraud, and says that even if it isn't, he has hidden intentions. And it's strange that they've just met, and he's already given her something so valuable. And with that, the man stays behind, ordering the boy to stop right where he is, with an ordering voice. Then the boy can't move, and he wonders why this is happening when he's pulled back. Gets close to the man again, and that man introduces himself as Jean Daoxin, saying that he's never heard anyone alive say no to him. And with that, Joan thinks that Jean Daoxin sounds familiar. He remembers that name, saying that it's a name that appears in history books, saying that he's the one born in the most chaotic time, when dimensional storms appeared on Earth. That most cruel and terrifying man in human history. And the boy claims that he's the demon who dipped the League in blood, and killed 27 epic stage experts in succession. Oh, I'll tell you, that's a cliche that's always good. A crazy guy who's all laid back, half drunk, half weak, strange, weird, in fact is a super epic crazy guy, and I'm really liking this manual. And with that, Dalkim stands up, asking if the boy will want it. And Zoan, out of free will, says yes. But Daoxin is skeptical, thinking that the boy is just bluffing and that, in truth, he told himself that he will never cultivate his primordial energy art. And the boy thinks that of course he won't, because if he learns his art and is discovered by the League, he will be hunted just like him. But Daoxin tells the boy to forget it, saying that even if he gives it to him, he won't know how to practice. But then he remembers something, saying that there is another primordial energy art, and that one is really fun. He asks the boy if he wants to practice it. But the boy looks like he definitely doesn't want that. Then Daoxin asks if he won't reject him again, and the boy says no. And with that, Daoxin just hands it to him and leaves, leaving the boy behind. And some moment later, Zoan can move again, and you wonder if he's still watching you from afar, saying that he doesn't think he has any other choice but to accept it. But as he looks at that deck of cards, he starts to sneeze, saying that he better go home soon. As he starts to run, he notices some League soldiers appearing, and he wonders if the reaction was detected there. And the leader orders his subordinates to search around and keep in touch. And the boy thinks about him, wondering if they are after Jean Daoxin. But he says that either way, this has nothing to do with him, and goes back to his house. And after a bath, he thinks that on that day, Li Xuan was attacked, and he bumped into the Demon of Legends, and all that, while he just wanted to play in peace. And I'll tell you, for someone who just plays games, the crazy guy is here, and he thinks he's not sure if the art of primordial energy will do him any good. But I guess he doesn't have much of a choice. And with that, he lies down to sleep. But in his dream, he ends up in a completely chaotic place with several hands trying to reach him. And when they manage to reach the boy, he wakes up scared and goes to the bathroom to vomit, wondering what the hell is that. And he starts to suspect that book Daoxin gave him, the Lost Immortal Sutra. And so he picks up that immortal art again, and notices that there's nothing wrong with the alloy box, and wonders if maybe he's suffering from anemia. Then a while later he wets his face, thinking he feels more awake, and his nausea is gone, so he decides to go play, since he's already awake. And when he picks up his cell phone, putting his blood in, he goes straight there, to the old Imperial City, and notices that the skeleton general is still there. He realizes that the creatures and in real life are not affected, so he thinks that this is great because now he has the chance to try again. But going after the general, he ends up dying. Then he says that he may be weaker than in real life, but without the Black Knight, he has no chance of killing, unless he doesn't make any mistakes in positioning himself. But he thinks that the results will only come out in a few days, so he has time to defeat the skeleton general. But he says that the problem is that he has no idea how much blood he will waste in this game. So he starts researching how to tone his blood, but finds a lot of answers, getting pissed off and saying he's just going to eat chicken pies and thinks the best way for him is to try not to die. He says he thinks he'll buy the snacks first, since he's only going to play in the next few days, so he leaves the house indirectly to the combi, getting a lot of noodles, which is not the best thing to improve his blood, and after eating he goes to play. And in that, his house is full of cup ramen, and he keeps trying to kill that thing in every way. Even he manages to replicate that same blow he did in real life, thus killing the general. Then he drops a dimensional crystal of speed value 13, and he starts absorbing it. And when he absorbs it, he finds it strange, because his speed should have increased to 13, and he imagines he's reached the limit, since he's only in the mortal stage. He says that he was thinking that he could use ascetic meditation to reach the legendary stage, but he says that it's like Daoxin said, ascetic meditation is nothing but crap. He wonders where he can get a high-level primordial energy art, wondering if he really has to practice what Daoxin gave him. But then he remembers something, saying that Hanjin said that his father gave him that thing. He wonders if this is a primordial energy art that he needs, but thinks that there's no chance that his father can get something like that. But when he puts the flash drive in the computer, he notices that it's the art of solar bombardment and is surprised. Stuck with this, he says that the art of solar bombardment and the divine art of impregnable contact could help the user reach the epic stage. However, he says that the art of solar bombardment he played offensively and wasn't as demanding as the divine art of unassailable contact. And he thinks that that's the primordial energy art of some big shot family. And he wonders where his father could have gotten that. And he wonders if his father is using the on-family connections, thinking that it must have cost an arm and a leg. But then he thinks about his father, saying he'll do anything for his son. But he says there's no chance of that happening because he's not that kind of father. And then the boy calls his father and he's surprised. Arrested for receiving a call from him, so the boy automatically questions if his father didn't sell his organs. And he doesn't understand and tells the boy to shut up. Realizes that his father is fine. And then he talks seriously to his father, asking where he got the art of solar bombardment. But then his father questions what he's talking about, but Owen asks if he didn't ask Anjin to give it to him. However, his father asks why he would do that, since he's not interested in cultivation. The boy notices that his father didn't think about him at all. He wonders why Anjin said it was his father, saying that it's even more complicated now. And his father says that maybe Anjin gave him a gift. And he says that it makes sense. And he asks his father to ask Anjin when she gets back. And he gets a little pissed, but he says he'll do it. Then Zoan thinks that his father has a good impression of the family. But Anjin teased him at school. He almost failed the test because of the supervisor, and he doesn't understand anything. After all, now, she gave him a primordial Mars, very rare, and he starts to think that it's better for him not to practice that thing until he finds out the truth. While he thinks, he starts to feel sleepy and a headache, wondering if when he starts to sleep again, and those hands start to grab him, and he soon bets that this is not caused by anemia. And a while later he wakes up vomiting, and he starts to feel worse and worse, and he says that it could only be Daoxin's doing. The boy worries, saying that there's no way this is normal, and he needs to find out what it is soon. And he remembers Daoxin telling him that he had another primordial energy art, saying that it's also interesting, and he looks at that art he gave, wondering if it will be able to help his physical problem. And when he opens it, he finds a bunch of shiny golden letters. So he starts studying those letters, noticing that that is the relationship between the art of primordial energy and the human magnetic field, saying that it really looks like the beginning of an art of primordial energy. He feels hungry, saying that he didn't even realize he spent so much time reading, and he decides to go get some food. But apparently he ate noodles again, and thinks that this is a really good feeling, but when he decides to go back to reading, he notices that he doesn't even know which page he stopped at, and to simplify this bird mind, he decides to reread everything. And when he picks up the book to read again, he wonders what it is because he has the feeling that he never read it and says that he shouldn't forget of an eye, even if he had a chicken's memory. As he starts reading the art of primordial energy and the human magnetic field again, he starts wondering if he turned off the kitchen light or not. And he can't remember it, focusing only to find out if he turned it off or not. But then he notices that he just forgot everything he read again. Then he gets really pissed, focusing as much as possible, but everything ends up being blurry, and he can't remember anything, and he starts getting irritated because he tried to focus, but still ended up getting distracted somehow. And he says that the weirdest part is that he forgets everything he reads as soon as he gets distracted. So he has the brilliant idea to start copying what he reads, but he ends up realizing that he forgot the content as soon as he picked up the pen. And then he tries to take a picture, but notices that the camera can't capture the text either. And he thinks that this is a very bizarre thing. And you ask what will happen if he throws it away, asking if everything will go back to normal. But at that moment, he receives a call, noting that he's never seen that number before. And when he answers, Li Xian talks to him, asking if Zhouan has already chosen which university he's going to. But the boy says no, saying that he was just playing around. And then he says that he forgot that the results would be announced that day. And then Li Chuan asks if he wants to go to the same university as him. And Zhouan is surprised, asking which one he's going to. And Li Chuan says that he's going to Twilight University. And the boy gets a little agitated, saying that he heard that Twilight University has just discovered a new dimensional zone that has a very rare companion beast. And Li Chuan says that it is without a doubt a good choice, But Owen starts to think that this is a terrible idea, because if he remembers correctly, which
Twilight
is the family's
territory,
territory, and so sometime later he goes back to playing, and an ant is chasing him, until he turns around and fires a Rasengan in its direction. The ant dodges and ends up killing him, and he thinks that he must have progressed a lot, but he didn't expect the gap with the silver-winged ant to be so big. And he says that it is very fast and can even fly, wondering how he can defeat it. But then someone knocks on the door and he opens it, asking who it is. And with that, Li Chuan greets him in the most simply goes into the boy's house, with him wondering if he invited the guy. And Zoan questions what he's doing there, because the boy already said he's going to think about going to Twilight University. But Li Xian tells him to take a look at something, and when he picks it up, he says it's a secret document from Twilight University. And he tells Zhou En to read a part of it, saying that a dimensional creature from that zone has a visceral form. And he says that that type of creature appeared in the dimensional zone, which was recently discovered by Twilight University. And Zoan questions what's in it. And Li Xuan notices that the boy might be a little dumber than he thinks. And he wonders if he has any idea how rare this kind of companion beast is, or should he take a heart as an example. And if it is destroyed by someone, it can immediately replace the original heart. And it is the equivalent of having a second life. He asks the boy if he has any idea how many people are coveting it, saying that it is by far much more precious than any common companion beast. And Zoan, completely disinterested, says that it seems quite useful. And with that, Li Xuan wonders if he really understood. And the boy thinks that of course he understood, but he doesn't have the patience to care about it. And in that Lycon says that the dimensional zone is under the jurisdiction of Twilight University, so it's natural that only members from there can enter. And he says that when that news is officially published, the best students in the world will rush there. And he says that the problem is that the enrollment quota is limited. And Zoan thinks about it for a bit, but ends up agreeing to go to Twilight University, and says that she will try to avoid the two brothers. And Li Xuan is adding a pinch of salt to the wound, saying that he heard that the family is going to Twilight University too. And the boy is already starting to get scared. And Li Xuan asks if he is a little scared, but Wayne doesn't seem to want to show that he is scared, and simply takes out his cell phone saying that he is going to enroll. However, Li Xian just calls the boy, telling him to pack his bags, because he is going to Luyang with him now. Meanwhile, government agents find the security camera, and one of them sends his subordinate to look for the security video from Shanggu Street. And when they find it, they notice Zhou En in the recording and think that he must have contacted Dao Xian, telling them to find the boy now. And so, on the way, Zhou En thinks that to bypass the dimensional zones, the travel time has practically doubled. And he says that now that he has found a bottleneck in the game, continuing to play will only be a waste of blood. And he wonders what he will do if he can't play. And with that, the boy almost falls asleep, but wakes up saying that it will be a big problem if he falls asleep in the car and has another sleep paralysis. And with that, he wonders why he is dizzy, checking himself and asking if he has a fever, but then he remembers Dao Xin talking to him, saying that health is very important, and he thinks that he will have to moderate his game from now on. But still he starts cursing, remembering Dao Xin, and says that he will find a way to end his race. But then he feels a strange sensation coming from his pocket, and when he takes it, that Immortal Sutra is shining. And he finally reads the name of that technique. And in that one he notices that Li Chuan is also cultivating, and he doesn't think he will pay attention to him, and he thinks that cultivating there is not an idea. His nose is bored anyway, and he says that he will do it soon to kill time on the way. And so he begins to cultivate, and the technique enters his body, and he thinks that the Sutri, Lost Mortal, is gone, wondering if it was a dream. But when he closes his eyes, he sees all those hieroglyphs inside, and realizes that he finished reading the Lost Immortal Sutra. And so the technique begins to manifest, and his skill panel in the game ends up changing, and he notices that he can no longer use ascetic meditation after the panel changed. At first he wonders what kind of art and primordial energy that is. After all, with it he even exceeded the attribute limit by 9 points of the mortal stage, and thinks that he became strong anyway, apologizing to Jin and Daoxin. And so they arrive at their destination. And Li Xuan says that he has already arranged everything, so they will stay there until they go to college. And then the boy thinks he's a real bourgeois looking at that gigantic house. And then Zoyo asks if Li Xuan lives alone without any servants. And the boy says yes. And Zoan wonders if he cleans that mansion by himself. And then he gets a call talking about a new nightclub. And he says that of course he will, ordering the best one for him. And as soon as he hangs up, Zoan asks if he isn't tired of all that acting. He says that now his older brother wants to see him, so let it be so, and says he's going out, saying that he must be tired from the long trip, telling the boy to rest well. And then Zoan goes to the room, and starts training his punch, saying that the divine robust punch requires a great impulse, and he thinks it's hard to use the same way of delivering force as he does in the 1-inch punch. And he thinks he even tried, but the silver-winged ant stole his punch, and he says he'll need another technique to deal with that monster. And then he remembers the skeletal palm, and he thinks it's hard to use the same way of delivering force as he does in the 1-inch punch, but he also notices that the skeletal palm's rank is low, wondering if it will work. And so he tries, noticing that it takes less time to attack. And he thinks it's amazing because the skeletal palm technique is very compatible with his 1-inch punch. And so he tries to use both and keeps training. And he says it's a primordial energy skill, and he has already spent all his primordial energy. And with that he says he will try in the game. And by putting blood, he activates his avatar. And then he falls on top of a mutant robust ant. And he thinks that his primordial energy is running out. And he almost does, but he manages to dodge it by a hair's breadth, thinking that he has recovered some of that energy. And he is surprised, because he didn't imagine that the Lost Immortal Sutra increased his recovery. And then he uses the skeletal palm 1 punch again, He manages to quickly kill the ant, he gets an achievement, and the advanced skill Skeletal Palm evolves into the Grey Palm rank X skill. And he is surprised by this, but notices that that skill also consumes 5 points of primordial energy. So it must be as strong as the Divine Robust Punch. Then he says that the mutant Robust Ant is very weak, and he proposes to test that on the skeleton general. However, he says he forgot that he already killed him, and the way would be to reset the game to be reborn. And so he will have to face all those little skeletons after a while. And after killing all the little mobs, he thinks he is slowly getting used to the skeleton general's attack mode, until he thinks his chance has finally come and throws the Grey Palm at the monster's head, and manages to blow it up completely. And then, a while later, a girl arrives there, talking to him, and he wonders who she is. She questions why he is there alone, asking where the trash is. Look. And he says that the girl assumes that he must have gone out with those disgusting friends, saying that he is a scoundrel, saying that he always disappears when she needs help. And with that, Zoan wonders who she is. But the girl who is leaving turns back and grabs his arm, saying that she thinks he should be able to help her out. The boy wonders what's going on and tells her to let him go, saying that he doesn't even know the girl. And she says that he is Li Xuan's friend. Then she asks if he can't do a little favor for his older sister. He is surprised that she is Li Xuan's older sister, saying that Li Xuan helped him a lot, and he thinks about breaking it to her. But then he remembers that women don't give XP. And the girl asks what it was. He says it's nothing, saying that he's just going to get ready. And then she notices that he's still in his underwear and tells him to go quickly. And so, at Twilight University at the companion kissing arena, she takes him there, saying that they got to where they needed to be. And she tells Zoan not to worry, because he has nothing to do with it. He should just stay there, watching and cheering. And he agrees with the girl, not giving a damn and playing on her phone. And with that, she goes to what seems like a dispute. And the boy questions if Li Xuan didn't come, asking if he got scared. But she says that alone is enough. And she talks to Sumi, saying that they defeated the ancient mutant war steed together, and asks why she wants to keep the companion egg all to herself. And the girl says that it's because she gave the final blow. But the guy with her asks her to stop, saying that they have already agreed that the winner gets the companion egg. So she should save her breath, calling for them to go quickly, because he has more to do later. However, she asks if Gao Yang thinks she can't beat him. And the boy says he's a 4th year, and doesn't want anyone to talk about him bullying someone from the 2nd year. Then he says he brought a 2nd year to fight with her, and then a guy with a pretty bad face arrives, and she calls him Good Young. And Zoan looks at him and says he looks so fierce that it gives her the chills. So already in the arena he tells the girl to get in, and she really activates her aura, saying she's going all out. And with that, her friends tell Wei Young that she better leave it alone, because they're gonna give up on the egg, buddy. And with that, Zoan asks who this Gu Jiang guy is, and the girl next to him says he's known as the devil in college, because she heard that he defeated a 4th year who picked on him on his first day. And Zoan wonders if that big guy is strong. Then she wonders if she can win. And then another guy asks what the problem is, if she's afraid to face Good Young, makes the girl go after him, saying that he must be dreaming. But when she attacks him, the guy doesn't even move. She thinks he has an incredible defense, so she tries to attack again. But even with her several super fast attacks, the guy doesn't even move, so he grabs her leg and throws her face down on the ground with her face. And with that, he says that she's no match for him. And the already well-beaten girl starts coughing up blood. So the guy goes over there and simply applies Kazuma's gender equality and gives the girl a headbutt, attacking her from afar. And in that, he questions if she wants to continue. Then the girls say they're going to give up on the companion egg, saying they won't be able to do it. And then Lorena talks to Ayang, saying that the girls are going to give up on the companion egg. But she gets up anyway, saying she's going to win. But the guy comes back and once again applies the hammer of equality, throwing the girl to the ground, pressing her with his aura, and then says she lost. But then the girl gets up again wanting to continue, and the guy gets really going after her, wanting to give her the biggest punch possible. And Zoan starts to question why she's so stubborn, and stops the punch before reaching the girl. Then the 40-year-old military man who's in college asks who he is, and he says it's Zoan, saying he's just been admitted to Twilight University. And the crazy dread says that he'll be his partner soon, asking if he wants to act like a hero and save the girl, telling him to feel at ease. However, Wei Young says that it's too dangerous there, asking why he got involved, telling him to get down right away. Then he simply goes to the girl, grabs her and puts her in the back, saying that she's the one who should get down, saying that she needs to rest. But then she starts hitting his back, turning all red, telling him to put her down, saying that she's not one of his girls that he can carry around. But he still manages to get her out of the arena, and the girl keeps looking at him. But then Zoe says that she doesn't see the need to fight to the death, because no one can take responsibility if an accident happens. And then the retired soldier questions how they should fight. And Zoe says that they will take 3 steps. He will punch the guy, and if he retreats less than 3 steps, then he admits defeat. Then the old man says that if he doesn't want to die, he should go ahead, telling the boy to fall. And Zoan says that this is a punch, and it's actually quite strong, telling him to be careful. And then they question if Gu Dian agreed to that. And the girl notices that he will only lose if he walks backwards. But the guy next to her questions if she thinks Zoan has the advantage and that rule is unfair to Gu Dian. But he asks her to relax, because his primordial energy ability is the porcupine armor, obtained from the crystal of the sharp porcupine. And not only is he hard as steel, but he also has that horrible counterattack ability. Also, the porcupine armor has reached rank 9. And he says that the last person who challenged Gojang like that lost his arm. And he says that if Zoem thinks he has the advantage, he is definitely very wrong. And then the girl hits Jean, who starts to sweat. And after their hands are in contact, a gigantic explosion occurs, and Gu Jian goes flying backwards, and he goes much more than 3 steps, and Wei Yang is impressed, and Zhouan says that he won. And at that, Gu Jian surprisingly accepts that he lost and says that according to the rules he will ask someone to deliver. But at that, Lorena questions what he is talking about and why he should give them the egg, saying that the agreement was between the two and she did not agree and says that it does not count. But then the guy comes back and slaps him on the head, her face, saying that there is no doubt that they lost and he never goes back on his word. And then he talks to Zhouan, saying that he will remember him. Man, what an awesome extra. It's been a long time since I've seen an extra who has at least some honor. He came out as the villain, that villain who will remember the guy, but at least the crazy guy is honorable. I liked it. And then the girls who are left behind think Zoe is amazing, wondering if high school boys are that strong. And he asks what the name of the primordial energy ability he used is, and this boy doesn't know what to say, and Wei Yang gets his attention talking about the boy's hand, and he says that it's just a little injury, saying that it won't be a big deal as long as it stops bleeding. And he also says that she is much more injured than he is, and he tells her to go to the infirmary now, and she says she will, but he grabs her on his back again. And the girl starts to let her guard down a little, saying that she never imagined Li Chuan had a friend like that. Then he finally returns home, thinking that he wasted a lot of time, and he says that he can finally play. But then Li Chuan arrives breaking down the door, and he says that first he will explain why his sister broke down the door with a kick, and he didn't even open the game. But then Li Chuan goes to him, touching the boy's shoulder, asking if he remembers the dimensional zone he mentioned before, in short, asking if he is talking about the one that has a creature, that the companion form is of the visceral type. And Li Xian says yes, asking if he wants to go check with him. And after Li Xian call them or ask if they can go, because as far as he knows, they don't have access to the zones before starting college. But in that, Li Xuan tells the boy not to underestimate him, because his entrance is already guaranteed. So he starts to think all big. However, Zhouan doesn't even answer him. He demands it, and the boy just says he's awesome. And Li Xuan starts to get pissed, and tells him to sleep early, because they'll leave in the morning. And so the boy continues going to the room, looking at his companion beast. And before Li Chuan leaves the room, he calls him and asks what are the criteria to incubate a companion egg of a legendary creature in the mortal stage. And in that, Li Chuan asks if he is trying to incubate the legendary skeleton general, already warning Zhouan not to do such a stupid thing. And he tells the boy that it is necessary to have at least more than 10 points of primordial energy to incubate a legendary creature. And he says that the incubation begins by sucking primordial energy, and then the vitality and essence are consumed in its place. And basically when that happens, it is disability or death. And with that, Zhouan questions if he is saying that there are exceptions. And Li Chuan says that of course, saying that he himself is an exception, because he has a lot of vitality and essence because of his divine art of impregnable contact. And says that is why he can incubate some legendary creatures, even if they are in the mortal stage. However, he says that even he dies if it is a high-level one, which will consume more than he can handle. Telling Zhouan that he better give up, unless he's not afraid of death. However, already in his room, Zhouan thinks that he is not afraid of death in the game, saying that the problem is that he got the real-life companion egg. However, he thinks of something, saying that the cell phone unlocked a dungeon based on the real-life place. So, he points the cell phone's camera at the egg and it is sucked inside. The cat is happy because the egg went to its storage, and he is surprised that it is even possible to see the statistics, but he wonders what that fusion means. It is said that the mutant robust ant has been detected, and the fusion rate is 47%, asking if he wants to fuse with the companion egg, and so it fuses quickly. And he says that he did it because he is not able to incubate the skeleton general in any way with his primordial energy. And he says he's curious to see what the mutant robust ant will be like after fusing with the legendary companion egg. And after all that happens, he looks at the result, and it's a skeleton ant. Mutant, whose total strength is 10, with a speed of 9, constitution of 10, primordial energy of 9, whose talent displacement is the skeletal hole of rank 10. But he realizes that she's still in the mortal stage, even fusing with the legendary companion egg, but her strength and constitution increased to 10. She also has 3 new skills, and he thinks that maybe she can fight even the silver-winged ant, and he's going to put that to the test, ordering the skeletal ant to stand up. Then, she quickly goes after her, throwing some black webs in the direction of the winged ant, and she almost gets hit, but manages to dodge everything the other is throwing, and gets very close to Zhouan. However, he manages to dodge by appearing behind her to hit the ant's punch harder. But she manages to teleport quickly and hit him, killing him. And he's a little disappointed, but wonders if that was a primordial energy ability of the flight type. And he gets interested in it. So, the next morning outside, Zhouan gets worried, asking Li Chuan if he's sure they're gonna ride that thing. A gigantic wolf with a wise tooth. And the boy asks if it's not cool, saying that it's a legendary white tiger with jade eyes, which he suffered a lot to cover up. But at that, Zhouan says that it's too flashy, asking if he's not going to pretend anymore to fool his brother. But in that, Lycon says that he's not a guy who doesn't fight back after being attacked, and he says that he won't give up on anything he deserves. Then he calls Zhouan to leave, and they go on top of that thing. However, Zhouan thinks that going by car would be much more comfortable. And arriving at the place, they allow the two to enter, and inside, they find a huge structure. And Li Xian says that Luoyang is an ancient city that once was the capital of 13 Chinese dynasties, and since the dimensional storms, many dimensional zones have been formed underground. And here, A specific place is called the underground city of Buddha. And as soon as they enter the place, they hear several people selling various things. And Zoan asks Li Chuan if it really is a dimensional zone, as it looks more like the Rolo Fair. And Li Chuan says that the army exterminated the creatures on the outskirts, so people are safe at the entrance. The problem is that they are not selling anything good. But he asks the boy to relax, saying that he has an exploration map used internally by the army. And with that, Zoan wonders if there is something he can't get. As they walk, Li Chuan says that they have arrived, saying that what must be inside is the lotus pond, where the Buddha heart lotuses live. As Zoan walks, he notices something strange. Cole ends up discovering it by stepping on it. And when he points his cell phone, he finds an underground city once again, and realizes that that place has become a game trap too. And with that, Li Chuan asks him to stop taking pictures and follow him. And the boy keeps moving forward, until they arrive at a very beautiful greenish place. Then Li Chuan says that it is the Buddha heart lotus, whose companion shape is a heart. And Nasuzoan says that it seems difficult to reach them, asking why there are none growing on the riverbank. And he asks if it is not possible to swim. And Li Xian says no, saying that the water in that pond can even dissolve flesh. So anyone who enters ends up turning into a skeleton. And he says that they cannot get there. But then, a boy with angel wings appears next to them, saying that the only way to get there is to fly. And as soon as he comes face to face with the flower begins to attack. And he summons his sword, defending the attack, and activates the blue star sword and goes towards that flower. And with that, Zoan says it's really fast. And Li Xuan questions what all the fuss is about, saying that the Lu family is a very famous family of swordsmen. And Lu Xuan is not that great. However, seeing those wings, he thinks that it's really cool, saying that if he knew, he would have gotten a flying beast of the flight type. Then Zoan asks what about they go somewhere else, because there must be other creatures there. And Li Xuan says yes, but says that that area is so strange that it was listed by the army as dangerous and unknown. And Nasuzoan gets a little scared and asks what he's talking about. And the boy says that a lot of soldiers died while exploring that area and they weren't attacked by anything. They just died while walking. And on top of that, they all had multiple organ failure. And Li Chuan says that it's better for them not to risk their lives for adventures. And it's better for them not to act without thinking. And in that Zoan agrees. While they talk, that lake starts to move, and they both get scared, and from there comes out a gigantic flower with a terrifying face on it. Then they wonder what monster that is, and the monster starts to attack the little angel from Monica's gang who was flying around there. And he notices that things are going to get difficult, calling his beast companion to help him. But in that, the flower notices an opening and attacks him full on. And so the horse turns to ashes at the same moment, and the boy starts to fall. And with that, Zoan asks him to be careful as if it would do any good. And Li Xuan says that it's the end if he falls into the water. And with that, he quickly falls on top of a leaf, jumping out of danger quickly. And Li Xuan notices that he has the primordial energy ability of the lightness type, but he is very far from the shore. But while he speaks, he notices Zoan doing something strange crouching down. And the boy has his hand in the water, using his glove, and says that, as expected, the water can't run through his glove, because it seems to only corrode flesh. And with that, he starts to summon his guardian beast inside the lake. And Lycon questions him what he's doing. And the boy just says that he's going to save his life, while the other boy continues trying to survive at all costs. He thinks that there is nothing he can step on to gain momentum, almost falling into the lake. And so, to make matters worse, the flower still releases another ray on the boy. However, last Monday, Zoan's guardian beast comes out of that absurdly ugly lake, scaring the boy, but saving him from that lightning. After being saved, Ines manages to land on top of the skeletal ant and Zoan calls her. But as she turns to go back to the shore, all those flowers start attacking her. And this ant tries to get out of there as quickly as possible, bringing the boy to Zoan. And Lu Xuan is surprised that that companion beast belongs to the boy, asking his name, and in that he thanks him for saving his life. However, Zoan says it was nothing serious, but Luo Xin swears that he will repay the boy for what he did that day. As he leaves, the two stay behind just watching, and Li Xian is left speechless, asking the boy what that companion beast is. And he says it's a skeletal ant, and Li Chuan thinks that's really cool, saying that it's not only immune to water, but it can also resist the attack of that strange flower. Then he asks why he doesn't send his beast, to see if he can kill the flower, and it should drop something really good. But Owen looks at that thing a little in disbelief, saying that that flower doesn't look like a common Buddha heart lotus, because it must be another legendary creature. And he says that this isn't a game, and the skeletal ant can really die. And in that, he pulls it back, and Li Xuan asks what he's afraid of, saying that it's just a companion beast. They can win something much more valuable by killing that monster. But Owen speaks firmly to him, saying he's not a gambler. Then Li Xuan asks why he's so afraid, telling him to show him a little bit of his adventurous spirit. But Zoan puts his foot down and doesn't do what he wants. And they go back home, and he says that 2 steps were wasted and they didn't achieve anything. And he says that by the next day everyone should know about the giant lotus, and someone should be able to kill it. Then Zoan says he's going to his room, asking if Li Xuan can get him the map of the city of Buddha, because it might be useful to him someday. And he says it's no problem. But then Li Xuan wonders why the boy seems so happy. And with that, he goes to his room, puts blood on the screen, and summons himself there in the underground city. And then he notices that there are many wedding heart lotuses there, saying that there are so many that they even cover the water, making a path all the way to the shore. But he says that he didn't see the giant lotus, asking if it's hiding. But he thinks that doesn't matter, leaving with the skeletal ant to kill everything here. Meanwhile, that mutant lotus is bothered by a guy using a very angry gigantic zap along with some henchmen. And one of them wonders if that's the Buddha heart lotus that Lushuan mentioned, and says that it's too big, saying that it will definitely drop something good. And then they say that he really came prepared, because he even summoned his best companion beast, the golden-eyed hawk, or zap of the innermost spirit. And the guy gets all cocky, saying that that Buddha heart lotus is his. And in the game, the boy manages to destroy several flowers, and he says that he finally achieved something after many, and notice that they are skill crystals. And remember that Lushuan didn't mention what the Buddha heart lotus's primordial energy skill was like. But based on his attacks, it must be some kind of projectile skill. And when he uses that skill, he also absorbs it into the real world and says that the feeling is warm and very different from the pain he felt when he got the divine robust punch. And with that, his heart acquires the heart meditation skill. And he notices that it is a strengthening skill, and is curious to see what it does. So, he summons an hour and says that he didn't feel anything, he just felt very warm, and says that it is no wonder that Lushuan didn't mention the Buddha heart lotus's primordial energy skill. But then, he notices that this character received quite an attack, and notices that the boss in the Buddha heart lotus with the blood pattern has appeared. He is surprised that there really is that monster in the game, and so he calls the skeletal ant to beat that monster, and it jumps straight at the creature which tries to hit her, but the ant easily manages to tank it and the monster starts to try to escape. And Zoan orders the skeletal ant to kill him again. But when the ant gets too close, the flower opens its mouth, showing several fangs and teeth inside. And he thinks that it caught him. And he thinks that he can't go to the lake now without the skeletal ant. And he says that it doesn't matter because he can be reborn. And he wonders how about he go to the restricted area that Li Xian mentioned. And so he starts walking there. And he notices that that place is really strange, because he didn't encounter any monsters on the way. So when he gets there and it says that the area is restricted, it's right ahead. And he notices that that's the temple of Little Buddha. But when he sets foot in the place, he gets a huge game over. And realizing that he died, he wonders what happened and puts blood again to try again. But the same thing happens as soon as he steps inside the limit and dies once more. He says that when the avatar died, it felt like his internal organs had contracted. Yes, the Prota feels everything the avatar feels, as well as the combat sensation he got. And he notices that as Trash walks, this one doesn't have any injuries because the avatar died of multiple organ failure, and he says that's strange and realizes that's why the military is so helpless. But he decides not to think about it too much and he says he's going to sleep. And the next morning, Li Xian starts laughing out loud and says that as expected. Some couldn't wait as soon as they heard about that lotus from Buddha's heart, and went after him. He makes fun of what happened, and he says it's about that crazy guy who took the golden-eyed falcon from the legendary stage and tried to kill that lotus from Buddha's heart last night. But he starts laughing, saying that all the falcon's feathers were burned. Zoe thinks that if she had listened to the boy the day before, they would be the ones being made fun of now. He and Sean say that the news went viral on the college forum, and bets that students from all years will try to kill that giant lotus soon. And at that, Zoan questions if the military won't eliminate the lotus. He and Zoan talk about how the lotus may be powerful, but there are many students and military personnel capable of killing. And he says he doesn't think they'll intervene, since they haven't done anything so far. And the League has stipulated explicit terms that the military should not interfere if the monsters are below the danger level, unless there are special circumstances. And he says it's kind of a way to give more chances and resources to the younger generation. And with that, someone knocks on the door and Lushuan says he's going. Meanwhile, Zoan gets a call from his father, and his father asks if he's in Luoyang. And he says yes, asking what happened. And his father says that his beloved extra wool wants to meet him and invite him to lunch. But the boy says he's fine alone and doesn't want to get involved in his father's things. But then, Lycon yells at the boy saying he has a visitor, and he says he's going right away. And he tells his father that as long as he's happy, he shouldn't worry. But his father starts asking him to do him this favor, saying that Anjin volunteered to pick him up as soon as she found out. And then, Zoenji gets scared that she's coming to pick him up, and his father says yes, saying that he didn't even ask where he was, and she left very early. And so Zoe starts to have a bad feeling. Then when he looks ahead, he sees those hares that were there to pick him up, with her all grumpy looking at him. And at that, Lushuan is surprised because Zoan's father is the guy who set up Ouyang Lan, and he thinks he should have guessed because he has the same last name as him, so he must be close to the Yin family. But the boy says that only his father is, and he has no relationship with Zan. And at that, the girl gets really pissed, telling him that the driver is already waiting for him outside, telling him to go quickly. And he doesn't like that at all, saying that he doesn't want to have any relationship with those people after getting there. But he gets pissed because who would have thought that they would be the ones who would approach him? So he doesn't have many options but to follow the girl. And Lushuan understands it well, and he quietly follows her until the girl talks to him, asking if he practiced the art of solar bombardment. and he says that his father said he didn't give it to him. And then she questions if he thinks it's fake, and she keeps acting all tsundere, saying that he's lucky he didn't practice that since she gave it to him just to hurt him. And then he questions this angry brat, saying that whether it's fake or not, it doesn't matter. He's already learned the Lost Immortal Sutra, so he can't practice another primordial energy art anymore. And then the girl tells him to get in her car right away. Meanwhile, a camera records the two and a paparazzi catches everything, and they say somewhere else that they got Zoen's profile because he graduated from high school in Guide and came in second place there. And he was a very exceptional student. And she says that he's currently in Luoyang, saying that's why they couldn't find a guide in the province. And the man says that apparently he has no relationship with Jin Daoxin. And the girl says yes, but she found something quite interesting, saying that his father is Zolin Feng, the man who married the family's widow a while ago. And the man is surprised with this, saying that this is strange, asking why Yang would be interested in someone like him. And they wonder if he would be involved with the foreigners. And the woman says that Zolin Feng reached the legendary stage a few years ago, but he is too old to be accepted by the foreigners. And she even assumes that Yang Lan likes dependent guys like him. And at this the guy says that it is impossible because he can guarantee that Yang Lan is not that kind of woman. Talking about how the An family went into chaos because their former master died. And many big shots had their eyes on his properties, and he says that Auntie Anzolt was only 13 at the time and asks why she thinks no one has even managed to take a property from his hand, and says that someone as intelligent as her would never marry an incompetent. And says that, anyway, they must bring Zoen there first. And she understands that. And he says that the An family can't know about that. And even when he arrives, the girl tells him to get out of the car, and he notices that this is a very splendid place, and his father goes with his stepmother to welcome him, saying that he has wanted to meet him for a long time. His stepmother takes him to a luxurious banquet, who says that that lobster was delivered by airmail that morning, asking Jean if that isn't his favorite dish. And the girl says yes, all happy. But her mother says that today is Enser's day, her guest, so it's his turn to eat. And they put the lobster in front of the boy, while she gets very angry. And her stepmother goes to Zoen telling him that he can ignore her, because he is punishing her for having bullied the boy before. And as soon as he eats, he says that it tastes good. But he wonders what's going on, wondering if she is really Jean's mother. So at night, his stepmother says that he could actually stay there, saying that she is sure that they would live happily together. But he says that he refuses, saying that he needs to live on campus after classes start. And he is also living with a friend of his, saying that they get along well. And then he thinks that Jean will strangle him if he stays there. But then his stepmother hands him a card, and he asks what it is. And she says it's an access card to a single dorm at Twilight University. And Lin Feng told him that he prefers to live alone, so she prepared that gift without consulting him, telling him to accept. And then he says it would be good because if he has a room just for himself, he'll be able to play without being disturbed. But he asks how his father knew that he needed a single room. And so he finds himself thanking her and calling her ma'am. But she asks if she looks that old, telling him to just call her Lon. And then the boy begins to suspect that maybe all women are sensitive about age. And when he returns home, he realizes that, apparently, Li Xian thinks this is good because now he can play at will. And he goes straight to the game, entering the anthill dungeon, and starts killing them all, until he finds another companion egg, and notices that it is a robust and mutant ant. But he realizes that its attributes are much worse than the last one he caught. And so that winged ant attacks him again. But he manages to dodge it quickly, and he realizes that it came out of nowhere. And the ant keeps attacking him non-stop, and he says that he has to be patient and try to dodge its attacks, or he will be killed in an instant. And when the ant comes directly in front of him, he thinks he will have a chance. But on the contrary, the ant does not hit, and he says he needs to kill it once and for all in one attack. And when the ant gets some distance, it disappears in front of him. And the boy gets worried about this, but thinks that since he can't see it with his eyes, he'll feel it. And when it appears behind him, he puts his plan of predicting where it's going to land into practice and manages to hit the ant. It's thrown away, and he quickly goes close to it, hitting the ant again. Then it flies away, still alive, but quite damaged. And he goes after it once more, and starts beating it to death. And so he finally manages to destroy the ant, and gets a companion egg from it. And he's quite surprised by this, because he didn't think he would get a first-class companion egg with an animal like that. And the system asks if he wants to incubate it, or he wants to merge the mutant scaresick ant with a companion egg, saying that the fusion rate is 20%. And in that he says that this is strange, saying that the fusion rate is weird, realizing that they are both ants. But he wonders why the fusion rate between them was so low, even lower than it was with General Skeleton. And he thinks that if the incubation fails, he will have wasted a companion egg. And he is a little afraid to click yes, wondering if even if the incubation fails, he will not suffer damage in real life, and wonders if he should try, but he ends up clicking yes, saying that it is all or nothing. Then the incubation begins, and he notices that his primordial energy is being sucked. And so it goes directly to the egg, and he begins to be affected in real life. And he says that it feels like his back muscles are being shredded. And during the process he starts vomiting blood and realizes that this is a disaster, wondering how much blood that wasted that time will be. And after that he finally falls to the ground and his cell phone turns off. Then that release that he had read the other time starts to sing a part of it by itself. And he ends up waking up, and thinks that luckily for him, the pain he feels in real life is much less than in the game. Otherwise he would already be very dead. And he wonders if the incubation worked. And he logs into the game to check, saying that in the worst case scenario the companion egg disappeared, but then he realizes that it did incubate, and he realizes that this is great because with the silver-winged ant he will be able to fly, saying that this way he will be able to go see the lotus pond. When summoning the silver-winged ant, it appears almost like a tiny little bee, and he is a bit disappointed by this, wondering what the hell this is. Then he reads the ant's file completely and realizes that it is still a larva, but it is in the legendary stage. And he is a bit disappointed by this, but says that its attributes are terrible for a legendary creature, saying that it was much stronger when it tried to kill him. However, he thinks that it is actually cute. While he pets it, he hears a beep, and the system says that the ant is hungry, telling him to feed it now. But he is in doubt, wondering what that thing eats. And so the system gives him the option to feed the ant, asking what he wants to give it. He asks if it is the mutant starlet ant or the mutant robust ant from the companion egg. And in this boy he notices that this is what that thing eats, eggs and companion beasts. And he thinks that this is a disgrace. He asks who designed that shit, and he asks why he can't eat other monsters. And so the ant starts to act dumb, and he notices that he won't have much to do, giving her the companion egg, and says that it seems that he only solved the hunger problem, because it won't be easy to evolve her. Then he says that you can't count on a baby when it's time to fight. And he decides to take a look at her companion form then, and he notices that that is the companion form of the wings, noticing that they are very small, and says that the anthill is very spacious and he will test them there. But then the boy notices that he can fly very fast and says that they are very agile but that he can't fly very high, and he realizes that it makes sense now, saying that the king of low altitudes can only be agile when he flies low. And he also realizes that now that he flies, it's useless to keep killing those ants, so for him it's better to explore the depths of the cave. And he heads there, noticing that the tunnel is getting narrower, and there are more and more monsters, until they arrive at a place completely taken over by ants. And he wonders why there are so many of them there, and instead of being scared, he gets motivated, because he can fly. So he says that they won't be able to reach him, no matter how many there are. But then the ants form a hand, which ends up torching the proton on the ground. But he gets out of there using his gray one, and he manages to clean them all. And even when he goes through a wall, entering another room, he notices there in front of him a huge anthill, and from it come several black ants with air. And the boy ends up being killed, and he notices that only more die, which is interesting. But he thinks it's a shame because he can't get close to the anthill now. He'll have to wait until the silver-winged ant recovers its full form. And after all this time hold up playing, he remembers that he has to, and he opens the fridge looking for something, and notices that there's nothing in Li Xuan's house, realizing that he'll have to go for a walk. And when he goes out to buy something, some people who were watching notice that the target left Li Xuan's house, and is heading towards the main street, asking if they should capture him. But this time, that woman is in control of the operation. She says there are a lot of people there, remembering that Keel ordered the description, so they should leave it to her, while she gets all dolled up. And with that she gets in the boy's way, lifting part of her dress, saying that it's easy to deal with a little boy. You're playing dirty, aren't you, girl? You're playing dirty too, aren't you? Wow, using the hack is easy. While the boy walks around like a fool, she waits for him. And when he arrives, she throws herself on the floor pretending to have fallen, asking if he can help her. But Zoe, with all the refrigerator and calculator, walks right past without even looking at her. And she is surprised by this and starts calling the boy a virgin, asking how he dares to ignore her seduction, and says that it seems like he's gonna have to use his ace up his sleeve. And with that she starts running after him. He starts to think that it's easy to enter the lotus pond with wings, but he still needs to see if he can handle the Buddha heart lotus. And so the girl goes to Zoan and grabs his arm, asking why he's walking so fast. And he questions who she is, and she just says that she's lost and just got hurt, asking if he can help her. But she thinks that she just fell in front of him, asking how he can ignore her and still ask who she is. And with that, the girl simply says that she's gonna call the police, and the girl asks him to wait, saying that she just wants him to take her home. But with that, the boy simply runs away, saying that he's going to dinner, telling her to simply go look for someone else. That's it, guys. When the alms are too much, the saint gets suspicious. Not today, Joao Kleber. Not today. And with that, she gets her ego hurt, wondering if she's not more attractive than dinner. And with that, she says he asked for it, saying she's gonna knock him out and take him with her. And she attacks the boy. However, an explosion occurs, and with that she notices that he's no longer there, and he flies to a sign, realizing that she's one of the federal agents who were, and she says she underestimated that night, saying he seems very agile, and asks him to wait, because she's going to start taking this seriously. And with that he calls the police, saying he was attacked, and she thinks this is bullshit, saying her identity will be exposed if she attacks again, and it'll be problematic if her family finds out. And with that she turns to leave, saying that she will let him go this time, and he is surprised that she is leaving, but he is worried, wondering why a member of the federal wants to capture him, since he did not commit any crime. But when he thinks he realizes that maybe they think that the boy is an accomplice of Jin Daoxin. And with that, Zoan calls Li Xuan and tells him that it is a surprise, because she never thought that he would call her on his own. But Zoe gets straight to the point, asking him to find a private place, because he needs to tell the boy something important. Then Zoe tells Li Xuan that he met Jin and Daoxin, and the boy says that he is jealous, says that he also wanted to see a legend like him. And Mr. Zoan thinks he did the right thing by not telling him about the Lost Immortal Sutra, because if he knew he got involved with something from Jin Daoxin, he would be so excited that he wouldn't be able to control himself. And then, Li Xuan says that after hearing the details, he's sure that it's the work of the hyenas. And the boy doesn't really know what that is. So, Li Xuan says that it's a special federal organization. Their specialty is dealing with cases where the government can't get openly involved. He says that they're ruthless and will do anything to achieve their goals, without caring about the consequences. And that's why they're called hyenas. And Zoe notices that this seems like a pain, who asks Li Xuan if he can enroll him in college ahead of schedule. And the boy realizes that this was a pretty smart idea, saying that the hyenas, aka the Special Inspection Department, are powerful, but they can't openly break the law, and they'll be much more cautious at Twilight University. And he says that, in fact, Luyang is the Infamily's territory, and if he goes to live with them, not even the department leader can lay a finger on the boy. However, Zoan keeps putting her foot down, saying that she doesn't want to go to the A family, asking if he can take care of it. Then, Li Xuan says it's a piece of cake, saying that he'll also go to college early, saying that he'll ask his old man for help to solve the problem. Well, he should be able to solve it easily, and so Zoan thanks him, hanging up the call, realizing that he got himself into a big problem, saying that if he was strong enough, he wouldn't go through this. Then the inspection department, the leader, gives the girl a scolding, saying that he has already warned several times to be discreet. And he says that his superior called him a little while ago, asking how he's going to explain that situation to him. And the girl says that it's all her fault, because she underestimated his strength. But she says that she just needs another chance because she'll get it. And he gets pissed about it, saying that it's not so easy to get his hands on the Owens now, asking her to take a look at the book. And when she looks at it, he says that he asked his teacher to investigate the secrets of Owen Lang and the family. Asks her to read it, and when she sees it, she's in disbelief, asking if the vacancy that was mentioned there wasn't from Anjin, asking why the family gave the vacancy to Zoan, someone from outside. And in that he says that it may seem absurd, but the information from his teacher is always reliable. And he says that the family used the only chance to switch candidates in Zoan. And he starts to get irritated because from Indalcom to the family, all the clues point to Zoan. And he says that this is quite interesting. Meanwhile, the boy starts to sneeze because they are thinking about him, until he finally arrives in the city of Luoyang. And there he looks for the Four Seasons Garden, noticing that it must be the building in front of him. And when he gets there, he uses his card and gets a place to stay. And he is surprised that that place is so spacious, because the dormitory that Alan arranged for him is very good. And he says that this is the beginning of his new life, saying that he came to Luoyang in a hurry, so he ended up taking almost nothing except some clothes. And he says that he needs to go shopping. And so he looks at his cell phone and notices that there must be a store in the countryside. And when he leaves the room to go to the store, he bumps into Yoonji, asking if she lives upstairs. And she gets a little shaken, throwing a punch at the boy. Then he asks why she's mad, but decides to just pretend she didn't even see what happened. And already at the store location, he says it's strange, because according to the map, it should be there. And he starts to ask if he took the wrong turn, but he notices that the street is empty, and he starts to wonder if there would be anyone around, so he can give him directions. Then the cat, and he hears that, and he also hears someone talking to the cat, telling him to be a good boy like always. Then he says that voice is a little familiar, and when he turns around, he notices that there is a giant guy playing with the kittens, and he gets a little scared, realizing that he is Goodyear here. And when Goodyear sees that he has been seen, he drops the cat and goes to the boy, grabbing his shoulder, saying that he is in big trouble if he tells anyone. And with that, Zoan asks him to relax, saying that he is just looking for stores, asking if he knows where there are any. And the guy says that it is better for him to keep his mouth shut, saying that they are in the old campus, telling him to go the other way. He will find guards. They can show him the way, and he says that it is better for him not to mess with those cats if he wants to stay alive. So, when he leaves there, Zoan starts petting the cats and says that after the dimensional zones, humans can make contracts with creatures from other universes, and they are more obedient and have magical powers. And most people don't care about weak pets like cats and dogs anymore. And they were completely forgotten in society. And he didn't expect that tough guy could be so kind. And already at home, the boy dies again, and he wonders what happened because he has no idea. And so he puts blood again and starts playing. And detail that the protagonist is getting more and more muscular and masculine with each passing chapter. And it must have only been 2 months since the manhwa started. So entering the game, he says that one thing is certain. There is some kind of mysterious force. Where is it? And the little Buddha temple that can kill anyone who takes a step. And he says it's strange. Well, he tried several times to get close to the little Buddha temple, but he died every time, without even a warning. He says that when he flew without touching the ground, he ended up dead as soon as he entered the area. And he claims that he tried everything, wondering if there really is nothing he can do. And he says that since it's a game, there must be a limit no matter how difficult it is, and even the skeleton general and the winged ant. being very strong, and he still found a way to finish them off. Only this time, he's dying without even a sign. However, he starts to think, saying that this situation doesn't even look like a boy fight. It's more like a door that he can't enter without the key, and he thinks that maybe, if he wants to enter the little Buddha temple, he needs to find the corresponding key. But he thinks that in the underground city of Buddha, he can only explore the Lotus Lake at the moment, and there is nothing there. Then he remembers heart meditation, and tries to use it, saying that it is the skill he acquired in the underground city of Buddha. But heart meditation does not increase attack and defense speed, and still requires a consumption of primordial energy to remain in gold. And so he starts walking while using that thing, thinking that it only has one possible functionality. And when he touches the area, he notices that he did not die, noticing that it was really that, and says that it is excellent. Well, in this case, he will be able to investigate the little Buddha temple, but his primordial energy goes down like water, and he ends up dying. And he starts to give net, saying that just now, his primordial energy consumption was too fast. And so he takes another bite of his finger and summons his avatar, saying that in this case he will run at full speed. But things continue the same way with him dying in the middle of the way. And he says that his speed is not fast enough to reach the small Buddha temple. But then he thinks about using the silver-winged ant, but when he uses it, he ends up dying anyway because the speed was increased, but it consumed even more primordial energy to maintain both. And he notices that it is impossible to pass through that area with the ranked set heart meditation. So he better get a higher ranking one. And he thinks about exploring the Lotus Lake once more to see if he can find something. But then Li Xuan calls him, and the boy answers with the greatest arrogance. He asks what kind of stupid voice is that, asking the boy to go to the Lotus Lake to see the show. Then he asks what's going on. And Li Xuan, looking at my sister fixing the problem, says that he'll know when he gets there. And so Yang Jin and Yang Li come face to face and start gossiping about the girl, saying that she reached the legendary stage before enrolling, and says that it's no wonder that Anglier said he wanted to kill the Buddha Heart Lotus as a gift for her. Then the girl looks at that, telling him not to waste his time with those boring things, because she doesn't need any gift, and says that besides, he can't kill that mutant lotus. Then he stays behind all desolate, and Li Xuan is impressed by her boldness, while the others find out the name of that monster, saying that the family must have investigated him, and they notice that Yang Li probably really wants to win over Angie, and that's why he's doing all this. But then Li Xian says that the Yang family might be famous, but it doesn't even come close to the Yan family. After all, his family's business depends on hers, and Anjin will never be interested in the boy, and Mianto agrees with him, saying that only he can gain her interest. But he tells Mianto to be quiet, saying that he's not interested in Anjin, saying that, after all, a man shouldn't covet his friend's sister. Oh, if I told you what Zoan did to your sister, but I won't tell you. I won't say anything. And then Wayne questions the lewdness, and he called him just because of that. And the boy says that his sister has an admirer. Then he asks that of course he should come take a look. Zoe notices that the crazy guy definitely likes the confusion, and Yenli starts to get irritated, saying that she doesn't seem to trust him at all, saying that after he hunts Buddha's heart lotus, she should accept his gift. But the girl simply says that his promise is meaningless. And then... determined to end this quickly, sending her 2 eagles directly at the flower. But the flower counters every attack launched at her, and the boy thinks that this is a child's trick, ordering the eagles to do another combined attack. And Mianto notices that her feathers are immune to blood erosion, and says that it's no wonder they're at the legendary stage, and maybe Buddha's heart. But then Zoan says that it's not that simple, saying that the battle isn't over yet, and with that the flower starts to get scratched and gets even more pissed off, blooming and showing its true form, and those bizarre eyes it has start to get irritated and vascularized. And with that, Yang Li notices that he's furious, and says that, in theory, most plant-type creatures have a weak constitution, but that lotus is completely different. So he starts trying to attack, wanting to see if the monster will hold up, attacking with fire this time, throwing his golden claws at the monster. But then the lotus starts to generate blood around it, and Yang Li notes that it even has the defensive ability of primordial energy. But it seems that the blood shield can only defend attacks around him, and says that he just needs to keep him busy like he is doing, and have the other eagle attack from above. Zoan notices what he is about to do and shouts at him that it is a trap. As he does this, the monster opens its mouth again and swallows his eagle completely, only releasing a rout after devouring the monster, and everyone is amazed that Yan Li has lost one of his precious eagles. And he is in disbelief, ordering his other eagle to go back. And he realizes that he lost, and he goes to Zoan saying that he knew he could not defeat the lotus from the beginning, asking how he knew. Then the boy gets in a bad situation. But Mianto goes there saying that of course he knew, saying that Zoan came second in the Eagle City combat test. But Yan Li starts to disregard this information, and Mianto questions what was so funny, saying that it seems like he didn't even care about losing the silver-eyed eagle, saying that if it were him, he would have already dug a hole and hidden. Then Yang Li says that he's curious to see how the guy who came in second can kill the lotus, and starts to get irritated with Zhoan. But Miao 2 steps in and talks too much, saying that this is too much for him, but asks why the boy would tell him, asking if he's stupid or if he's pretending. Then Zoe notices that things are getting weird, so Angel goes to him quickly and asks if the boy is sure he can kill that Lotus. And he looks at her and thinks he hates to admit it, but he couldn't kill Lotus in the game. Besides, the real-life Lotus showed a skill that hasn't appeared in a game yet, and she keeps looking at him. He closes his fist, and Yenli starts to get irritated, asking if he's scared, because it seems like the only thing he knows how to do is talk. But then Li Xian asks how about they try together, and Yenli starts to get scared, saying that he didn't imagine that the famous playboy of the Li family would get involved, and he says that not even Bismarck of the Golden Eyes could do it, and says that they must be daydreaming. But even so, he says that it's okay, proposing to see what will happen, and everyone joins in, and they wonder why Mienta can't keep that mouth shut. But Owen says that it's useless to blame the boy now, saying that they should discuss the plan first, since they accepted the challenge. He says that he couldn't kill Lotto alone in the game, but it will be much easier with the three of them. And he says that, in particular, Li Xian has two legendary creatures and maybe they can win. And he says that now the only problem is how to enter the Lotus Lake, saying that they can't depend on the skeletal formula and he can't protect the three of them during the battle. But at this, Dishwan says that, in fact, he has been looking for companion eggs of flying creatures, ever since the appearance of that Lotus, but they are so rare that he only found the celestial snail, which can barely fly. And Zoan is impressed with the snail that can fly, noting that that thing is certainly not that reliable, and Mianto asks to leave it with him, summoning his companion, a gigantic turtle that looks more like Ben XS Humongosaur, and that thing falls into the water, making a platform for them, and Lichuan notices that turtle, with draconic scales, saying that he thought that Zoan's was already quite rare, but he also got one, in the mortal stage, and the boy is all happy about it. And they all climb on that thing, and Mianto tells them to focus on the fight, while he goes to control the turtle with draconic scales to help them. And so the two summon their companion beasts, and Zoan jumps on top of the monster summoning his ant, and Lichuan in turn begins to summon his armor, and everyone is surprised that it is also a legendary creature, wondering if that is really the third-party loving son of the family. And he completes his summoning by assuming that really cool armor, and he shouts to Zoan that this time they can do it. And Nizian and Lia remain on dry land dying of envy, saying that if he had the resources of the En or Lia family, he would be able to do something. And Anjin just watches from afar, and Zoan notices Lichuan having some difficulty in the sky, and tells Larinho that the celestial snail's flight ability is not stable, and he needs to keep an eye on Lichuan, not letting him fall into the water. And so the two of them leave, and when they go up to Lotus, he starts spitting on all of them. Zoe orders the skeletal ant to stand up to defend the attacks, and so she does, standing in front of all of them. And with that, Lichuan has room to get close and launch his attack, and the Lotus even tries to stop his attack, but Lichuan's cuts through her attack and goes straight to the beast's eyes. Then the skeletal ant also takes the opportunity to attack, using its piercing hole to raise thorns and hurt the Lotus. And she starts to get pissed off, spinning around again. Then Zoan notices that it's that move again, because she's trying to make them attack from above. But Li Xian thinks they don't need to do that, saying they'll finish him off. Then he raises his sword and makes a pretty badass pose, summoning an aura on the weapon. Then that aura transforms into something gigantic, making the Lotus start to get scared. Then he opens himself again, summoning a hurricane from within that mouth full of teeth. Then Zoan just watches that, while Lichuan remains still and motionless, being pulled forward. But in that he manages to fully summon his technique, raising his sword and making the cut, and after performing the technique, he starts to fall from above, and while he is heading towards he notices that there is a frog hiding in the heart of the Lotus, and that frog attacks him as he falls. While the trash is about to be hit, Zoom is active to come in with the robust punch, taking the attack away from his friend, deflecting it towards that flying snail. Zoan orders Mientu to get Lichuan, saying that he will get rid of the frog, and the boy confirms that he will be fine. Then Zoan jumps directly from his ant to that frog, and the frog tries to throw him on the way, but the boy manages to dodge it while still in the air, and the frog starts to get nervous, and Zoan finishes him off with just one punch. But when he looks back, he sees Lichuan still falling, and he notices that Mientu betrayed him, and the boy tells him not to blame him. And see, in this scene, Anjin was getting ready to act. But then she notices that Zoan managed to save her friend before he touched the water. And Lichuan notices that he saved her again. Then Mientu says that this is impossible, asking why he was hiding it from his companion again. And Zoan says that it's not his style to take the lead and volunteer for them, saying that he's a bad actor. Then Lichuan goes there and punches Miento in the face, asking why. And Miento says that Lichuan can't defeat him, saying that the people around him have already been bought by his brother, Li Mo Bai. And with that, he starts using his aura to undo that turtle, calling them to die together. That the two notice that the floor where they are is giving way. But as they fall, a ball of water appears around them. Yang Jin summons the spirit that seems to be from the water to save the two boys. And with that, already in the investigation office, they tell the two that their information is enough telling them to go. And when they leave, Li Xuan asks if he is that bad, because one after another, everyone around him wants to kill him. Then Zoan asks what he did to his brother, and asks why he's trying so hard to kill him, and he says that Limobai and him are practically strangers, ever since his other brother died, and his brother is busy dealing with the family business with an old man, while he lives doing whatever he wants. And with that, Zoan questions why he's trying to kill him, even though he's not competing with him for the family business. So he asks about the business, saying that it's because of that, after all they wouldn't have gotten to this point if it was just that. Then Zoe questions what it is, and at that Lich Man stops and asks them to go, saying that that's not the best place to have this conversation. And arriving home, Zoan asks why he's drinking in his dorm, and Li Xuan doesn't even answer, asking if he knows the difference between creatures of different stages. Speaking of mortal, legendary, epic, and mythical, and he says that the higher the stage, the bigger the gap. And he says that in the last one the gap is unreachable. Then he says that considering this kind of gap, how does Zoan think humans managed to kill the first mythical creature? He asks what Li Xuan means, asking if it's not recorded in the books. And he says that after 3 days and 3 nights, the 6 epic heroes of the Federation finally killed him. But Li Xuan says that's nonsense, saying that they were facing the biggest gap in strength possible. And even without epic heroes they wouldn't be able to do it, let alone 6. He says that, however, the real reason they were able to kill a mythical creature was that they had mythical companion beasts as well. And at that Zoe asks him to wait, saying that it doesn't make sense, asking how they would get a mythical beast before killing a mythical creature. And at that Li Xuan says it was a blessing, saying that someone offered the 6 heroes the key to killing mystical creatures. And he says it was the larva of a mythical creature. Then Zoan questions about this blessing, wondering if it isn't just an unfounded legend. But Li Xian says that the Federation created a department at the highest level to take care of the affairs of the 6 heroes, but most people don't know about it. And he says that this department arranges specific humans to obtain a qualification, just like the 6 zeros had. And with that Zoan starts to wonder if this blessing thing is even real, but wonders why Li Xian is telling him this, until he connects the dots and asks if Li Xian was chosen. And he says that was exactly it, saying that the old man nominated him for the only qualifying spot for the blessing for his family. And he says that the only way for him to mob and take that spot is for him to kill. Dude, but like, I don't want to say anything, but if he needs to be compatible, maybe if Limobai kills him, it will be for nothing, right? Because if he is not compatible, it will be of no use. And so, the next morning, Li Xian continues sleeping while Zhouan goes to play. And he remembers Li Xian telling the boy to be careful, because he ruined his brother's plans more than once, and he must already be aware of him, and the boy thinks, who needs to get stronger as quickly as possible. So the system tells him that the winged ant is hungry again, and he starts to get irritated, wondering if the ant has any idea how much an egg costs with a companion. But he thinks he'll have to feed it for it to evolve, and he says he has no other choice because he will have to grind more in the dungeons. And so all the ants start to get scared, and already at college, some students watch the video of the Li Xuan fight, realizing that he has 3 legendary creatures, even though he is only in the mortal stage. And I also noticed that Zoe wasn't bad at all for support, as her actions were very fast. And in this they say it's a shame, because if their teammate hadn't extracted it, they could have destroyed the Lotus Core. Meanwhile, the girls start to fangirl over Li Xuan, saying he was really hot, asking Wei Yang if she can take them to her brother. Meanwhile, she continues watching the video, but her focus is on someone else. They have this thing about not laying a hand on their friend's sister. I think it's just going to be with you, huh? Just for you. And now, in the Special Investigations Department, they say that Zoan dodged the saboteur's attack, poisonous, and killed him with a single punch, and that Redhead says that he would hardly be able to do that with only his physical abilities, but she saw no traces in his movement of the use of some primordial energy. And in this she says that, then, he must have practiced some extraordinary primordial energy art. But she says that the information says that Zoan practiced ascetic meditation, which is common, and she can't be that explosive. Then, her superior says that it's true, saying that at least while he was in the guide city, saying that he only glanced at the island that day, but he's sure that his skin showed a slight jade glow, which confirms the ascetic meditation. But he says that this characteristic has completely disappeared now, and at that the Redhead questions if he thinks that Zoan stopped practicing ascetic meditation after years of practice, but questions who would give him a high-level primordial energy art. Then he says that it would be either the Infamily or Jin and Daoshin. Meanwhile, Daoshin realizes that the influence of the Lost Immortal Sutra on him is weakening, and notices that that boy is really using. And the superior says that he met with his stepmother Alanta in a short time, so there's no way he could have trained in that period. And the Redhead realizes that then, ruling out the Infamily, it can only be Daoshin. And with that he orders Lisa to accuse Zhouan of being Daoshin's accomplice, and to request the interdistrict arrest warrant. And he says that they should get some information from Zhouan. And with that she picks up the order, thinking about Zhouan, saying that she will personally deal with him this time. Wow, but she's obsessed. The guy creates a triplex in this woman's head. And with that, she asks her superior if the Infamily will protect Zhouan at the university. And he tells her not to worry, because as long as they have a warrant for his arrest, they have no reason to protect him from federal laws. He says that, besides, and Chenju and Njing cause trouble for him, which shows that they do not approve of the change in the qualification spot. And he thinks that they, in fact, never wanted to protect him. Meanwhile, the little angel remains at the boy's door, remembering when his mother gave his qualification to Zoan. And she tells his mother that the boy is very talented, but talent alone is far from being enough to achieve anything. She asks if his mother saw that a small defeat made him addicted to games. And with that she speaks to her daughter, saying that this has already been decided, and she will not discuss it anymore. She just asks the boy to wait, saying that she will prove that he is better than Zoan. And with that, when she was gonna knock on the boy's door, he opens it first and comes out, seeing that she was there. And with that she says that the art of solar bombardment is true, telling him to stay calm and practice. Then he gets suspicious, wondering why she's bringing it up again, saying that even if he wanted to practice, he won't be able to, because he's already learned the Lost Sutra Mortal. And with that she questions if he doesn't believe her, telling him to show the flash drive to Mr. so that he'll help her check it out. And with that he doesn't know what to say, and asks Aranjan why she gave him the art of solar bombardment. And she says that of course it was to prove that she's better than him, asking if he wasn't upset when she defeated him in Guide High School. However, he says that he wasn't at all, saying that, in fact, he even admires her. And she starts to show off her nakedness, saying that he defeated her publicly, asking if he doesn't want to get revenge on her, saying that she saw his skills at the Lotus Lake, and he'll reach the legendary stage after practicing the art of solar bombardment for 3 months, and she'll wait until then so they can fight again. Zoe asks if she can give up, saying that she'd rather admit defeat right there, but she comes back all irritated, saying that he should fight her, and says it's unbelievable, wondering why her mother chose this guy. And with that she lets him go, saying that no matter what, he should let her know if he needs primordial energy crystals to practice, wanting to basically be his sugar mommy, and says she won't go easy on him this time. And the boy stays behind, wondering why a talented girl, recognized by the Federation, who reached the legendary stage at 13, insists on fighting him. And in this he can't understand and starts to take out the trash left by the distant Li Xuan, and after that he goes back to fighting the lotuses, until finally his aunt gets a companion egg from the lotus. He remembers that Li Xuan said, "Lotus companion heart is very useful," but he receives a notification saying that the silver-winged ant is starving, so that it will disappear soon, so he must feed it in 12 hours, and he realizes that there will be no other way, giving the egg to the ant, and so it begins to evolve. He hopes that this time it will get a little bigger, but then it still stays small, and he says that that little thing ate 2 mortal companion eggs, but it's still lava, and he wonders if it's because the mortal companion eggs are less useful for legendary creatures, but he remembers that it's hard to get a legendary companion egg, since even using the skeleton general it will be very difficult to get one because of the drop rate, and he decides to lie down thinking that Anjin is also a problem, saying that of course he wants to reach the legendary stage in 3 months, but because of the lost immortal Sutra, he can't practice the art of solar bombardment, and Sutra's way of advancing is still unknown. So he thinks this is a pain until someone knocks on his door, and when he answers he notices that Gao Yang asks what happened, and he says that he went there to apologize, and he starts to question himself what he wants. And he says that what happened was no big deal, but he wants to apologize for what he did, questioning if the boy wants to leave the past in the past. Then he extends his hand to Zoan, but he says it's okay, saying he's playing, closing the door in the boy's face. But then he says that there's actually something else. He's sending the boy out and telling Haifeng that he brought him, and then he starts attacking him at the same time, and Zoan says that he doesn't need to do that, saying that if he wants to fight he should just talk. And Haifeng says that he's extraordinarily calm and perceptive, and he was right about him. Then he undoes the attack, saying that he's sorry for his pertinence, introducing himself as Rue Haifeng, saying that he wants to invite him to join his group, so they can kill the Buddha heart lotus with the blood pattern together. Then Zoan asks why him, and Haifeng says that he studied the video of the battle against the lotus, and says that Li Chuan had a brilliant performance, but it was his orders and judgment that were more crucial. And Haifeng says that there is no shortage of people stronger than Li Xuan in the college. What impressed him was his analysis and observation, saying that he managed to anticipate Li Xuan's position and deal with a poisonous frog with perfect timing. And he says that if it weren't for his colleague's betrayal, he believes that they would have managed to destroy the Lotus Core in the end. And he says that he doesn't need to enter the Lotus Lake like he did last time because he can give the orders for them to control their companion beasts, asking what the boy thinks. And at that Zoan says that he has no interest, saying to himself that he prefers to think about the way to defeat the boss in the game instead of guiding a bunch of arrogant veterans, saying that no matter what, he already knows almost everything about the Lotus, and he should be able to kill him sooner or later. And then Dread asks Zoan to think it over, saying that Haifeng is at the legendary stage with the other two, saying that it doesn't hurt him to join them, and besides, he'll come out ahead. But Fen apologizes again, saying that he's really not interested. And then Dread says that if it wasn't a request from Haifeng, he wouldn't even bother talking to him. And then Haifeng tells him to wait, tells him not to refuse so quickly, because he should tell him his price and he'll do his best to meet it. Then he says he wants an egg with a legendary sieve, and Ines from Dreadsir is asking what he's talking about. And Zolfian says he wants to join the group on the condition that he deals with the legendary companion, and the boy's Ines tells Zolfian to push his luck, starting to bark in front of him. But the boy says it's up to him whether they'll give it to him or not, saying that he's just saying his price. And then Haifeng holds him back, asking if there's any requirement for the type. But Owen says no, saying that he's just going to feed his final companion beast. And then he throws an egg into the boy's hand, asking if everything's okay now. And then he notices that he just got a legendary turkey egg for free. And then he makes a deal with him, And then the little dragon gets scared because he gave the flaming toxic bee's turkey egg out of nowhere, and asks if Rafen trusts Zoan so much, and he says he can't explain why, but he feels he's special from what he saw in the battle video, because it's as if he's already fought Lotus before. And Dread is surprised, but the boy tells him to let it go, telling him to just think of it as insurance in case of failure. And with that, Zoem, for the first time, summons this ant with wings in the real world, and notices that it's very small, and gives it the egg, which makes it very happy. And after eating it, it evolved. And after the evolution, it comes out much more imposing with the stinger in its tail. And Zoen notices that it has fused with the attributes of the flaming toxic bee. And he wonders if the mutation works, because they're both insects. And with that, he notices that it has improved a lot. The speed and primordial energy almost exceeded the limits of a legendary creature. And he notices this magical stinger that fires an ultra-fast energy stinger that can penetrate the target, which is a long-range skill.
And he thinks this is perfect.
Because with this attribute, she will definitely be able to defeat the blood pattern Buddha Heart Lotus. So he drips his blood on the cell phone again, and appears inside the game. Then he sends his ant on top of the lotus. And the lotus starts to attack it quickly, but the ant appears near its eye very quickly, and it goes back into the water hide. And the ant notices this and waits for it flying over until the lotus comes out from inside, wanting to bite it, but the ant is faster and manages to ran away, and so she uses the instant advance of the silver wings, getting close to him. But then the monster creates a dome around him, and starts to wonder what is happening as she continues hitting the dome. Then the ant manages to break that protection, also cutting part of the lotus. And so he decides to appeal, showing that frog that was inside, which spits poison at the ant again. But still she manages to dodge and uses her stinger to throw at the frog and kill it instantly. And after managing to kill it, she hits it again, wanting to aim at the base of the flower. But when it explodes, a purple cloud appears in the place. And seeing that purple cloud, the ant stays away. And Zoen notices that it was a big explosion, thinks that the magic stinger can't be that strong. Asks if Lotus's heart with a blood pattern exploded before he died. He says that in this situation, even if something was dropped, it must have fallen into the water. But then the ant comes back with a crystal in its mouth, and the boy notices that it took the dimensional crystal, and says that this was excellent, saying that the primordial energy ability of the blood heart lotus can only be the key to enter the temple. And so he absorbs it and starts to feel a lot of heat in the real world, and thinks that this will be the key. So his original ability, heart meditation, evolves into blood meditation. And after receiving this ability, he needs to take off his clothes because he almost gets dehydrated, and activates blood meditation, saying that, as expected, the speed of consumption of the primordial energy of blood meditation is much lower than that of heart meditation, and it should last him half an hour now. And he says that with this now he can explore the temple of the little Buddha. And so he goes there to the dungeon with his little doll, and says that heart meditation and blood meditation have a similar effect of resisting the force of that. As he continues walking calmly, he reaches the door of the temple of the little Buddha, and he says that he doesn't know if there is any powerful dimensional creature there or not. But then he goes inside, thinking it's strange because there is no dimensional creature there. And in it he sees a monument with several things written, and he realizes that it is the Sutra of the Small Perfection of Wisdom. And they say that after the dimensional storms, a Buddhist found the Sutra of the Great Perfection of Wisdom, and he says that it is one of the two famous arts to reach the epic stage. Then he realizes that the one of the small perfection must be a variant. Then all that text starts to unravel and enters the boy's head. He starts to feel his head hurting, wondering what's going on. And after feeling this sharp pain, the pressure simply disappears. And the boy says that the Lost Immortal Sutra has just slowed down, and the pressure is gone. And he claims to feel no discomfort when he reads the inscription. And he says that this Lost Immortal Sutra is all mysterious. And so he notices that half of his primordial energy has been used up, but he hasn't even entered the Buddhist hall yet. So he says that he can't waste any more time there. And he goes to the hall and enters there. And there he finds a rather strange statue and notices that it is a three-faced Buddha, asking if this exists in Buddhism. But then he ends up dying for no reason again. He says that it seems that there are some rules to enter there as well. He says that now, he really admires those explorers of the past who gained power by risking their lives. And he says that even with the help of blood meditation, there is still no method to enter the Buddhist hall, but he did not see any dimensional creatures there. So the key to the entrance can only have some relation to a stone monument. And he realizes that what is written on the monument is undoubtedly a primordial energy art, but he cannot cultivate another art because of the Lost Immortal Sutra, and so he goes back to the game, saying that the only way is to memorize that sutra. So he starts memorizing, and he thinks that the sutra may be long, but it is not as difficult to memorize as the Lost Immortal Sutra. And so he begins to notice that the path of this primordial energy circulation has changed, and he thinks it's because of the Small Perfection Sutra of Wisdom that he just memorized. He finds this strange, since he hasn't even practiced the art yet, but his primordial energy is circulating automatically according to what he read. However, he decides not to think about it anymore and to solve it when he wakes up. And let me tell you, this crazy guy is suffering from the same illness as the protagonist. He's getting stronger overnight. This is strange. And while he's sleeping, that sutra starts to be summoned on the boy's back, without him knowing. And when he wakes up, he goes to take a shower and notices that his skin is falling apart, and he wonders if this is the effect of that and this another. And when he gets out of the shower, he logs into the game and goes to see his statistics and is surprised, trapped by his primordial energy art not having been replaced. But he realizes that his constitution has surpassed the limit of 10 and increased to 11. And he says that he can only feel that the small perfection of wisdom is circulating in his body. And so he has a reality check, activating both at the same time, and realizes that he can alternate the circulation path of his primordial energy with the lost immortal insult, realizing that he has mastered both arts. But most of his primordial energy arts are different in nature, and it is very rare to find someone who can use two arts. He says that, in addition, the more advanced and complex they are, the more difficult it is for them to coexist. And so the cell phone begins to vibrate, and Haifeng says that they are already at the lotus pond, asking where the boy is. And so he realizes that he ended up forgetting. And when he gets there, he starts using all of them as if they were Pokemon, ordering the people on the team to do what they should do before that poisonous frog hatches again. And that's how it is. Open that ball. He asks everyone to step back at least 20 meters. But then one of them starts stamping his foot, asking if they shouldn't deliver the final blow. So he tells him to get out of the way or he'll kill him, ordering his birds to go up, unleashing their storm of blood feathers. But when he gets close enough, that same explosion that happened in the game happens in real life, and his monster is completely obliterated. And Zoan says that she is not to blame for the death of his blood body, so he will not reward her. And with that, the guy says that he does not because he was very reckless. And the girl says that Zoan is amazing. And so, two teachers go to the place, asking if Zoan was assigned to her class, saying that Anfei certainly found a talented student. And she realizes that, apparently, Zoan already knew that the Buddha Heart Lotus was going to explode, and says that the military of the Western District lost 5 legendary companion beasts to kill that creature. And the teacher asks if she didn't say that he has a relationship with the Anna family, so he must have gotten the information from them. But she says that Angel and her brother do not get along with him, so they would not give any information without reason. And he asks if that professor can do him a favor, saying that they need to know more about him. And already in the game, in the underground Lotus Lagoon dungeon, Zoe finds her ant while facing that frog, which releases several black attacks, and then the ant manages to dodge them all, until he uses his magical light stinger to attack the frog and finally defeat it. Izoan says that it's easy to kill the boss now, that he knows the Lotus's attack pattern and has the silver-winged ant's ability. In news, he ends up noticing that he got a companion egg of the Buddha Heart Lotus with a blood pattern, and he notices that the attributes are not so bad for a legendary creature, only that the Royal Lotus had several terrifying abilities. So here he is quite weak, since he only has one, and he says that it's very risky to incubate. Besides, it's quite possible that a larva might still come out, so he wonders what about doing a fusion. But when he sees the fusion success rate of 1.6 or 3%, he says that the fusion rate is very low, and wonders why he doesn't just say that it can't be fused. And then he ends up noticing that it's possible to feed the silver-winged ant with an egg, and he's surprised that it's possible to feed it even though it's not hungry, wondering if it'll continue evolving. And so he tests it, but it turns out that the ant doesn't have any changes, and he wonders why it needed to eat to evolve. And so he goes to the little Buddha temple, and when he gets there he ends up going in, and notices that this time he'll be able to safely enter the Buddhist hall by circling the Sutta of the perfection of small wisdom. And he says that looking at the statue closely, it looks even more bizarre, wondering who that is. But then the statue starts to move, causing dirt to fall from above it. And with that, the markings appear underneath Zoan. He wonders if he's going to have an instant death again. But with that, several yellow spheres appear around him. He notices that it's a companion egg. Asking if he's shit that day, and he notices that the attributes related to that egg can't be accessed. And since he can't see the attributes, he decides to just choose the random one. Thus, the mythical companion egg, Truth Hearer, is obtained. And so, the automatic incubation begins. And he gets really pissed, because he hasn't even confirmed anything. And he says that the truth is that mythical creatures are very powerful in the dimensional realm. But the problem is that he almost died incubating a legendary creature. So, how is he going to incubate an egg with a mythical pine tree? And so, the time comes for the beast to start coming after him. And he gets really pissed because he's going to be the first guy to die playing. But Nilsson, a while later, he's lying on the ground, wondering if he's still alive, wondering if he didn't incubate the mystical egg, saying that, apparently, he lost some blood and all of his primordial energy. But then, a monk appears on top of him, and he notices that Truth Hearer, wondering if that's a mythical creature that can destroy the whole world. And so, when he looks at the monsters file, he notices that the Truth Hearer ended up becoming the mortal stage. And the strength is 11, is speed 11, constitution 11, and primordial energy 11 as well. The abilities are clear hearing, indestructible golden body, evil warding, 9 extremispheres, and as a companion, an earring. He swims that he is a mortal creature with all the attributes, in addition to the normal 4 abilities, and he realizes that the creature is already so strong and is only in the mortal stage. Then he says that he was saying that it was mythical before, and he wonders what the evolvable means, questioning if he will evolve like the silver-winged ant. And he talks about the Truth Hearer, the golden dog of Botsava, Kitsgarva. And he says that this dog could hear everything on Earth and in the sky. And on the journey to the west, the truth hearer managed to differentiate the real Monkey King and the six-eared monkey, while many gods could not. And he says that he looks very different than he thought. And so he asks the truth hearer to transform into his companion form. And he goes to the boy's ear, transforming into an earring. And quickly the boy's primordial energy begins to circulate. And he notices that his hearing has improved a lot, until he hears the Anjin's voice in his room, feeling pain or something strange for some reason. He feels that he is feeling perverted and keeps spying on girls. And he thinks it is better to forget what he heard. But he ends up noticing that the girl is saying that it hurts a lot. And he goes to her room, asking if everything is okay. And he says he can't leave that skill active. Otherwise it's going to be a pain. And when he knocks on her door, there's no answer. And he wonders if something really happened to the girl. And he steps back, putting a doorbell on the door, trying to open it. But the door has special security. And the girl inside wonders how he heard her, saying that she doesn't want him to see her in that deplorable state. But the girl knocks on the door so much that it starts to get deformed, and so he stops and she thinks he must have left. But then he comes in through the window and the girl is all surprised, and he asks, and then she asks how he came in through the window, and he says he thought she was in danger because she wasn't answering him and says he's going to call a doctor. But she asks him not to do that, saying that she's been through this several times and she'll be fine soon. And he thinks about it for a bit, asking if she has cramps. But then she attacks something in his head, asking what he's talking about, and throws the boy outside. Then he starts to wonder if he was mistaken. And the angel inside starts to get shy, calling him an idiot. In defense of my brother Zoen, there's no other way to think. But since she's a bit stressed and Aunt Sandra is a bit crazy, she played crazy and thinks she's right. And then, a while later, Proto starts to make a good meal and wonders if the jelly beans can help him recover soon. And those jelly beans refer to a Chinese juju that has health benefits such as blood replacement. And then his phone ends up ringing, and when he answers it, it's his friend saying that the new semester starts that day, and the clubs are looking for new members, and the boy asks him to take a walk around campus, but he says he won't join a club. But then the boy tells him because he wants to start a club from scratch and he'll help him evolve really fast, asking if Zoen is up for it, but he says he's not interested, thinking that he'll evolve faster than him in the game. But then the boy asks him not to be a bore, because he heard that they need a team to complete most of the college tasks, and they won't need to look for another one if they have their own team. And he tells the boy that no one wanted to start a team with them in the practical test, asking if the boy wants that to happen again. So Zoen thinks for a moment and says okay, but remember that you can't start a club with two people. And the boy says that's why they need to go for a walk. And already on the college campus, a lot of people are there, and Zoen notices that the place is crowded. So his friend calls him, asking why he's carrying a bag, and he says that it's goji tea with jujubes and that it helps replenish blood, asking if the boy wants some, but he says that that tea is too concentrated. At that moment, his friend's sister talks to Zoen, saying that since he's there, why doesn't he join the Oyang club, saying that they have a lot of hotties pointing at her actress. But at that moment, the boy talks to Wei Yong, saying that Joen is going to join his club, asking if she's trying to attract him with women, saying it's a low blow. But Joen notices that he's the one who's drooling. But Joen apologizes to the girl, saying that she already promised to join his club. She says that it's okay, saying that she hopes that their club can collaborate, and they can complete future tasks together. And the boy agrees with her, saying that of course. Then he makes fun of her because he just rejected a club of kittens. And he tells his friend to stop joking around, asking if they're not going to start a club, asking what he's waiting for, saying that all the freshmen are joining the other clubs. But he says that they can't do anything. After all, freshmen have to wait for a month before signing up for a new club. Not to mention that it takes 5 members, and they're not qualified to create one yet. But then Zoe asks why they're there. Then the boy says that of course it's to check out the hotties. And at that his mother gets pissed. But then, some faces from the past end up appearing in front of the boy, and they say that they didn't expect to see Zoen there. Then he notices that they were admitted to the university here later, saying that it's a coincidence. Then his friend asks who the hottie is, and he says that she's a Rahi fan. They studied at the same school. And at that the boy questions why he doesn't know her. And Zoe says that he didn't even attend a day of high school. And he tells the girl that they both are planning to start a club, asking if she wants to join. And she says that everything is fine from here. And he says that they can only apply in a month. And if she can't wait, that's fine. But the girl says she'll wait. And she goes to Zoen and bows to him, apologizing for the team's problem with the entrance exam. And she says that if he hadn't been able to take the exam because of her, she would be very sad. And her friend starts asking if she enrolled in Twilight University because of Zoen. And he says that it's okay, saying that it wasn't her fault. And with that, the other one says that's it, they had no choice at the time. And he promises that this will never happen again. And Li Xian says that since they know each other, they shouldn't be so formal. And it's getting late, so they're gonna go back, because they need to prepare for the real combat test tomorrow. And then Zoran asks about this test, asking if they're going to the city of Buddha, And the boy says that of course not, because the city of Buddha is a newly discovered place and has several unknown dangers, so the college won't let the freshmen take risks. And Hoshi says that, based on past years, they'll choose one of the 4-dimensional zones that are already controlled, and they only need to kill a dimensional creature to pass the test. And the more they kill, the more points they get. Then Zoe asks how she knows that, and she asks if he hasn't taken a look at the university's dimensional forum. The boy starts to think about this forum, saying that it was created by the Federation to facilitate and encourage people to exchange information about the dimensional zones, and it is not necessary to use real data for registration, and both military and civilians post content freely. And he ended up forgetting about it because he did not get involved with complex dimensional zones. High school guide, and he says that he did not imagine that everyone from Twilight University would exchange information on the dimensional forum. And he says that apparently he should soon get used to using this forum. But then, someone talks to him, asking if he is also a special admission student who lives in that building. He questions Kim and says, looking around he does not see anyone. Then the girl says that she is right below him, and he says that Zoe lives on the 2nd floor. The girl says that she just moved there, saying that she is in Lu, and he is also from special admission, and says that the boy can call him Lu, and she lives on the 1st floor, saying that they're going to be neighbors from now on. Then he disappears from her sight, and closes the door, leaving the girl behind, talking to herself, and she realizes that he's a pretty strange neighbor. The guy really takes the idea that women don't give XP to heart, and once at his house he starts analyzing the forum, and notices that it's a giant platform, but there's no real name in the registry, and says that the Federation isn't afraid of criminals or enemies getting information through the forum. And he says that not only that, there's also a system that provides abundant rewards. The dimensional points obtained on the forum can be exchanged for various resources in the store, and he says that the way to earn dimensional points is to post on the forum. And he says that first you can earn from the hits on common publications, but you can only earn a few dimensional points that way, even if you have more than 10,000 users reading your publication. And says that it is possible to earn more points by posting paid content, basically an OnlyFans, and he says that the content of the paid publication is unlimited and the authors can decide the price they want. But because of the anonymity of the dimensional forum, users are afraid of being deceived, so they prefer the payments of famous writers. Additionally, the league and colleges also publish strategies as paid content, but they only cost a few points. And he starts to wonder what kind of post he should post, until you can decide what the first post you will make will be. Man, this protagonist is not the same as the one from the beginning of the manhwa. Neither here nor in China. He looks completely different. Arriving at the teacher's room, she starts to analyze everything the freshmen are posting, and says that they need to suffer a little, but as she scrolls through the timeline, she notices something that catches her attention, talking about the strategy of the small Buddha temple, where the price to read is 20,000 dimensional points, asking how that person knows about the small Buddha temple. And it says that the Buddha temple's intermediaries were closed, prohibited area. Not to mention they blocked all relevant news as well, that even most teachers do not know the name of the temple. And she says that person just registered their account and made their first publication as paid content worth 20,000 points, asking if he's trying to trick people with a fake account. But she says that if the person knows the name of the Buddha temple, if it's true, it will clearly reduce the military casualties in the exploration. And so, she complies with the information. He says that it's possible to resist the strange force in front of the temple, consuming the primordial energy to keep the heart meditation of the Buddha Heart Lotus dimensional crystal activated. The higher the crystal's ranking, the longer it lasts. And he leaves a warning not to enter the Buddhist hall. She starts asking about this heart meditation, and notices that the primordial energy skill is useless, and no one wants to practice it even if it's given for free, and she wonders if she was tricked. But then in the game, in the dungeon, in the ancient imperial city, and he says that this guy is one of the 5 emperors of prehistory representing the god of fire. And they say that the Ebo Tower is the Fire God Star Observatory. So it's also called the Fire God's Tower. But the boy says that, according to the history books, the Fire God's Tower should be outside the old guide city to the southwest. But he wonders why in the game it's inside the old city. And then he starts to notice that something is flying from the tower towards him. And he and the ant are almost hit, and it passes by him quickly, turning and coming back towards them, trying to hit the ant once more, but it manages to escape with an instant advance of its silver wings. Aizoan notices that it is once again coming towards him, so he starts to summon his gray palm, facing that attack head-on. However, that bird of flames passes through the boy's attack, and he begins to wonder if he missed, because he feels like he attacked the air. Ends up being hit, and in that he needs to take his poison again to bring his doll back, and already in the game he continues to run away from that attack, and thinks that the king of low altitudes is too agile, but he can't fly very high, so he can't see what's in. What's that? In other words, he goes after whoever is closest to the Eboa Tower first. So he says it's going to be Eska, undoing his companion form and moving away from his ant. And when the bird tries to hit him, Ant's the magical stinger of light, He notices that the attack works on the firebird, but he wonders why the notification of killing a creature didn't appear. But he decides to let it go and just go up to take a look. But as he goes up, this time 2 birds appear, and he wonders why they are still there. So he asks the silver-winged ant to attract the firebirds, and she goes ahead, getting rid of them and taking the 2 away. And he says that now he will finally be able to get up there. But more and more birds start to come down. He wonders if this will never end, but since he is at least there, he will have to see what is up there. So he uses his Grey Palm attack to launch himself into the air, and be able to see what is going on up there. And when he gets there, he notices a word and a kind of whirlwind of fire, but ends up being hit. And so he receives a game over. But he can remember the symbol he saw, which means Imperial. So he wonders what that could be. And he remembers that speaking of the dungeon, it must have been created based on the ancient True Guide City. But it's called Ancient Imperial City in the game, and he says that there was no notification of death after he killed the firebirds. And it's all maybe because they are summoned by some kind of primordial energy ability, and the creatures are already a pain in the ass, and he doesn't even want to imagine who summoned them. And in this one he says that there must be a lot of secrets in the Tower of the Fire God, but he has no means to explore it now, and so he notices that he obtained 40,000 dimensional points in one go, noticing that 2 people bought this item, and says that it's very easy to make money. He notices a direct message, where he asks if they can talk about the small Buddha temple. And then the teacher, who is the one who sent that message, becomes apprehensive about whether the person who posted that text will respond to her or not. Then she remembers when she received a call from her superior, who said that they tested it, saying that cardiac meditation holds up. There really is the mysterious power of the small Buddha temple, and she says that it is great, but questions who the SFDG poison is, asking how the author of the publication knows this information. Then the guy says that the problem has not been solved yet. Then she asks what happened, and the guy says that the key is the art of primordial energy on the stone tablet in front of the temple. Then she smiles, and she says that she remembers well, there are other similar things in other areas. And she says that, according to rumors, whoever practices the art of primordial energy on the stone tablet gains mysterious powers. But the superior says that it is more complicated. There is something strange about the Small Perfection Sutra of wisdom on the tablet, saying that some volunteers tried to memorize the inscription, but they all died. And so, the teacher is completely terrified, and the man says that something is necessary to practice the Small Perfection of Wisdom Sutra. And he talks to Miss Wang, asking her to get more information from the author of the publication. And so Zoan decides to answer her, and she gets anxious, asking if he knows the Small Perfection of Wisdom Sutra. And he says yes. Then Wang gets excited, saying that this person knows everything about the small Buddha temple. So she sends another message, asking if he knows how to practice the Small Perfection of Wisdom Sutra, saying that she will pay whatever is necessary for this information. But he himself does not know how to practice. He says that thinking about it, the headache almost killed him when he read the inscription for the first time, and he almost fell unconscious. So he says that what eased that pain was the Lost Immortal Sutra. But then he remembers that, saying that he can't tell. So he closes the message box, and the next day Li Xiong finds the boy already at school. But he's totally sick and taking that horrible punch from him, and Mr. Xiong tells him to control himself and get out of that 5-on-1 habit, but the boy gets pissed because he stayed up all night trying to explore the deep area of the anthill, but it was all in vain, and the evolved silver-winged ant manages to overwhelm and even kill the black ants. But the skeletal ant and he are still too weak, and he's not strong enough to fight there. Meanwhile, Miss Wang Fei arrives in the class, saying that she will be the instructor there, and she says that her name literally means king's concubine, but while she does, after the presentation, she thinks to herself that she is dead, because she spent the whole night waiting for the answer from that mysterious person. Li Xian talks to Mrs. Tuong, asking who her king is, also asking if he is one of the candidates. But she says that of course, if he can pass his tests and graduate, and says that now she will inform him about the entrance exam. And she orders them to kill a demonized general in the Jalaludiger Gorge. Within 10 days, they can form a group of up to 4 students. And Zone thinks about this demonized general, and she says that they need to finish this task within a minute and a half. Otherwise, they will be expelled from college. And everyone is surprised by these crazy demands of hers, and starts complaining to her that this is too catchy, and they're still in the mortal stage. But she says that they just have to take it seriously. That 10 days will be enough, and she says that from now on, they will be allowed to enter the Tiger Cage Gorge for the next 10 days, and she hopes to see them again after that period. And Li Xian thinks about this demonized general, and Zhouan wonders if it's hard to defeat them, but Lich Wan says that the Tiger Cage Gorge used to be an ancient battlefield, so the creatures there have become quite powerful. And among the legendary creatures, the demonized generals are above average, and it's said that some special demonized generals have even reached the top of the legendary stage. And she says that since most of the freshmen are in the mortal stage, this test is quite tough for them. But Zhouan says there's nothing they can do, and they need to go to the Tiger Jala Gorge to take a look. And so, already in the teacher's office, they talk to Miss Wang, saying that she doesn't think it's appropriate to use the previous test for the special admission students, since they're only in the mortal stage. But she tells them to relax, saying that she's already posted the details of the demonized generals on the dimensional forum, and they just have to study and they won't have any trouble passing the exam. And she says she's not forcing them to drop out of college. She just wants them to be more humble. After all, what they'll face in the future is more dangerous than this. And she's thinking of a pretty badass dragon that looks like it's going to end the whole world. Meanwhile, they arrive at the portal and the two are checked, allowed to enter, and so they appear in the Tiger Jailer Gorge immediately. Then he starts to notice several monsters down there, and Shen wonders why they are all demonized soldiers, and asks Zoin if they should go deeper to find a demonized general. But he says not to risk his life, because he knows almost nothing about that place, and he can't save his life all the time. And at that Li Xian says that he is very cautious, but Zhong'en says that he will take a look around. And he says that he managed to find the palm symbol in the underground city of Buddha, and in the ancient city of Gia, so that place must have one too. And so he actually manages to find it, and he says he knew there would be one. Then he points his cell phone and ends up getting another instance. Meanwhile, people fight against the demonized soldiers. And Li Chuan notes that they only need 2 in the mortal stage to deal with a demonized soldier. And those creatures don't seem that powerful, that Zoin is too cautious, because even if something happens, they can run away immediately. Then Zoin tells them to go back, with a very happy face looking at Li Xuan, who doesn't understand anything, saying that the boy seems very happy. But Wen says he's not. But inside he celebrates that he can finally explore a new dungeon. And when he returns home, he goes to the forum and says as expected, there are detailed strategies to fight against the demonized general. Already betting on the forum, Mrs. Tuong didn't go hard on them. And he reads that a certain strategy is only valid for common demonized generals, and she tells them to pay attention because they must stay away from the special ones with a word written on their helmet, and he thinks about that warning at the end of the publication, special ones, noticing that Li Xian also mentioned this special demonized general, but he thinks it doesn't matter because he has already finished reading the strategy. And so he enters the place, jumping from up there and landing near the demonized soldiers, which he kills easily. And he remembers that it was said that the demonized soldiers have a superior constitution to other common mortal creatures. But they still can't go beyond their stage, and at that he realizes that it will be easy, but other soldiers appear to try to attack him, but they are quickly killed by his aunt, and so he continues on his way, killing several of them. As he makes his killing path, he wonders if he will find one of those mysterious demonized generals with word engravings. But after defeating another one of those soldiers, the general finally appears sitting down, looking at the boy, and Zoin notices that the general has the word paper on his helmet, and he thinks it's the demonized general that Miss Wang mentioned, and with that he sends his aunt towards the general, and he gets up, grabbing his trident and climbing on top of something he summons. And with that he goes against the ant trying to attack it, but it manages to get out of the way, and so he starts to pay attention as it flies behind him, but it manages to hit his shoulder with its attack, and the general starts to circulate his primordial energy, healing himself quickly. And with that he raises his trident, summoning more flames, and Zoin thinks that the silver-winged ant can fly, and it's not easy to hit it. However, the general jumps off the horse where he was and goes straight for the ant. Zoin already notices that he's screwing up, wondering if he's trying to jump to reach that distance. And with that, he summons a black ball on his, and that black ball brings the ant to the general's reach. Then he can kill it easily. And Zoen's questions what skill that is, because the silver-winged ant was pulled close to him in the blink of an eye. And after killing the ant, it becomes very easy, with the general piercing Zoen's body and killing him in an instant. And then, the boy gets scared and notices that that general is very strong, thinking that now he wants to get one. The crazy guy is the Pokemon master, idiot, he sees anything and wants to enslave it. And then he thinks that the attributes of the silver-winged ant are first-rate among legendary creatures, especially its speed. However, it ended up being defeated by the demonized general just now, and he fears that that demonized general has reached the top of the legendary stadium, and so he sends his little doll there again to try one more time and starts flying over everything and notices that the demonized general from last time has disappeared in Nino. He gets a side cut while he's there, and he realizes that there's another general there, but not a demonized general with a word engraving. And he notices that he was unlucky that a common one appeared this time, and so he summons the ant and manages to defeat it. And he says that what looks like the demonized generals might be at the legendary stage too, but they're much weaker than the one with the word engraving, and he gets a level 15 dimensional crystal, noting that he was unlucky because he's already reached the upper limit of the attributes, so it won't go up at all even if he says he'll go ahead to take a look. As he continues, he finds a building, and he wonders if it's that Tiger Jailer Canyon, and he thinks that there aren't any troublesome enemies along the way. And he never thought it would be so simple. And then, a light shines at the top of the top, and he ends up getting an arrow in the middle of the chest, and he wonders what the hell that was and who killed him in the dark. Then he summons this character again, and says he couldn't even see the trajectory of the arrow. And judging by the sound, he knows that it came from inside the gorge. And in that case, he'll just have to cross as fast as possible. And so he uses the instant dash of the silver wings, but ends up getting shot once again. and realizes that he can't dodge even with the speed of the instant dash of the silver wings. He notices that it's better to research more information about the Tiger Ice Eye Gorge. As he researches, he notices that there's a lot of information, but very little of it describes the situation inside the gorge. And he says that some teams of experts in the epic stage tried to cross the gorge, but they all failed in the end. So, the area within 2.100 kilometers of the gorge was forbidden to teachers and ordinary students. And he says that he has even less information about the demonized general with the word engraving. And on the forum, there was only news that a very powerful demonized general appeared near the canyon occasionally, and apparently he'll have to find a way to get through. And then that mythical creature of his starts barking at him being summoned. And he says that he already understood, saying that he's going to hunt food for him and the silver-winged ant. He says that first he'll have to go to other dungeons to find food for him before resetting, and he says that he's almost exhausted from raising him, since the boy even has to find food for his pet, looking like he's his father, and in that he ends up getting bitten and gets very pissed with this new companion creature. And back at the canyon, some students face one of those normal demonized generals. So, Wong says that a few days have passed and the other students have already started trying to pass the exam, but Owen and Li Xuan haven't come to Tiger Jail Gorge since the first day. And the boy continues playing at home calmly and gets a dimensional crystal. He says that he didn't imagine that the drop rate of skill crystals would be so low, since he obtained several companion eggs, which he is giving to his pets with the utmost nerve. So he absorbs that skill and starts to feel a little pain in his body, but he wonders if he didn't feel any agonizing pain in the absorption, because his constitution must have already reached level 11. So he obtains a new skill, Lotus Flower Buddha Body rank 9. And he wonders if this is a defensive skill, and wants to test it right away, putting the skill into practice, but he realizes that his spiritual energy is falling, and he ends up not being able to maintain it. And he notices that this skill constantly consumes his primordial energy, and he cannot use it for a long time. He wonders what his defensive ability must be like, and he soon thinks about testing it in the game. And when he gets there, he comes face to face with a demonic general and some soldiers, and he manages to repel the attacks easily with the Buddha body of the lotus flower, even defending himself from the attack of one of the generals. And he says that the primordial energy ability of the demonized general can destroy the body, but the power of the ability is greatly weakened. And he says that lastly, he goes to see if she can block that arrow, but his little doll ends up being killed instantly, and he notices that the Buddha body of the sludge flower is a primordial energy skill at the legendary stage, but the arrow destroyed it very easily, and he says that it seems that the archer in the gorge is at least above the legendary stage, and given his current strength, it's better to stay away from the Tiger Jail Gorge. And so he is reborn once more, finding that demonized general with the word engraving. However, when he turns around completely, he realizes that this one is different from the last one, because the last one had paper on his forehead and this one has a blade, which would be rock, paper, scissors. Meanwhile, one of the police officers who is after Zoen arrives at Twilight University, and the superior says that he has already obtained the arrest warrant. Interdistrict, and she can act now, and tells her not to alert the family, ordering Zoe to be arrested as quickly as possible, and so she complies with the order. And then, with the university director, he asks if he can ask what his student did for the special inspection department to come and arrest him personally. And she tells him not to worry, as she only intends to ask a few questions that won't hurt him, but he says that he's already heard a lot about her. And if he lets him take her at will, he fears Zoen will be traumatized even if she survives. Then she notices that the old man won't want to hand over Zoen, and she makes a motion to the man behind her to deliver a package, and when he delivers it, she tells the director to act, to let him know what it is, and asks if he wants to break the law, and he realizes that it is a interdistrict prison. He does not believe that they even used that mandate to arrest a student. While Izzo enters the house playing calmly, still facing that general. And when he finally comes face to face with the general trying to hit him, he is shot, but manages to get out of the way with the help of the silver ant's wings. Then he tries to throw the gray palm at the general, but he just installs his finger, throwing an upward skill that cuts the boy in half. So he gets a game over and realizes that the general is using his hand like a blade, and the skill that demonized general used is different from the one used by the previous one. And so he notices the three and says that the word in his head is blade, and the previous one was paper, and he wonders if the next one would have the word stone engraved on its head. He says that he can't even defeat the demonized general on paper, but maybe he can avoid the energy of the demonized general's blade using the instant advance of the silver wings. And he says that stopping to think about the fight now, he would have more chance of winning if he had left the companion form and the silver-winged ant, and he could join forces to discover the demonized general's weak point. And besides, she could have used the magic stinger of light. And with that, there's a knock on his door, and he wonders who came to see him now. And when he opens it, that same man, who was with Redhead, appears, and he asks if the boy is Zoen, asking him to go to the director's office, and so the boy becomes a little suspicious. Meanwhile, Anjin looks from his window at what's happening, noticing that it's quite strange and wondering where Zoan is being taken. And with that, he continues following that man as he walks nearby. He says that there are fewer and fewer people around. Then he tells the man to stop, saying that they will leave the college that way, and it doesn't look like they are going to the principal's office. Then that woman appears, saying that he is very alert, and then he notices what is happening, but it is too late because the woman appears next to him, punching the boy in the stomach, and he bleeds, falling to his knees. And she says that they met again, and she says that she will get information about Jin Daoxin from him little by little. And he says that he knew that woman came because of Jin Daoxin. He says he doesn't know who he is, and she should at least show some proof if she's going to arrest him. And she's surprised he can stand up, since her punch must have left him without the strength to get up, since he's only in the mortal stage. And she says they'll talk about proof after they take the boy with them. So she orders her subordinate to arrest him. Then he asks what will happen if he chooses to resist. And she says she'll cut off his leg and then take him. So she tells him to just give up and come with them. But while the subordinate tries to grab the boy's neck, he uses the instant advance of his silver wings to disappear from there. So he's left wondering what happened. And she notices that that's a primordial energy ability of the flight type, ordering her subordinate to find him, because he can't have gone far. And so she notices that he's in the woods, going after the boy, and he says that that woman must have decided that he's in collusion with Jin Daoxin, and she won't listen to anything he says. Besides, Jin Daoxin gave him the Lost Mortal Sutri, and if they capture him, they can easily forge evidence. And with that, he's grazed. His abdomen is almost pierced, and he starts to fall, being chased by a hand that comes out of the ground. And he notices that they've already caught up. And with that, he turns quickly, kicking that hand, throwing her down, and rips off her shirt, saying that this won't work. And he thinks that the two of them are at the legendary stage and he'll be captured sooner or later if he keeps running. But then he wonders what will happen if he goes to the underground city of Buddha at the entrance and says that maybe he can lose him. And so he goes to the underground city of Buddha, and when he gets there he keeps running from the two, and she is already quite pissed because if it weren't for the stupid soldier who just stopped to check identity, they would have already caught the boy. The subordinate starts to say that they can't waste time, because if the family notices in time, things will get really bad. And she says that she already knows, attacking the boy once more. However, Zoan barely manages to defend herself from all the attacks, receiving light cuts on her body. And finally he escapes with his flying ability from another rain of attacks, flying over her, and she notices that it's those wings again, and realizes that it must be a companion beast in the legendary stage. But she thinks he's running out of primordial energy. And the boy is really tired, but notices that his goal is right in front of him and starts running, activating heart meditation and jumping over that barrier. Then she tells him that he's not going anywhere, but she can't reach the boy because he throws himself off the stairs, falling inside. And so she realizes that it's a forbidden area, and says that even a student like him dared to enter. So why would they be afraid? And when she enters, she asks why he stopped running. But he asks if she's talking to him because they're the ones who will die if they take one more step. And so she sends her subordinate, telling him to stop bluffing. And the boy points his finger, making a little gun at him, and fires an imaginary shot, making the soldier fall dead right in front of him. And she gets scared of that, noticing that he's already dead, and asks what the hell he did. And he says he warned her, asking if she wants to be hit too. And he acts strange because she wasn't affected by the zone. And she starts using a primordial energy art, summoning a saint or an angel without a head. And she says she understands, saying that there's something strange in that area. And that's why he came there. And seeing that stand behind the woman, he gets a little impressed, noticing that it's the headless angel. And she says that, from what they say, that headless angel was a nun who lost her head when she became an angel. It's a very famous dimensional creature in the Western Federation, and even the entire Federation recognizes its high status. And it may not have a high firepower, but it has a very special protection. And that is the immune to evil constitution, and it makes its master immune to all types of curses and evils. And it is one of the most powerful companion beasts. And with that, it tells Zoan to accept his fate while pulling 2 rapiers on the boy, and he wonders how the headless angel became her companion beast, wondering if she did something she shouldn't. And with that he saws his fists, getting quite pissed, and summons several spikes on top of her, using the piercing hole. So he summons his aunt and says that if he goes deeper, he will reach the Buddhist hall, and if the Buddha of 3, if they cannot stop its advance, then it will be his end. So she wonders where he's going, destroying all those stone pillars he created, attacking the boy once more. Then he gets more and more worried, and she says that he's only in the mortal stage. But even so, he keeps advancing. And the ant goes up but ends up being killed. And the woman questions if he really thinks he can defeat her, because he's in the legendary stage. And so he goes up to the Buddha, and getting there, he's all defeated. And she says that there's no escape anymore, telling him to say goodbye to his legs. But when she steps into the temple, the headless goddess's protection ends up breaking. Then the Buddha attacks her, taking damage that reduces all the woman's swagger. Zoen tells the deity Akala that this was incredible, and gets up, noticing that she must be seriously injured, and so he summons his ant again, ordering it to attack the enemy while she is weakened. And the ant uses the magical sting of light, but the woman manages to get involved in another of her companion beasts, protecting herself from the attack and running away from there. And he gets desperate after all she escaped, and already out of his reach. She is all broken and tells Zoen to just wait, because when she tells him that he killed the Federation officer, even the infamily won't be able to do anything. But then, someone appears in front of her pointing a gun at the woman's head, tells Lisa that they are there for her, and so she notices that it is Kaylee, the anti-Ansel, asking why he is there. And here is the note on the legend of angels in head. If you want to pause to read, you can pause there because I'm not going to read all of this. And so Rue will be surprised to see Superintendent Ian. And he asks if she is stalking a student at Twilight University, questioning who gave her the order. And she asks him to wait, saying it was the Senate. And even he can't do anything. But the man next to him talks to Lisa, ordering her to answer the superintendent's question, saying nothing else. And she says that the target of this operation may be involved with Jean and Dauscher. But seeing that she is talking too much, they shoot her in the leg, and she falls completely scared, realizing that they shot her. While she continues putting on a show, she takes another shot in the other leg, falling to the ground, completely agonized. And the man calls her an idiot, asking if she didn't hear him, and puts the gun to her chin, saying that if she opens her mouth to say anything else again, he'll shoot her in the mouth. And the guy looks pretty villainous in this scene, right? I don't know, I think he's evil. So Superintendent Yang tells him not to waste his time, telling him to kill her and call her supervisor to collect the body. And so the subordinate accepts the order and prepares to do it. But she asks him to wait, saying that it was Xiao Zixuan who gave him the order to capture Zhoan. So he asks Shen to call him, and the man does so, calling Xiao. So he answers, and Shen says he'll give him 5 minutes. And if he doesn't show up, the people who committed the crime at the college will be executed right there. And so, at the end of the 5 minutes, Superintendent Yang says that time is up, ordering the girl to be executed. And she starts to cry, but his superior appears asking to spare her life. Then he asks how Liz offended him, and he asks if he can speak to the superintendent alone. And he says he's sorry that operation caused him so much trouble. And he says that Liz is the daughter of a senator, and she's always hated criminals and is impulsive when given an order. And he asks if for the sake of the high-ranking officers he could let her go this time. And the superintendent asks which high-ranking officers he's talking about. And Seal thinks they're the Federation officers and he shouldn't act like he doesn't know them. And he talks to the superintendent, saying that this has to do with Jean and Daoxin, and the Federation is paying close attention to this. And Zoen is his only lead at the moment, and that's why they want to ask for his help with the investigation. And he also says that the superintendent has already criticized Zoen once and said that he has problems with him. But the superintendent says that he criticized Zoen and in fact doesn't like him. But how he criticizes or intimidates him is due to his whims. And he asks when did he say that any guy can mess with him. And so, Cell says that they exceeded his authority. And the superintendent says that he liked his attitude, saying to allow him to take that woman. And so, he thanks him. However, the superintendent says that they need to cripple her cultivation, alleviating the girl. And Sayal tells him that Lisa comes from the famous Cape Tion family. But the superintendent asks if he knows the meaning of his name, which Sayal asks him to tell. And Ankanzo says that it means he is the other side of the sky. And so still at the Buddha temple at 241, Zoen has been waiting there for 30 minutes, wondering if that crazy woman ran away, and he is afraid that he will disappear again with more people, and so he has been waiting at the little Buddha temple. And he thinks he can't wait there any longer, and it is better for him to go out and see what will happen. And he says that this ant is seriously injured, but he unsummoned it a long time ago, so he wonders what he does now, asking if he should ask Li Chuan for advice. And when he finally opens the elevator, he comes face to face with Shang, who says that he has been waiting for him for a while. And with that, he calls the boy Mr. Zhou, and Zhoen asks if he is talking to him. And Shang says of course, saying that Miss Tuyang sent superintendent and to get him. And Zhoan is in disbelief at this, that Tianzu has been getting in his way to save him, and when he's taken away, he's all bruised up and sitting next to his half-brother. Shanzhou assumes that the boy must hate him a lot, and he says that maybe he does, and wonders what he's thinking, wondering if he wants him to thank him for trying to ruin his college entrance exam. Then Tianzhou says that he doesn't care what he thinks of him, but he's going to make it clear that he doesn't think he's qualified to replace Sun Jin. And he asks what he means by that about replacing him. Replace him in what? Then, Auntie Anzu notices that the boy doesn't know anything and just despises him. Zoen notices that this crazy guy has a screw loose, and when they get home, his stepmother goes to talk to Zoen, saying that she hasn't seen him in a long time. And his father sees all those bruises on the boy's body, and asks how he ended up like this. Then Yang talks to Tianju, and he says that he already taught them a lesson. And with that, she asks Lin Feng to take him inside, and he starts to take care of the boy's wounds, putting ointment on them. And his father says that he remembers when Zoan was a little boy, but Zoan says that it was the opposite because he was the one who seduced the neighbors and ended up getting beaten. He wonders if it really is, and then he talks to his father, saying that Antianzo said in the car that he is not qualified to replace Anjin. Then he asks his father what he meant, questioning if he knows. So her father doesn't give her the answer. And Yang says it's about who can enter the land blessed by God. And so a maid comes to bring the boy the clothes, and he soon asks about this land blessed by God, asking why she recommended it to him, and she realizes that he wasn't surprised by it, saying that it seems that the young master of the family there already told him, and he notices that he took something quite precious from her, and it doesn't surprise him that she hates him. And Yang says that Anjin was born with a disease caused by infactors, and she knows that she is strong enough to go there, but she doesn't want the girl to risk herself having the love of a mother. Then he asks why she didn't choose the anti-Anzu, and Yang says that he is already strong and doesn't need this. Besides, her father also said that the boy is better than Anjin, so he gets surprised, and Zoan's father says that he knows her father from high school, taking the photo he's giving her and noticing that her father is the principal. And in that, he remembers that his father disappeared before the 3rd year of high school, and he trained most of the time at school and even on the weekends, and he always crossed paths with the principal back then, and so he started talking with him. And the boy is surprised that the principal is there again, and the principal asks the boy to take a break, calling him for dinner. Isoense remembers that they said that the principal retired early because of health problems, but he never saw him after he left school. He didn't know that Miss Oyang was his daughter, and she tells him not to feel pressured, asking him to take his time to think about it, and it's okay if he doesn't want to take the risk. And so he is taken back home, and they tell him not to worry, because they are not crazy enough to show up there to cause trouble. And when the boy leaves, he receives a call from Lichuan, and he says that there were some problems at college now, but he says that what seems like the Anya family solved everything for him, and so Zoe notices that her friend is quite a gossiper, and then Li Xian says that of course he knows because he is the president of his club, and it is his duty to know the boy's whereabouts. And then he notices that he has not even formed the club yet, and Lichuan says that it is better for him to rest after so much, and asks how about they finish the college test tomorrow morning. And at that Zoan agrees, but hears a huge noise on the other end of the line, and asks where he is. And with that, Li Xuan says that he's there in the Tiger Cage Gorge, killing monsters. And with that, Zoan asks him to wait for him because he'll be there in a moment. And he thinks to himself that he needs to let off some steam today, arriving there and crushing a bunch of monsters. Then Lishman is surprised, telling Zoan that sometimes he scares him a little. And the boy says that they've already gone deep enough and asks why they haven't seen any demonized generals. So Li Xuan says that it's real because he hasn't seen any so far, and he finds that strange because he finds that place too calm. And then some people come running, telling everyone to run because the demonized general with the word engraving that's coming over there, and they're surprised by that. Then Li Xuan asks if they should take a look, but then a girl appears, calling Li Xuan, saying that Yang is still there. He's trying to protect some friends, and so he's surprised that his sister is there, and he runs off to protect her, and Zoe stays behind trying to call her friend, and he thinks about that demonized general with the word engraving, and wonders what the word should be. And then Anjin appears behind him, asking if he won't help his friend, and he says that it seems like she wants to go there too, and he takes the opportunity to talk to Anjin, asking if she was the one who asked Mrs. Ito Yang to send in Tianzu to save her. She says she doesn't know what he's talking about, so he realizes that it was her. And further ahead, the girl who is running away from the general thinks she can't get rid of him, receiving several attacks, until one of them ends up causing a gigantic explosion in front of the girl. And in that explosion, Li Xuan manages to save his sister by a hair's breadth, wondering if she is okay. So he says that that damn coup was very strong, and he says he's no match for that monster, so he will try to buy time. So see if you can find a way to escape. And so he summons a tiger in front of the monster and sends his sister out. But then that tiger is cut in half by the Blade General's blade. Then he notices that he killed the monster with one move, wondering what the hell is this, which was a legendary companion beast. And so he keeps crying over his white tiger. And then Zoan appears there along with Anjin. And he notices that this is the general demonized with the word of the blade. And he says he thinks he can defeat him with Anjin's help. And he tells the girl that the items will be hers later for killing them, and tells them to work together. And then the general appears on top of Li Chuan, almost attacking him, and so Zoan shouts to him, asking him to be careful because the demonized general is right behind him. And so he stops, making the decision to throw his sister away and receiving the attack. And so she becomes desperate. But the boy manages to be saved by Zoan along with her aunt. And Li Xuan says that he doesn't even know how to repay him after saving him so many times. And Zoan just asks him not to try to pick up any items if they drop after he dies. And with that, Li Xuan asks if the two of them will be able to kill that big guy. And Zoan says no, saying that there are actually 3 of them, while the general receives a flaming hoverball from Anjin. And so, Li Xuan is shocked that the girl is using the art of solar bombardment, saying that he is very good on the offensive, asking how he got her to agree to act. Even more so because she's taking it very seriously. And while they are both impressed, the girl is kneeling, tired, asking if his mother and grandfather saw this, saying that he may have been born with a disease with a small factor, but still, she can use the art of solar bombardment to its fullest. And with that, the Blade General starts to get more and more irritated, healing himself from all the attack he received. So Zoan tells all of them not to let him regenerate, and kill the general while he is seriously injured. Then Ant uses the magic sting of light, while Li Xuan uses the black armor soldier, and he uses the sturdy divine punch. And they all attack the monster together, which starts to bleed. And in that, he summons a lot of primordial energy, and disappears into the middle of nowhere. Then Lycon asks her if he is trying to escape, but Zoan says no, saying that he is underground and moving at high speed on the red horse, and says that his target is on Then Zoan activates her wings, running towards the girl and using his life-giving attack and low altitudes. As the monster approaches her trying to hit her, Zoan manages to save her. Then she says that she could dodge that attack without your help, so he says okay, throwing the girl to the ground, appearing behind the monster and attacking it with his gray palm. And so he manages to blow the monster up from the inside out. Emission's Jean runs to see what's going on and notices Zoan holding a skill crystal, and he hands it to her and she asks if he wants her to have it, asking if he doesn't know how valuable it is, and he says he asked for her help and said that any item dropped by the demonized general would be hers. And so the girl remembers when he saved her and says she doesn't need it, and he just saved her so he doesn't want to owe her anything. And she also tells him not to go thinking that he can become her brother like that. Then Zoe asks who cares about this, and while they are in this little fight, the two brothers take a picture of the two, and Li Chuan's sister says that the students in his year are geniuses, and he says that he has already gotten used to it, and already at home the boy begins to cultivate the dimensional crystal of the demonized mutant genius, and it is successfully absorbed, and he manages to acquire the ability of the astral cutting blade. And so he cuts all the monsters easily and thinks that that ability is very powerful, because this fully charged blade ability can kill a demonized general at once. And so he says that there is no fixed amount of primordial energy consumption. He says that it is the first time he has seen this kind of ability. Then he thinks that it is no wonder that the demonized general with the word engraving killed the white tiger with jade eyes in one move with that astral cutting blade. And he thinks that this is sensational, and says that he just needs to use it carefully, because it will be more powerful if he injects all of his primordial energy into it. However, he will be exhausted afterwards. And then, he sees someone attacking him, and here he is another general of the word, and he uses the ability of the astral cutting blade, but the general quickly manages to stop the ability with just his hand. He notices that the primordial energy blade didn't even leave a scratch. While his primordial energy is almost at zero, and he realizes that he is very screwed because the general goes after him, then he notices that the primordial energy ability of the demonized general with the word of the blade has no effect on the one who has the word rock, and apparently the words in the general's heads have to do with the game rock, paper, scissors, and he says that each of the three demonized generals has a unique ability following the rules of the game, and the ability of the astral cutting blade should be able to suppress the demonized general from the paper. But the chance of finding this general is very low, and that worries us. Already on campus, that girl from the first floor starts to walk all bouncy, while hearing that Zoan is in the mortal stage, and one of the students asks what makes him qualified to fight alongside the talented goddess Anjin, and says that in addition to surviving, they also killed a demonized Jinalo with the engraving of the word at the peak of the legendary stage. And upon hearing this, she is amazed that her strange neighbor from the upper floor did this, and goes to the teacher's room, and there Wang is watching the recording of the battle. Then one of the teachers says that his students completed the test. They killed the demonized general with the engraving. But why does she seem sad? And she says that he understands correctly, saying that Zoan is a very talented student, but he still hasn't taken any self-study classes. And she says that the boy has been playing for days. Then the teacher understands what she is talking about, and she says that she will never let her students get lost in the pleasure of wasting their talent, and says that it is time for the teaching plan, and she will take the students to Mount Lao with her. And he is surprised by what she intends, and she says that is exactly it, saying that she will take advantage of the mysterious power in the wordless monument on Mount Laoyong, and says that she will do this so that Zoan can give up his internet addiction and focus only on studying and training. Meanwhile, the kid is playing at home with his ass, and then, after putting down his cell phone and going to sleep, something happens in Zoan's chest and that immortal breath begins to be activated. Then the boy wakes up in a completely destroyed place and wonders where he is. And when he gets up and walks to the edge of where he is, he notices a city completely in flames, and he wonders if that is the end of the world, with people facing a bunch of tentacles with gigantic eyes on top and several other monsters eating people down there. And when he looks back, he notices a presence that smiles at him. Then the boy wakes up scared, wondering if it was a dream, but it seemed very real. He still smells blood and fire, and he wonders who the hell that mysterious man in the dream is, getting angry and wondering if this was also an effect of the Lost Immortal Sutra, because it caused him hallucinations before, but this time he saw it in person. He wonders what the hell is going on, and he wonders if the Lost Immortal Sutra is getting out of control. After all, it's Jin Daoxin's thing, or that dream is showing him something. Then he sees that mythical monster of his appearing, and he wonders why it appeared out of nowhere, wondering if the monster is happening. Hungry again, but then he thinks that he should just forget about it because he won't come to any conclusions, thinking that if his dream is really an omen of a disaster, what he can do is get strong enough before that happens. And his priority now is to find a way to advance to the legendary stage as quickly as possible. And so, in the dimensional defensive line of the Eastern Sea, a warning goes off and a monster begins to emerge. And it is said that a dimensional creature has crossed the defensive line from the bottom of the ocean, and they capture an image identified as the Neptune Serpent, a dimensional creature from the Western Already District. In the dimensional defense line of the Chess Mountain, another monster appears carrying a head like the Neptune Serpent, somewhat feminine silhouette. Meanwhile, with the teacher, she talks to everyone, congratulating them for passing the entrance exam, saying that now they will start class, and she thinks that they will not study combat that day, and she will take them to Mount Lodgem for meditation training. And she talks to everyone about this, but in the meantime, Son is back there, dying of sleep, and Lee cries and asks what he is doing that day and why he seems so weak, since he already told the boy to control himself. And in that, he asks if he can't think of anything else while he's peeing. Then he thinks to himself that he has been trying to find a way to advance to the legendary stage for the last few days. And because, without advancing, his attributes will not be able to increase, even if he absorbs attribute crystal. And he says that, until now, only the small perfection of wisdom has made an attribute increase to level 11. And besides, the stone tablet in the Ebo Tower might have some mysterious primordial energy art, and if it can increase his attribute, it would be very good. But he hasn't made any progress these days, even trying day and night, and he says that apparently he can't depend on the silver-winged ant to attract enemies because he needs to acquire some primordial energy skill of the Shirkong type. And with that, the teacher notes Zoan sleeping in her class and wonders how he can sleep standing up. Then she says that she will put an end to his laziness soon. Meanwhile, on the Checkered Mountain, that chubby monster starts killing a lot of people, and Shin almost loses one of his eyes to that monster. So he manages to grab the monster's ropes and pulls him closer, asking the monster to come to him. And when the monster hesitates, he asks the superintendent to act. So he manages to shoot the monster in the head, making him die. And so he reappears, activating his optical ghost. And they tell him that team number 3 fought until the end of the Checkered Mountain and no one retreated. And so they talk to Mui, saying that he died. They say that they arrived too late, but the superintendent says that they are all heroes of humanity and that they can rest in peace. And in that, he says that they do not have time to card lotto for their deaths, because they cannot let their deaths be in vain. Then he orders the engineering unit to rebuild the defensive line immediately, because the dimensional mutations in the Checkered Mountain are getting more and more serious, and he says that they have to find the root of the problem, and he hopes that the East Sea problem will be resolved without a hitch. Meanwhile, at Mount Laoyong, the teacher takes them there. Then, Li Xian says that he didn't think they would come there so soon, because until now, only special admission students have been brought to study there. He asks if there is no danger there, and wonders how the teacher thinks of teaching so many freshmen right there, and Li Xian tells him to relax, saying that the Federation calls that place the no-kill zone, and a creature there will hurt humans, and humans can't hurt them either. Who says that, in a way, it is the safest dimensional zone, but he must obey the no-kill rule. Otherwise, he asks what happens if he doesn't obey, and Li Xian says that he will receive retaliation. And with that, Zoan asks if he really believes that, and he says that the Federation doesn't put common superstitions in the rules, and anyway, he just has to follow them. Meanwhile, a rather frightening monster, and is paying attention to them. Yinia Zoe asks if there is anything special about that wordless monument over there. Yinia Zoe doesn't know, but says she's heard that it's very unusual, saying that it won't kill him, but it will make him feel very imperative, as if he had inexhaustible energy. So Zoe doesn't believes in this very much, and the teacher speaks to Li Xian, asking what they are muttering, telling them to stay in front. And she thinks that they should take advantage of the training at the inescapable monument, and she tells them their lesson, asking them to resist for exactly half an hour the mysterious power in the monument. Inescapable. And so she sets the timer, and then Zoan starts cultivating in front of it. And he says he feels some mysterious and comfortable energy entering his body.
And he says it's getting hotter.
And not just the temperature. Your body is also starting to get more and more agitated. And so he continues to squeeze your hand, while a lot of energy enters your body, and it meets right in the middle of your breasts. And he says that the strange feeling disappeared, and notice that the lost immortal suture is circulating in your body. Just like that time at the little Buddha temple. While everyone is cultivating, Li Xuan starts to have a slightly more emphatic reaction. And the teacher says that that monument can calm people down. But if they stay near the monument for too long, they will become very energetic and agitated. He expects everyone to study diligently. After that, especially Zoan. However, he starts to fall asleep right in front of her, and she is surprised by this, and says that time is up, and the power of the monument can be harmful if they continue near it. So, she announces that she has stopped meditating. Then they say that they can't take it anymore and that they want to fight. And they say that they will fight with the 10, everyone getting excited. And Wang notices that it is the first time he has seen a student who has not been influenced by the monument. He wonders if Zoen is lazy, beyond belief. Meanwhile, Li Xuan starts doing more than 1,000 push-ups, and he tells the teacher, who is energetic and agitated, asking if he can run. And she tells him that he should at least pretend, saying that even he doesn't believe it. And she tells him that he can go, because they will meet there and return to the university in 3 hours. So he goes out for a walk, and looking at his character's stats, he says that he knew because his primordial energy increased by 1 point during meditation, just like what happened at the small Bodha temple. And another attribute of his exceeded the upper limit. And he says that there is a third type of primordial energy circulating his body now. Then, he says that the unbreakable monument was also a type of mysterious primordial energy art. And in that case, he wonders if there doesn't have to be a place to obtain a mythical companion egg on Mount Laoyong. As he continues walking, he bumps into a beast and notices that it is a dimensional creature. And he says that he knew it was special just by looking at it. But he ends up noticing that it doesn't seem like it's going to attack him. And so she pulls the grass and starts eating calmly. And he says that she seems to like the food. And he asks if that plant is some kind of rare herb. Then he notices that there is another one getting closer and pulling that thing, but notices that it's very difficult to pull, wondering if it's some kind of magical herb. While the goat sees him doing this and gets very angry, and pulls the boy away, pulling that herb along with him, and he helped pull it out. But then he tries to bite the herb out of the boy's hand. So Zoen tells him to stop, because he found it first, and he starts to go after the goat. Then he notices that he won't give up, and says that he forced him to do it. So he puts it in his mouth and gives it all to the bishop, telling him if he still wants it now. And the antelope leaves there very angry. Izoen says that he can't attack him, but he can make him disgusted. So he goes to the central passage of the sky, and there he finds another hand symbol. But apparently the boy can't see it because of the thick fog. So he says that it seems like that place hasn't had any visitors for a long time, until he gets close enough and sees the palm symbol there. And when he aims the cell phone, he gains access to Mount Laojun. Then he gains access to another dungeon, but that antelope appears behind him, attacking the boy and throwing him inside, into the vortex. And the antelope seems to know pretty much what it just did. And after Owen is thrown in there, he notices that the antelope ambushed him, and almost broke his back. And the monster knew it couldn't attack him on Mount Laojun, so it threw it in that place, so that it dies alone. And he gets pissed because it only stole a plant from him. But then, looking at his hand, he notices that there are branches coming out. Then he wonders if he's going to turn into a plant. But then, he remembers something and starts to change into the art of the wordless monument. And so the vines disappear. And he thinks that it's just like the temple of the little Buddha, because he needs a specific primordial energy art to get rid of the influence of the mysterious power. And from outside, that antelope ends up feeling with his eyes something that is happening inside. And the boy still trapped notices that the thick fog doesn't let him see anything, wondering where he should go. But then that antelope appears next to him out of nowhere and the boy gets scared. Then he starts to observe Zoen and the boy wonders what he wants, until the antelope just stamps his foot on the ground, clearing all the fog that was in front of him, leaving the boy surprised by this, because he cleared the entire path just by stamping his foot. Then the boy realizes so he tells the antelope to stop pushing him. As he gets close to that temple, he thinks that that city is very silent, wondering if he is in another dimensional zone. But then, looking at the structures inside, he notices that they remind him a little of the temple of the little Buddha. Then he notices that this is the temple of the great pure one, wonders if his temple Taishan Laojun, saying that he is one of the 3 pores, wondering if there is a lethal curse like in the temple of the little Buddha, and thinks it is better not to enter. But the antelope does good for him, throwing the boy inside, and Zoe gets pissed off with the disguised animal. Then he starts telling the boy that the Great Path has no form, but it gave birth to heaven and earth. And the Great Path has no emotion, it only follows the sun and the moon. And the Great Path has no name, it only nourishes all living beings. And the person in question does not know precisely what he is, but they will call him such and such at the time. And now that he is a Taoist, he can choose one of the 3 pure talismans. And Zoen thinks to himself that he was a Buddhist a few days ago, but now he's become a Taoist, so he asks someone to explain to him what the hell is going on. But noticing that he has to choose one of the 3 options again, he realizes that one is the jade talisman, the other is wooden and the other is gold. Then he thinks that there are many huge trees on Mount Laoyong, so the power there clearly has to do with wood. And that's exactly why he chooses the wooden talisman. But then he realizes that he's started a forced incubation again, which starts to take over the boy's left arm. And already inside him, something is born again. So when he wakes up, he feels completely drained. But he wonders what that shiny ball is. Then, a very cute little fairy is born from it. and he realizes that it is a companion beast. And here she is, the banana fairy of the evolvable mortal stage, and her primordial energy is already at 11 after being born, and he says that just like the listener of the truth, all her attributes have reached an upper limit, but he notices that she only has one ability, wondering what this extreme burst should be like, so he says when he returns, thinking that Miss Wang will be suspicious if he stays missing for so long. And then, when he comes back, she starts asking why he took so long, saying that he searched the area but didn't find him, asking where he was, and he says that ran around but didn't realize he had gone so far. And Li Xuan, approaching the boy, says that he even made friends with the goat. And even Zoan doesn't know what goat that is. But when he looks back, that antelope from before is a much smaller version. However, he doesn't recognize the monk at first, but looking at his forehead, he notices that he has a mark that looks like an eye. So, it must be that antelope, you idiot. And then, already at home, Zoe starts talking to the antelope, who has already washed that plant several times, and it is very clean. And then he asks if he can eat and go back to Mount Lodgem. However, Antelope doesn't give a shit about the boy, just reading in his bed, completely relaxed. And he says that the antelope followed him and doesn't want to leave his house. Isoan thought he could find a way to get rid of him in the game, and so along the way he tried to enter Mount Lodgem in the game several times, as he thought it would be as safe as it was in real life, but he was killed by a dimensional creature just like that and set foot in that place. And he thinks that the only difference between the game and reality is that the antelope guided him to a secret area in reality. And taking away his bad mood, he says that there is no way he is a high-level creature. And he thinks to himself that he has no idea why he wants to follow him. But he can't do anything because it's better to stay with himself. And so the boy starts playing and goes to Ebo's tower. And when facing those fire birds, he tells the banana fairy to use the extreme burst. And so she starts attacking them. And very different from the kung fu that she is in real life and in the game, her attack is very strong. The boy thinks this is incredible, saying that the extreme burst easily destroyed those flaming birds from the fire god's tower. But then she becomes completely exhausted. And he realizes that she can only use this ability once with her primordial energy reserve. Then he says that the extreme burst is very strong, not to mention that it still covers a huge area. And if he uses it the right way, he will be able to have a great result, because there may even be many flaming birds at the top of the tower. But he can kill them all at once, as long as he can attract them to one point. And so he thinks he will try, saying that it is great that everyone is on his tail. And so he talks to the silver-winged ant, telling it to attract the flaming birds along with him. But then, reaching a point, the birds create a dome around them. And before they can do anything, they are blown up. And the boy says that it's not as simple as he thought, because the silver-winged ant and he were surrounded by the flaming birds before they could gather everyone. And he realizes that the only way to avoid being surrounded is to be faster. He says that it's time to get a primordial energy ability that can increase his speed. At first, he goes to the forum, observing everything that is posted there, but thinks it's better to go to the library. Found some relevant information, but while he gets dressed, the goat starts calling him and points to vegetables that were in a magazine. So Zan asks if he wants to eat that, saying that he knows how to enjoy life, but when he gets to the library, he notices that the abilities he's finding don't suit him because the dragon's transformation is similar to the instantaneous advancement of the silver wings, and it can greatly increase his speed in an instant. The problem is that it consumes a lot of primordial energy, and so he goes crossing them off one by one, and he realizes that it seems that the Fairy of the Dragon's Gate is the best choice, saying that this ability came from the goddess in the painting, and with it he can't stay in the air for so long, but it can make his body lighter. And he thinks that the Cave of the Dragon's Gate is in Luyang, and so he decides to go there to take a look. But as he walks down the street, a dragon comes out of the middle of the ground in front of the boy, and he starts to wonder why there's a dimensional creature there, and that monster doesn't waste time starting to attack it, and he realizes that a simple attack was very destructive, and he starts to assume that that monster is in the epic stage, but that monster from Lake Nerdo is starting to gather a Baijidama in its mouth. Then he thinks he's screwed, because it looks like he's going to use the primordial energy ability. But then, a man arrives with some people, opening fire on the monster, disrupting everything he was going to do. Then that man says that this hunt has dragged on too long, saying that he has nowhere left to hide, activating the thunder explosion, hitting the monster in the middle of its throat and killing it with a single attack. However, the monster's green blood, the goo that looks more like slime, falls on top of Zoan, who was there just hanging around. So the man goes to him asking if he is okay, and the boy says yes, but asks what that thing is, and he says it is a companion beast, and it tried to escape because the owner lost control in the cultivation, and he says that the military will take care of it, and he can leave there now because they don't want any unnecessary panic, so he must keep it a secret. And so the boy understands the officer's message, but he thinks to himself that that snake didn't look like a companion beast at all. And going straight home, he says that the smell of blood impregnated him. However, when taking off his coat, he notices something falling from there, and notices that it is a shell. He asks when he picked one up. However, that shell begins to activate a primordial ability that goes straight to the boy's neck, wanting to strangle him. And something huge comes out of there, standing up and saying that it finally lost those men, feeling sorry for its little pet. and that half-demonic mermaid begins to talk to Zoan. And the boy thinks that her time is even more terrifying than the time of the serpent creature. Then that devil mermaid says that the boy did her a huge favor, and says that as a reward, he will be her food. But then, she receives an attack in the middle of the chest that throws her far away, and Zoan realizes that it was the antelope who saved her. Detail that he is very gentle while launching a very strong attack. And apparently, as a reward, the antelope begins to charge the boy who buys those vegetables for him. And he has no choice but to buy it. And he keeps watching that mermaid. And she says that he is just a human being. And she is the princess of the sea monsters, asking how she lost to an antelope. And seeing that she is talking too much, the boy talks to the antelope, asking if he can kill her. After all, maybe they can get some special items from the girl. And the antelope even agrees with him, wanting even more vegetables. So, she asks him to wait, apologizing, saying that if she frees herself, she will give him the sacred art of the primordial god of chaos, and says that her primordial god of chaos is an original god in his mythology. He is the first god that appeared in the universe, and he is the origin of order, time, and space. He is the absolute first in everything, and she came from the west because she took the sacred art of the demons, and it will be his if he spares her life. Then she starts vomiting a glowing sphere of energy with lightning inside, and he questions this sacred art, asking if it is an art of primordial energy, and she says it is, saying that he only needs to look into the space inside that to feel the power of chaos. And when he looks, the boy starts to get hypnotized, and Siri says that he fell, and Zoan quickly realizes that something is wrong, as he is pulled inside. But by then it is too late, and he ends up being absorbed by that thing. And inside he realizes that it is a trap, and he wonders what the hell kind of place this is. Then he talks to the antelope. However, apparently he was enchanted by something, and with that I begins to call its servant. Izoan wonders since when he has been a servant of chaos, but even against his will, that I begins to pull him. However, luckily for Izoan, the Lost Immortal Sutra is activated. Gwen begins to wonder if he is now a follower of an ancient god. And with that, in reality, the series ends up taking that spear that the antelope had thrown at her from her body. And she calls them both fools, saying that only the heir of chaos can control its power. And they will be lost in the universe forever. And with that, she tries to catch that ball, but before she can, the sphere begins to release power. She wonders how this is possible and why he was not affected by the power of chaos. And even learned the art, wondering who exactly Zoan is. Meanwhile, the antelope falls head first onto the ground, all stunned, and then he wakes up very angry, attacking the Siri, and killing her, and Zoan takes the sea monster's pearl, which turned into a marble, now that he has lost the art of chaos, and then he tries to put the antelope inside, and it works. And he notices that there is still space inside it and it can be used as a storage sphere with some backpacks and games. But then, the antelope comes out of there alone and slaps the boy, saying that it seems that he can't store living beings there. So, he buys a bunch of stuff for the antelope, making the animal all happy and says that he's gonna go out, asking him not to go anywhere. Stops the animal and throws him out. So, he starts researching the Dragon's Gate Grotto and thinks it's great because it has a lot of information about the grotto. And he says that the Dragon's Gate Grotto was dug into a kilometer-long stretch of cliff, consisting of over 50 caves and containing over 100,000 wedding statues. And after the dimensional storm, a lot of dimensional creatures were found in each cave. He says that most of the caves have been explored, but there are still a lot of unknown areas, and he thinks that if he finds a palm symbol, he will be able to explore more places, wondering which cave has the Dragon's Gate Fairy's ability. But as he goes down the stairs, he bumps into another resident, who almost says good morning to Zoan, calling him a stranger, and then he greets her, almost not remembering that her name is Wang Luo, and she notices that he is leaving very early, and he says that he is going to the Dragon Gate Cave. And she thinks that's great because she's practicing her skills there too, wondering why the two of them don't go together. And so Zoe ends up agreeing, but the girl says that she won something in a raffle on TV the other day, saying that they won't have to walk. And Zoan soon thinks it's a bicycle. However, the girl looks like a helicopter, and he soon asks if she was born with her ass facing the moon. However, she questions if it's not normal to win a helicopter in a raffle. Of course, it's normal. The other day, I won a fighter jet, but I can't keep saying that it's being big in state, but it's not that hard. And when he arrived at the cave, she asks which cave he's going to, and he says he didn't imagine the cave at the gate would be so big, wondering if he'll be able to find the palm symbol there. Then she asks if he's there to do homework too, but he says no, saying he's after the Dragon Gate ability. And she says he can get this ability from the crystal dropped by the fairy wizards in the Lotus Cave, and they're her targets too. And she thinks this is amazing, saying it happens, that she needs an assistant, asking why they don't make a deal. Then the boy asks what deal it would be, and she says she needs to kill the monkey she does, and if he helps her, he can keep the crystal if he drops it. And already on the way, Zoan thinks to herself that skill crystals are very rare. It's unlikely to get them just by killing a creature, and she can't be that lucky. And then, at the Dragon Gate Cave, they arrive and are attacked by a fairy monkey. The girl tells him to film her incredible moves while she crowds, and she activates her butterfly wings and goes after the monster. Ursoen realizes that the girl only needed a cameraman. Then the monster attacks her, but the girl dodges beautifully and ends up cutting off one of its arms, attacking the monster non-stop until, while she fights, she mocks Noda, a palm symbol behind her, realizing that her objective has already been accomplished. And after defeating the monster, she gives him the crystal of the Dragon Gate Fairy's ability, asking how long it took her, and he says it took her 1 minute and 5 seconds. And he notices that the girl is too lucky, because she can't believe that she obtained a rare crystal after killing only one creature. Then she gets confused for taking too long. But then, another guy comes up to Lu, asking if she's there to break her record again. And she realizes that it's Juanji, saying that it was the plan, but she failed. Then she says that, in fact, that guy who's by her side broke her record. He killed a creature in 20 seconds, and she's surprised because Ian has gone to Twilight University too. Then Zoan soon asks if they're gonna try again, but she tells him to forget it, saying that that guy has a legendary lifeblood that makes his sword extremely fast, not to mention that he's an expert in using the sword, and no one can compete with him, saying that he's gonna check out the other caves. And she asks what Zoe's going to do, and he says he's gonna take a look at that one right there. But then, the veteran starts talking to Lu, asking her to wait, asking if she's considered the investment he mentioned. But then Ian stays behind, asking if he made fun of her, saying he watched the video where he But that guy is actually nice, he's just a little aggressive. However, Zoe thinks Feng Yuan is a jerk. And then he's alone and says that now that everyone has left, he's gonna activate the new dungeon by taking his cell phone. And so the boy ends up finding the Dragon's Gate cave, saying that it really is a dungeon, and in that case he'll be able to explore everything. And then he bumps into Juanji, who was selling his stuff sitting on the floor. And the boy is surprised to see him there, and he says he's selling stone Kalim eggs, which is a legendary creature, asking if Zoan wants to buy one, saying that the stone Quillin's attributes are very high. And it also has petrified skin, which is a primordial energy ability, which greatly increases defensive capacity. But its offensive capacity is very weak. However, he says that some of the new companions still have the powerful ability to Engobar, which is the Kingling Super Armor. And he says that Kingling Super Armor can use its defensive power as an offensive one. And a stone Quinlan with this ability is powerful even compared to the best legendary creators. And he says that he will make a special offer of 200,000 dimensional points for him to buy it. But at first, Zoan asks what makes him think he is so rich. And Wangi says that since he saw him with Lu, he thought he was as rich as her. But at first, Zoan starts to analyze all the eggs. He says that he has already scanned dozens of companion eggs with his cell phone, but he only has the ability of petrified skin, and tells him that it's hard to leave Kimling's super armor. And so the boy is surprised that he managed to destroy Kimling's stone defense and got so many companion eggs, wondering if he is that powerful, and Lu appears telling him not to be surprised because Angie may not seem powerful, but he is actually the strongest student in his college. And then, seeing that Lu is back, he asks if he wants to buy any eggs from Guilherme de Pedra, but she says no, saying that she wants a cute creature. And Zoe is surprised that that guy there is the strongest in her college, and talks to Angie, saying that he must receive financial support from the college, asking why he is selling companion eggs there. And he says he's selling it to develop a game. And the boy is surprised by this, and he goes to take a look at the game, but he says that the quality of that game is worrying, saying that it's not running smoothly. And Juanji says that's why he needs money to improve it, and he says that this game is based on reality. He developed the monsters and the world of the game based on the dimensional zones he's been to. And Zoan soon thinks that this reminds him of his mysterious cell phone, and says that this is a great idea and will be very useful for Kalaska. It's a shame that he doesn't have much money now, but he'll invest in this project when he gets some money. And he thinks to himself that if this game is developed, it won't seem strange when he plays it on his cell phone. Then Huang Ji asks if Lu saw it because someone finally recognized his entrepreneurial plan, and he closes a deal with Joan, saying that he will be his business partner, then tells the boy to take one of the eggs as a gift and try his luck. And Joan soon realizes that he also when he returns home, he finds the antelope. He wonders if he is the goddess of luck. Counting if he ate both boxes of vegetables at once. Isoan notices that what it looks like he will have to get money for Hongi's project and also for the antelope, but he thinks that he got the ability of the fairy of the Dragon Gate in the grotto and also an egg from Qin. He hears and disappears, with the Truth Hearer eating him. And so he goes to the game to see what happened, after giving him the Truth Hearer's Matsao. And he goes to the underground lotus pond, and there he finds the Buddha's lotus once again, and thinks he needs it now, and says he'll have to use the skill he just learned. And so he uses the Gate Fairy's skill, making his body lighter. And so he gets a companion egg from the lotus, but he notices that that lotus has 4 skills, but all the attributes are low, with the exception of constitution. So he wonders if he can fuse it, And the system asks if he's sure he wants to fuse the companion egg with the mutant skeletal ant, saying that the fusion rate is 36, and so the boy quickly fuses it, saying that the chance of success is low, but it's worth it if it can help the mutant skeletal ant recover and evolve since it was seriously injured by that woman. And so the ant absorbs it, and he asks it not to fail him, and the fusion is successful. And the ant now has a flower on its head, and its stats increase a lot along with its skills. And the boy is surprised because the attributes are incredible even among legendary creatures, and it even inherited all the skills of the Buddha Heart Lotus with blood pattern, and he says he wants to summon and test it now, but the room will be destroyed if it is as big as the skeletal ant. And then he remembers the Buddha temple and says that he has just activated a new dungeon and asks why he doesn't test the ant there right away. And so when one of the winged monkeys appears, he summons the ant and tells it to go after him. And when the monkey comes, the ant simply launches a blast of poison in the direction of the monkey, who falls stinking to the ground. And so she goes up and leaves with a skeletal hole, killing him with great ease. And the boy even starts to get scared. Then a new companion appears, and he realizes that the fairy beast is fast, but other tribes are bad. So he says he's going to try to escape with the ant because it'll be amazing if it can fly. But the system asks if he really wants to do that because the fusion rate is 0.6. And it says it's better to feed the truth hearer. And so the truth hearer starts to evolve after eating that thing, and after evolution all the states become even bigger. He realizes that mythical creatures are really powerful, because that one there may only be in the legendary state, but it has already surpassed common legendary creatures. But he wonders what those heavenly senses must be. And even the description of the providence of life is also confusing. He doesn't understand much of it, but he thinks it's better to try it out right away. And so he invokes the power of the truth hearer in reality and begins to hear everything around him. Then he says that when he closes his eyes and only trusts his ears, a painting of his surroundings appears in his mind. He can pass through walls and feel what's outside his residence. And he thinks this is incredible, saying that with the help of his senses and the ability of the gate fairy and the dragon, he can definitely defeat the flaming birds of the Fire God Tower. And with that, he already picks up his cell phone, goes back there and says it's time for a fight. And when he gets there, the birds are already going after the boy, and he sends the ant to attack, and she passes through their midst, leaving several behind. And he thinks that the silver-winged ant will attract some flaming birds and he will deal with the rest. So he activates the gate fairy's ability on the dragon, becoming so agile that he can jump over some of the birds' attacks. So, as he dodges, he thinks that now he can fly faster than the flaming birds. So he continues climbing those stairs. But as he climbs, he hopes that the birds will continue to follow him. As they go, he tells the ant to go back. As she goes back, the two almost meet together with the birds that follow him. And when they come face to face, he tells the silver-winged ant to go into companion form, thus giving him wings that make him fly. And the moment the boy leaves the middle of all those flaming birds, they gather together. So he summons the banana fairy and she uses her extreme blast on them, killing them all at once. And the boy only then reaches the top of that tower, but notices that there is a whirlwind of fire there that doesn't let him get close, and other birds are being summoned. And he realizes that the flaming birds are produced by the flames of that cauldron, and says that he will use his own primordial energy and the companion form of the banana fairy to use the extreme blast. And so he manages to put out those flames and reveal a tablet that was there, like the Sutra of the Ancient Sovereign. And so, in the real world, the boy's heart begins to react, and he feels his heart aching, wondering if there is also some curse in the Sutra of the Ancient Sovereign. Then his heart starts to get scratched, and he thinks it's like his heart is crawling. And so, he keeps getting scratched over and over again, and he almost faints, and realizes that the Lost Immortal Sutra isn't doing anything this time. As he almost freaks out from the pain, his heart starts to stop. But then he realizes that it's returning to normal, and he realizes that the Lost Immortal Sutra didn't help him, but he successfully acquired the Ancient Sovereign Sutra, and so his status starts to change, and he realizes that there's a stone sword in the cauldron. But he's kind of disappointed that it's not a companion, and when he tries to pick up that stone sword, his love goes through it, and he realizes that he can't touch it. As his hand continues to pass through the sword, he wonders why he can't touch it, because it was a hell of a job climbing that tower, and he thought he was going to get another egg with his fellow doctor. But even that sword is a mirage. And then they call Zoan saying that he received a letter. And when he picks it up, he realizes that it is a letter from Ouyang Qing, the former director. He is always exploring dimensional zones and wonders how he found time to send him a letter. And he realizes that it is a business card for the Xuan Crystal Shop, mentioning Qin Shi Huang and also that bunch of numbers that he wonders if it is a phone number. But when he says it is a number, he is told that the number dialed does not exist, and he thinks to himself that he needs to visit that shop sometime. Then Li Shi Huang arrives talking to Zoan, asking why he is at the door, asking if he came to see him. Then Zoe asks what he's doing there, and he says he has good news, saying that he reached the legendary stage. But Zoe doesn't give a damn, and the boy says that he's the first one who told him. asking why he's not surprised. And he soon asks if Zoan is the type who has no idea how important it is to reach the legendary stage, saying that it can only be a stage above the mortal, but it's a crucial point in evolution. And he says that the life providence that everyone has awakens as soon as they reach the legendary stage, that the life providence is very useful, and many cultivators decide their cultivation path based on it. And he comments that Feng Qiuan broke the fairy monkey record, which was previously held by Han Ji because of the sword's life providence. And Zoan starts to wonder what kind of life providence he'll have after reaching the legendary stage, and asks which one is from Li Chuan. And he says he's been waiting for the boy to ask, saying that his life providence is the immortal god of combat. And he claims that the name alone sounds formidable, and says that it improves his health and defense to the maximum level. And as long as he doesn't die immediately, almost all of his wounds will heal automatically. And this makes his body almost indestructible. While he's all happy and bragging, he ends up stepping on the antelope, which throws the boy away with a single blow. Then Zoe asks if he's okay. He says he's still breathing, at least, and asks where he got that goat, since he destroyed his defense with a single kick. Then Zoan asks what happened to that indestructible body, and he says his wounds still hurt, and he just says he's going to leave, since it should be easy for someone as powerful as him to advance to the legendary stage. But he tells him not to stay alone in his room, because no one can reach the legendary stage without training. And so Zoan starts to think that it's really suspicious for someone who just plays all day to get stronger, since it seems like he needs to practice his skills every now and then. And with that, he goes to the training room, and there he enters the initial difficulty of the normal training mode, and he must hit all the targets within the stipulated time. Then he tells him to get ready, because the test is about to begin, and he thinks it's best to get this over with and get back to his game as soon as someone sees him there. So he activates the truth listener and thinks he can hear every tiny movement of the ball thrower and visualize it in his mind. He already knows in which direction the ball thrower is going to send it. He just has to use the bat to attack in the trajectory. And so he hits without stopping. And when that little guy with the sword arrives, he says that, apparently, someone came to the training room very early and sees Zoan simply stopping the balls without even looking. And he starts saying that he's only in normal difficulty mode, but he's trying to show off with his eyes closed. But he thinks that this is a rare opportunity because he's going to show him the importance of training, and his strength can bring him back to reality. But then, as he runs to that thrown ball, Zoan catches it before him, and he starts to get worried, since Zoan is apparently faster than him. So he starts to think that Zoan must have hit it faster than him, by pure luck, and when the next ball comes, he goes for it, saying that he won't miss this one. But Zoan gets in front of him and hits the ball before him, and he keeps doing this several times, until Stucky starts to ask why and how this is possible, saying that he's using his agile blade, but he can't even touch the ball. Seeing Zoan leaving, he asks where he's going, saying that there's one more. But before he leaves, Zoan still hits that one, and the kid starts to feel that Zoan even knows the trajectory of the ball. So now he says he understands, saying that he closed his eyes to avoid visual interference, and feel the changes around him. And he starts to wonder if this is the legendary mind's eye, saying that it made him understand something very important in a very short time, saying he is ashamed of himself and wondering how he could throw a book by its cover because he is still compared to Zoan. And he says that the pitcher stopped, and now it's time to get back to the game. But then that psychopath kneels in front of Zoan, calling him coach. And the kid wonders what the hell is this, but starts to say that he doesn't have time to train him. Then he asks for a favor, saying that he realized his flaws, just by spending a brief moment with him and saying that his teachings will be very useful, without a doubt. And continuing in begging mode, he says that his time will be paid, asking the boy not to refuse. And he automatically makes a bank transfer to Zoan, and he questions if he doesn't already know that he refused. But when the boy looks, he receives $10,000, noting that it is a very high amount, saying that he promised Hongi that he would invest in his game, and maybe it would be a good idea to set aside some time to train him. Then Zoan says that it's okay, saying that he will try, but he can't promise that he will be able to learn anything from him. And the boy apparently hears his words completely modified, saying what he is saying, that he must be quick to understand things if he wants to progress. Your own discoveries and understandings are more precious. And in this, Soul Ring doesn't understand what he's talking about. Back home, I made it clear that he ended up becoming Feng Qiuan's coach. And surprisingly, for no reason at all. But he says that the good part is that he pays very well. But then he goes to the game after the demonized general of the paper. And he says that it was time, because he couldn't wait to fight him since he acquired the ancestral cutting blade. So he starts to battle the monster. But it's 10 o'clock and he starts to think that, according to his previous theory, it's the game of rock, paper, scissors. And the astral cutting blade represents the scissors. So he must be able to seriously injure the demonized general of the paper. But the astral cutting blade will consume all of his primordial energy if he fails. But even so, he thinks he'll take the risk. So, while fighting the monster, he notices that the creature has been fighting two enemies for a long time, but doesn't take its eyes off him. So, he sends the lotus ant to distract it for him, and it launches a poisonous frog attack on the demonized general. But he manages to gather all that poisonous mist into a single sphere. So Zoe is surprised by this, and asking if he didn't use his telekinesis ability last time. But then, that ball of poison starts floating above him and the general starts to get entertained by that poison. So the boy quickly takes the lead and appears behind him using the astral cutting blade. And the general doesn't have time to do much and is cut in half. And so he thinks he finally caught him off guard. And he says that his ability was not telekinesis. What he did was switch the position of the two dark purple spheres. And luckily Lotus's Buddhic body protected him from the poisonous snow of the fortress. Lotus ant. Otherwise, he would be dead. And then, looking ahead, he sees that a companion egg is forming from the general's body, which makes the boy very excited. And he gets a companion egg from the mutant demonized general, and the status of that egg is absurd, so the system asks if he wants to incubate it, and shouts excitedly that this has to be incubated. And it begins. He starts to feel an absurd pain and says that he needs to hold on, because his constitution and primordial energy have already passed the limit of the mortal stage. And with the lost Immortal Sutra recovering its primordial energy, perhaps it will be possible to completely incubate the legendary stage companion egg. And so, everything starts to happen inside the boy, and the incubation is successful of that demonized general who appears in front of him, apparently the size of Zoe. And he is happy that he succeeded, and inside the game, he starts to use that demonized general to kill the monsters with great ease. And he says that he is at the top of the legendary stage and can easily kill the other monsters. And he thinks that he wants to kill some personally. Then he remembers that he was late and almost forgot that he had class with Miss Wang that afternoon. Then she gets really mad at him and Li Xuan starts to tease his friend, because he was late even for the hot teacher's class. So she tells them to be quiet, saying that the main purpose of this class is to inform them about the annual general exam that will happen soon. And she talks about the contents of the exam, which are fishing coins in hot oil to test their defensive ability, and crossing the paper bridge to test their speed, and also the primordial energy devourer to test their primordial energy, as well as lifting stone cauldrons to test their strength. But in this both of them think the same thing, wondering if these things aren't siege performance. But the teacher says that the rankings will be decided according to the number and difficulty of the tests passed and the time taken, and she says that those who pass 2 tests will pass. The top 10 will have the chance to enter the Ziwei Palace. So they are surprised by this, because this is the palace that has many secret treasures. And basically that means they can choose one of the treasures. And the teacher says that, by the way, it is said that the way contains great opportunities and is under the jurisdiction of Twilight University. And after class, Li Xian starts talking about how great it would be if he could get it. However, Xian questions whether the third son of the family can't even get into the top 10. But he says it's very difficult, because there are many powerful students in the university now, and only 10 can enter the Ziwei Palace. And besides Huang Ji, Yue Haifeng, Feng Qiyuan and his sister are strong among the freshmen. And he also remembers Wan Lu, who is also strong. And Zong is surprised, asking if Wan Lu will get into the top 10. But Li Xian tells him not to underestimate her, because she practices the Wang family's unique primordial energy art, the divine art of rejuvenation. But he says that this doesn't mean she will get any younger. And just like the reborn phoenix, after reaching the legendary stage for the first time, she will fall to the mortal stage because of the divine art. So similarly, after she reaches the epic stage for the first time, she will fall to the mortal stage again. And every time she is rejuvenated, her talent and physique will have a huge improvement and the speed of advancing through the stages will be faster. And he says that Enlu may look young, but this is the second time she has reached the legendary stage. And Zoan, remembering that cute girl, realizes that she is really very powerful. So Li Xian tells him to call her if he needs anything, and after being alone he thinks to himself that he shouldn't care too much about the rank, because the Ziwei Palace is very important to him, and maybe it's the place where he will get the primordial energy Mars to improve his last attribute to 11. And he also wonders if there is a palm symbol there, because if there is, maybe he will have more opportunities to select treasures. And then they call for Zoan, coming to his side, and say that they were looking for him, and in that the boy recognizes Shen, who is Superintendent Yan's assistant. Then the boy asks what he wants him to do this time, and he tells him not to be nervous because the superintendent is not a bad guy, but he shouldn't worry because he wasn't the one who invited him. And after the boy gets the car, he finds out that it was Yang who he invited. Then she thanks him for coming, and he questions what he can do, and she tells him to come in because they are going to talk inside. And the boy only then notices that it is Shiryu's crystal shop. And he remembers that the business card sent by the former director was from this store. And inside he asks Lan what he can do for her. And she says that Anjin's birthday is coming up, and she wants to give a companion egg as a gift, but has no idea which one a girl her age would like. And the boy thinks it's about this crazy woman. So she says she wants to hear his opinion. After all, she kind of cares about Zoan's feelings now. So he thinks he doesn't want her to do that. So they enter that store, totally luxurious. And he thinks it's even a big store, but you wonder if you don't have any customers. And Yang says that this crystal shop belongs to Kishu Yang, who is a close friend of your father, and brought you there often. And she said that whenever Qin Shi Yuan found something valuable, he would close the shop for her and her father to take a look first. And the boy thinks it's no wonder he doesn't have any customers, because the owner closed the store to Lan. Then she says that Kixioyan's store is not the biggest in Luoyang, but it has the most valuable collection. And she says that it has 2 floors, and as he can see, there are some dimensional ability crystals and other very rare and expensive crystals on the upper floor. And she says the companion egg they want is on the lower floor. Lower. And when you get there are several shiny shelves along the way. And he realizes that he has companion eggs of all kinds. And to think that there was such a large room below the store. And following the path, she starts to have doubts, thinking about the fox of the icy moon, saying that she is elegant and that Anjin will like her. But the flower fairy seems to suit the girl quite well, so she asks which Zoan she thinks suits her best. And the boy says that he thinks the companion egg of the poisonous caterpillar is better. And Lance asks if a girl will like that kind of gift. And he says that, in terms of strength, the poisonous caterpillar is excellent among the mixed legendary companions. And she even transforms into the poisonous butterfly queen, becoming even more powerful. And Lon is impressed with the boy's knowledge and starts to laugh, saying that he has a unique taste, saying that he will tell her that it is the black jade butterfly's egg with pear. Then when she covers it up, she will get a big scare, saying that this is really an interesting birthday present. And the boy thinks to himself about the birthday present, saying that his idiot father doesn't even remember his. And he starts to think that if only Lon were his mother, but then he thinks that it doesn't matter, because it has been so many years and he would find it strange if Lon were his mother. Then she says that she already asked Shin to check the present and they still have time, calling Zoan to go down to another floor to take a look. So he's surprised by this, asking if there's another floor below this one, and he says that there are some very special companion beasts down there, and she says that they should wait for Kim Si-ryan to take them there, but he gave her the key, so she asks if that guy is still down there. So Zoan is surprised by what she said, and arriving at floor -2 they notice a huge beast looking at him, and she says that these are all powerful and famous companion beasts, and almost all of them fought alongside the veteran dimensional storms, and the bonds between them and their masters were so strong that the veterans didn't want their companion beasts to die along with them. So they entrusted it to the store so that they can find a new master. And so she opens the door for the boy, entering with him that other place, but arriving there, he saw a man with marks on his body, chained and tied to some kind of pillar. So he questions if that is a companion beast, and she says she's not sure because every time her father came to that store he would come to see that guy, and it's been years. So she didn't know if he was still there. And she says that when she was a child she asked her father once about that guy, but she says that her father always remained silent, and even Chin Shi-yuan only knew that her father locked that guy there. And so they close the door and leave, and she says it's late, so she's going to ask Shin to take her, but Joanne starts to wonder if it's all in his head, because he feels that the guy behind the door is looking at him. But then he starts to wonder if that was the message the former director wanted him to convey. And he starts to remember the numbers on the business card, and soon he remembers that number that was behind that man, and says that he was chained to a metal pillar with a code keypad. Those numbers might be the code to release him, and he thinks that if Alan hadn't brought him there, he wouldn't have seen that beast of a companion. Then he thinks that it doesn't make sense, wondering what the former director is trying to tell him. So already at school, the class ends and Zoan continues playing, while Lycon is totally tired. Then, Zoan says that he wouldn't stop complaining and sighing, and he says that he needs to submit an application to create his club tomorrow. But he still needs one more person to meet the minimum membership requirements. And he says that the freshmen only want good things, and they refuse as soon as he tells them that it's a new club. He knows that there are only 4 members now, but the room for promotion and development will be great. However, Zoe tells him to look at his own chat to convince the Heat and ask what Heat will fall into that. Then Trash asks her if it's too much to ask from someone who hasn't joined the club yet, saying that anyone will do. Then he says that if that's what he wants, he might know a nice guy. So he takes the boy to Gu Jian, asking if it has to be him. And Joanne says that he's known as a devil, so he thinks that no club will invite him. But Li Xian asks if he hasn't caused trouble for Joanne and his own sister, saying that he hasn't even settled the score with him, asking if the boy is serious. Then Zoan says yes, saying that they made a deal voluntarily. And Gu Jian admitted defeat after that. So he thinks he's a good person. And he says that he once saw him after the fight, and he thinks he's a nice guy, because he was petting the kitten. And Li Xuan is surprised. He's calling the guy nice and kind, asking if they're talking about the same Gu Jian. Then, Joan asks if he has another choice. And Li Xuan sees that he's not so wrong and decides to go after him himself. And so, they go to the cave again. And there they find several warriors from Vraja. And Li Xuan is surprised that Gu Jian is cultivating in a place like this. Izoan tells them to relax because the Vraz warrior is already a Lengcap and they don't normally attack people, so they are safe. But an hour later, Li Xuan asks if he found Gu Jian. Izoan says no. He starts to worry, wondering where he got himself into, but while Li Xuan touches one of the rocks that was there, he ends up throwing some dirt on the ground, and all the Vraja warriors look at him with blood in their eyes and start to attack him, and the boy barely manages to dodge and asks why they are attacking. Zoan soon guesses that maybe it's because he touched the statue, and it made them furious, so he tells him to stop touching that too, and the warriors come at him, getting more and more pissed off, so they think they're gonna have to fight their way through, and Li Xuan soon activates the Black Knight armor, falling into a fight with one of the Vraja head-on. Meanwhile, Zoan ends up dodging one of the punches, giving a divine, robust punch to one of them, destroying the monster first. And he says that it's getting difficult, but fragile warriors are coming. And Sean, in turn, is getting beaten like a punching bag. And he says that it's a good thing that his providence is from the immortal god of combat, from a kid who was screwed. And then he takes a punch that throws him far away. And he wonders what the hell is this, because there are a lot of them and they are very strong. So Zoe ends up holding the boy so he doesn't die. And then those monsters keep coming at him. Meizeo is active Dragon Gate speech ability and flies away with him. And Li Xuan starts asking why he's stepping on those statues, because he's going to step on them and will continue to be harassed. But in that, he flies to the top of one of them, leaving them all down. And Li Xuan realizes that they've calmed down and asks to be put down on the ground, saying that he knows it's nice but doesn't take that closeness so well. But in that, when the boy touches the ground, the Vrajan's warriors get even more pissed off and they start to levitate, all looking to catch trash and beat up Moose. Then he notices that they're flying and wonders why they don't care when the boy touches the statue, saying that this is prejudice, and ends up having to go back to Zanho's lap with a princess in danger. I wasn't expecting that scene, no, I wasn't expecting that scene. And only then does Zoan realize that it's because they're in Buddha's cave, and now he's a Buddhist, and so he changes to the Sultan of the Small Perfection of Wisdom. And soon he hears Gudyen calling some people, and he appears seeing the boy. While holding his princess in his arms, he throws himself from up there, landing near Gudyen, and he tells them to hide behind the statue, because they can't go in there, and he goes right after. Then all the guards stay there at the entrance, and don't continue following him. And Li Xuan is all happy that they can't go in there, but the guards still stay at the entrance, just watching. And so Gudyen tells them to wait for an hour, because they can leave when everything outside goes back to normal. And Zoan is surprised that there is a small cave behind that statue. And Li Xian says that, in fact, they came after him, telling Gudyen that they are going to form a club and want him to join. But he says he is not interested. However, Li Xian asks why he is in such a hurry because they have good benefits in their club, and he will benefit every month, asking what he thinks, saying he heard that this guy likes money to do things, thinking if he can buy him. And Goodyear puts his hand in asking for 100,000 a month to be able to join. Then Li Chuan says that he wants too much, and Zoan steps in so as not to let the broth spill, and says that they still need someone to start the club. And he asks them to join them, please, because if he agrees to make up the numbers, they won't force him to participate in any club activity, asking how much he wants to get in. And so, Li Xuan agrees and makes a deal with him. And with that, after an hour, the guards return to their positions. So, Gu Jian tells them to go ahead because they will get the things. And so he stays behind and starts to get something under his pillow. And then Zoe notices that it is a pocket watch and thinks that this is strange because he has a feeling that he has seen these patterns somewhere Then he before. Remembers, saying that they may be different sizes, but they look like the patterns behind that guy in Chewy's crystal shop. And he thinks that it is a pattern of a woman and an anchor, and there is a rumor that women bring bad luck, and even disaster, when they embark. Therefore, it was a taboo. There were almost no totems or patterns related to women and ships, and he wonders if it's a coincidence, or if this pattern has some special meaning. And sometime later, with a photo, he establishes a club. And so Zoan returns to play, and faces the demonized general of the fist. And he is in disbelief that he has encountered the demonized general with word engraving once again. And he attacks the boy again. But Zoe summons her demonized general from the paper, and he thinks that the fist ability won't work on the paper, and he says that as expected it is much easier to deal with the general. And so he manages to kill that monster, and he gets his companion egg too. The boy thinks it's great luck. And the stats are also equally enormous. And he says that the demonized general of the fist came with almost the same attributes as the paper. And the difference is that one has an astral punch, while the other has the astral suction palm. Then he remembers, since they are the same type of dimensional creature and have similar attributes. He tries to fuse and sees that the fusion rate is 90%, and so he accepts, and the two begin to fuse and ends up creating the mutant demonized general of the legendary stage of the single general life providence. And he notices that the stats became very strong, in addition to having the two special abilities of the two demonized generals. And so with that, he creates almost a Megazord and thinks it is impressive because if he continues on this path, he thinks he can get a demonized general with the 3 astral abilities. But now he wonders where he will find the last one. As he continues, he ends up falling in the middle of a fight. And he thinks that the suction palm is astral. With astral, they can't block that arrow, so he uses the astral cutting blade to stop the arrow. But even so, he gets hit, and he thinks that's enough and says that even that demonized general with word engraving can't stop that arrow for him. And says that all 3 astral skills failed to stop the arrow from the Tiger Jala Gorge. And his goal was to complete this dungeon using the special skills, just like he did in the Little Buddha Temple. But he wonders if his guess is wrong and thinks that he's out of skill options now. And the Tembisma, the astral cutting blade, consuming all his primordial energy, let alone the robust divine punch and the gray palm. Then he remembers something, thinking about the gray palm, remembering that he didn't obtain the gray palm from a dimensional crystal. He obtained it after combining the 1-inch punch with the skeletal palm. And he thinks that's it, saying that there are skills that can't be obtained directly. He needs to acquire the lower versions of it first. And he says that the 3 demonized generals interact and restrict each other, but their fusion rate is very high. And that means that the skills are interconnected. And he thinks that he needs to obtain all 3 astral skills, then obtain the advanced skill. And he thinks that that's the only possibility worth trying right now. And he sets out to obtain the skill crystals of the Tris generals before the college's annual exam. Sometime later, he says that the chance of a demonized general with a word engraving appearing is very low, and he has to constantly waste his blood to reset dead animals that don't have a demonized general with a word engraving. So he starts making that protein shake so he doesn't get anemic and says he'll keep grinding. And after a long time resetting the stage until he finds one of them, he starts to get worse and worse. And finally, the day of the annual exam arrives. While he's already there, Li Xian calls Zhou, saying that today is the day of the exam, asking where Zhou only then finds out that the day has already arrived. And after hanging up the phone, he summons the skill in the palm of his hand, and thinks that he finally got the astral suction palm after a week of hard work, and he thinks that Ong Lu gets several skill crystals easily. But he successfully fused all 3 demonized generals with word engraving, creating a gigantic megazord with some stats that must be absurd. Then, at the exam site, he arrives late saying he was late. Then, Li Xuan says that he doesn't seem nervous at all, and the council chairman, Sanchio Age, asks if that's Zhou, and his assistant says it's him, saying that he was part of the hunt for the Buddha Heart Lotus, with a blood pattern, and the demonized general with word engraving from the Tiger Jala Gorge, and she says that he's only in the mortal stage and hasn't done anything special besides the fact that he hangs out with the family's young master there. Then, Agi belittles him for only being in the mortal stage, saying that it's a shame that what matters in the annual exam is strength. And he's only at the mortal stage, so he'll only be able to get into the top notch at most. And it doesn't matter how good his skills are, because he still asks her to include his name on the list of candidates for the student council. He gets a fright because Anjin, that genius student, is close to the boy, and even talks to him, but he gets another fright because Wanlu, from the Wang family, also greets the boy. And then, Feng Qiyuan arrives there and bows to him. And Lu Chuan himself is surprised, wondering where he knows so many people from. And so, the council president notices. Hong Ji also arrives at the boy's dog, and looking directly at him, he realizes that he is also an acquaintance of Hang. And his assistant notices him arriving there, saying that the two of them don't get along. And he starts to get annoyed with her, because she said there was nothing special about him. But he wonders how he knows all those angry students. But she says that's what it says on Zoen's student profile. Then he says that he has a lot of good connections, and he thinks that maybe he can get acquainted with Ong Lo and Njin if he can recruit him, and he thinks that he needs to investigate his background again carefully. And he remembers that she is in charge of the arrangements of the examination areas, and he asks her to pay attention because he needs her to do something for him, and so the girl agrees to fulfill the president's whims. And in the examination area, they start taking the tests, and everyone passes those tests twice as well. Then, student 74, Zoen, enters the examination area. While everyone was having trouble lifting that thing, he picks it up with just one hand, completing the maximum challenge level without fail with the greatest ease in the world. And he thinks that this four-legged cauldron is too light. And so, the best students continue to do their part calmly, getting great grades. Then, in the end, the results are announced. And Li Xuan says that, as expected, the first ones are the monsters with perfect grades. And it seems that they can only wait for the next one. But then he gets a shock because Owen also entered the top 10, and they wonder how the boy got in, and some people recognize him as the one from the forum video, and they also wonder if he isn't just in the mortal stage. Meanwhile, his disciple thinks that this really is his trainer. And for the life of him, that teacher who doesn't stop picking on the boy, she's surprised he got into the top 10. After all, a student is mortal. He got into the top 10 of the annual exam, and she starts to wonder if Zoen is really a genius. Then Li Xuan says that it doesn't make any sense. After all, he claims to be much stronger than Zoen, because his life providence is the immortal god of combat, but even so Zoen got a higher grade than him, which is his even in the cauldron lift. However, Zoen himself doesn't know how to explain it either, and he thinks that in addition to this test, the others were also inexplicably easier, so he thinks there was a mistake in his grades, and then they come talking to Zoen, asks who it is. Then Wei Gue introduces himself as the president of the Twilight University Student Council and says that he has some business with the boy, asking if they can talk in private. Then he asks when he met the president. However, the boy says that he has never seen him, so he takes him to his room and serves him some tea. He says that, first, he needs to congratulate the boy for entering the top 10 and receiving the chance to enter the Ziwei Palace. And he explains that these congratulations are more than deserved. After all, a person in the mortal stage can't usually enter the top 10. But then Zoen starts to get a little suspicious and asks if the boy made the test easier since he doesn't even know me. Then he asks why he did that. And the president does not deny those accusations and says he did it because he thinks he has potential. And the Ziwei Palace is a great opportunity for him who has just entered the university. and it will be a shame if he misses it. But Owen asks him straight to the point, and he says that there is a vacancy available for vice president of the student council, and he would like it very much, and he wanted to recommend the boy to her. And at that, Zoen says that it is not necessary, because he has no intention of joining the student council. And at that, Age thinks that the council has the power to mediate everything that involves the university and the students. And many students dream of being in that position, but even so, Zoen is not interested, and he says that his friend is still waiting for him, asking if he can come back if there is nothing else, and so Agi says that it is okay because he is always welcome to become a member there and tells him to look for him, in case he changes his mind. And so Zoen just closes the door, and the president's assistant goes to him, saying that he offered her a very good offer, but he still refused. But then the president asks her to forget about it, and says that it's hard to win someone over on the first try, and he's not a simple guy, and it doesn't hurt to help him. Then she says that she almost forgot because this document from the university asked him to take a look, and he just asks to hand it over. And when he reads it, he notices that they will have an exchange student from St. John's University. Sometime later, in a hospital, a woman starts ordering someone to leave her room. The nurse tells her that she needs to rest to recover, but she doesn't give a shit about that. However, that guy who came to visit her calls her sister and says he can't believe a student in the mortal stage left her so broken. Then she notices it's him, asking what he's doing in Luoyang, and he says he submitted an application to Twilight University to be an exchange student, and he says he's there after the boy who made the infamily insult his family, the little devil. And he asks if his name is Zoen, and that's Jean Caption. And he says he went there to avenge his incompetent sister. And man, Caption as a family name is a joke, right? There's no way the author would choose something like that. I hope in Chinese it's something completely different. As they translated it, it ended up becoming Captain. And with that, the men of the association start to take care of a gate. And in the Zui Palace, at the Southern Heavenly Gate, he receives the arrows that the faculty uses as tokens in the Zui Palace. And they can only choose one treasure with them, and the president says that the treasures are assorted and can contain secret skills or companions, or just ancient and common jewels. And then the cave begins to shine with golden balls, and he says so the gate opens and the brightness increases. And he tells him to choose a ball of light and hit it with the arrow. And whatever is inside is the treasure he will win. But then the disciple thinks he has many, saying he has no idea which one to choose. And so they throw the first one. And the first crazy guy says that it's obvious that it depends on luck. And you can't tell which one is the most precious just by its appearance. And he gets a pretty stylish trunk, which looks like it belongs to Rocky. And the girl says it's a treasure chest, asking if he won't open it. And he says it's better not to flaunt his wealth. Meanwhile, Zhou stays quiet in his corner, and says that in reality he can only choose one treasure in the Ziwei Palace. But he wonders if he won't be able to easily obtain all the treasures if he finds the dungeon symbol. So he starts searching everywhere, and says he's already looked around, but there's no palm symbol there. So he wonders if it's hidden inside that gate. But Anjin tells him not to go any deeper, because countless experts have been swallowed inside, and it's better for him to stay away if he doesn't want to die. And so, he thinks a little more and says he'll choose a ball of light first. And with that, Luz arrives saying she can help him choose one. And he says it's no problem, but asks if she's already chosen her. And she says yes, getting a gigantic chest. And he notices that it's huge, and says that anyway, it's random, so she can choose for him. And so, she picks up the thing and throws it up in the air, like it was an old toy. And he notices that she threw it up randomly without even looking. And so she hits one of the balls and says that she got it for him, and she doesn't know what's inside, but she bets that it must be good. However, when the boy gets home and goes to look at it, he wonders if it's Aladdin's magic lamp, realizing that it's an old oil lamp, and wonders if he can summon a genie and rub himself. However, that thing actually makes fire, and he's surprised by this. And that fire produces a very slender woman, with very prominent curves, and she grabs him, and he starts to feel that his body is being controlled by a strange force. And he realizes that it was the lamp that did this. While he is being controlled, his hand goes towards his face, and he gets more and more frustrated, until he starts to dance like a ballerina. And he gets all red with shame, realizing that the lamp is forcing him to dance. And so he starts to perform in the room and understands something, saying that the dance movements are intentionally directing the primordial energy in his entire body to flow in a new direction. This means that, in fact, this is a primordial energy art, and so he gains a little more hack and something happens inside him, and he begins to have a vision of someone saying that he must kill those who go against him, and several people revering that man who is speaking with something golden on his back, which is the image of the one who was speaking, appears, and she says that she is different from those gods. But then the boy begins to collapse and wonders what exactly he just saw. It is said that the day of his reappearance will be when the immortals will fall. And with that, Zoen's mind goes to sea, and he drifts until he hears barking and then begins to wake up. And when he wakes up, he sees his two mythical pets on top of him. One of them is there wagging the Latin dog. And the boy notices that they appeared without permission again. And he says that it had been a long time since he had slept so well, and he wakes up quite carefree. And he says that he always heard someone murmuring in all his dreams, but he is happy that now that is over. But then, when the boy supports his hand to get up, he uses so much force that he flies and goes through the ceiling. And he is surprised, wondering when he got so strong. And to make things worse, after going through that ceiling, he ends up in another house. And that house, unfortunately, is Jean's house. And she turns all red, calling him a pervert. So he calls some people to fix his house. And the men wonder how he managed this feat. So he opens his status to see what happened and realizes that he has reached the legendary stage, receiving the legendary life providence from the king's side. So he is surprised, stuck with this because Wanlu is very lucky with what he got. However, he notices this life providence, and he notices that when the king sighs, the decline begins. And he wonders who wrote that fucking note. He thinks it's strange, because he can't see the attribute numbers in the king's reality that are displayed on the phone screen, but he can feel the providence of life somehow. He says that he can only feel the king's sigh, but he can't tell what it is. He doesn't know what his function is now, but he can continue improving his attributes and incubating creatures at the legendary stage without risking his life this time. And at that he remembers, wondering how many other primordial energy arts. So he enters all of them, noticing that they make an image with several hands holding the Immortal Sutra. And it is said that the 8 perfections of wisdom greatly improve your constitution, strength, and resilience. And he also says that the Taoist body absorbs the primordial energy and quickly recovers its own. The ancient sovereign increases all his attributes and a change in his strength will occur. And as for the great demon, a subtle increase in all his attributes occurs and gives him a special ability. And so he manages to float in the air. He says that there doesn't seem to be any change in the first order of chaos. And he wonders if it's because it has nothing to do with the improvement of the 4 attributes after their evolution. He claims not to know what the King's Sai does for now, but with the exception of the first order of chaos, the other primordial energy arts have gained unique names and life provisions. He says that it's time to explore that place again. And with that, he goes to the dungeon deep in the anthill and begins to kill all the ants easily with the help of his own. And he asks them to keep covering him while he advances. And so, the anemone-like creature appears, killing several of them with its astral punch. And with that, companion eggs start to rain from those monsters. He realizes that they have managed to get food for the banana fairy, and he continues climbing the anthill until he finds a crack in the place, and from there comes out a golden ant that flies. As he tries to reach the crack that he thinks is the entrance to the anthill, the golden ant comes out of there, and starts roaring looking at the boy, and he goes back being thrown by its pressure, and he thinks that this power can only be a creature in the epic stage, but he thinks that he is not there to fight her, summoning the banana fairy, and only then does he realize that she is also reached the legendary stage, but thinks it makes sense since he just fed her with so many anthill eggs from the Black Queen's wing in the legendary stage. And with that he thinks she evolved just in time, telling her to use the extreme blast on that. However, the ant, even frozen, manages to get away from it, making several cuts. However, the boy takes advantage of this to be able to enter the crack and says that of course he didn't expect to kill her with the extreme blast. But he thinks that that is enough to restrict her for a few seconds, giving him the opening he needed to enter. But in that, he wonders what that golden liquid is inside. But even so, he ends up falling into it and almost suffocates. And the system says that he consumed the golden ant's honey and the primordial energy attribute is increased by 1. So he's surprised by this, but his poor man's joy doesn't last long, because the golden ant comes back at him wanting to kill him. And with a single attack, he ends up getting a hit kill. But he thinks about the golden ant's honey, because it increased his maximum attribute limit when advancing to the legendary stage, but it's hard to get a crystal with a high value attribute. And that's why he can't believe that mine directly increased his attribute. And he thinks it's time to get drunk, but he also starts to wonder what that white cocoon he saw in the anthill before was. But while the boy is there playing at invading Maruam's house, that crazy Caption arrives at the university, leaving the country girls wetter than when they get caught in the rain. And he thanks the council president for introducing him to Twilight University, saying that it is truly incredible, saying that he has a feeling that he will benefit greatly during his exchange there. Then the president says that he heard that he is a genius, recognized as a saint at Covenant University, and says that it is a well-deserved reputation, saying that just as he asked, he gathered the exceptional students of his university to have a friendly duel. However, he does not say anything, but thinks to himself that he was unable to get Rwanji to go, because he said he did not have time. After all, the guy is fixing a bug that appeared in the code of his game. Then the little devil says that this is incredible, saying that he is anxious to fill it with the strong ones from the academy. And Nils, he goes to the battle arena, battling first against Zoen's disciple. And Lu, watching the fight, says that they are side by side again, saying that John is. And then. Then the competition ends, and the disciple says it was a good duel, but John says it with a very smug face that doesn't show it was that good. And the president says that his title of genius is really valid, and says that this fight opened his eyes, and John says he feels flattered because the University of Twilight is full of experts and lives up to its reputation. But then he raises a consideration, which makes the president ask him to tell him. And he says he heard that the annual exam has just been held and he is supported, assuming that all of them are the strongest on the list. Then the president says that it is clear. And at that Tion says he heard that one of the students was in the top 10. He was in the mortal stage, and he says how he got there. If he doesn't get to meet that great student, he thinks he'll regret it for the rest of his life. But it's always like that, right? The extra can't stay calm. He needs to hunt for the beating, right? Hey, I want to see him get beaten. At home, I'm the thoughtless one who worked hard all night, but he couldn't find another chance to enter the anthill. And besides, that golden ant started to avoid the blast from one end after being hit the first time, and tells him that, compared to the black ants who only know how to attack like wild animals, this creature is very intelligent. But at that, his cell phone starts ringing, and he notices that it's Professor Wang Fei. And at that, he goes there and notices that Shun is there too. Asks why he's there. He says that he'd rather let Miss Wang explain, and she says that they want to prepare everything so that he can take a vacation from university. He asks why that is. He says that a few days ago, an exchange student from Covenant University challenged him. And he's Lisa's brother. And he doesn't give a shit, not even knowing who Lisa is. And Shenzhen almost curses her, but says she's the redhead he chased. And she ended up seriously injured. So culprit A, culprit B are talking about this casually. And she says that John and Liz are from the Tion family, one of the families of the 6 heroes, and they say that, unlike Liz, John inherited the family hero's physique and also has a powerful life providence, and he's known as a saint in the Western District. She says she doesn't know how he got into the top 10, but Jones took advantage of this to challenge him, and says that he's quite likely to get revenge and kill her. Notice that the matter is a little more serious, and she says that the university suspects her ranking, but they didn't investigate out of respect for Family A. And if her strength doesn't match the institution's maximum level so it will be a dishonor to the university. And he says that it is better for him to stay under the protection of his family. And John starts to say that he thinks Zon is quite suspicious. But Angan arrives there and kicks the boy, almost hitting him, but he manages to dodge her attack and wonders what the meaning of this is. And she says that he knows very well the reason, so he claims to know, and says that he misunderstood, saying that Zoan is already on the list of this university, and he sincerely wants to duel her brother. However, she asks if he has the courage to duel her, and he asks if she is trying to defend the reputation of the university, or if Zoan does not have the corresponding strength. So she took a chance to get a treasure by cheating, and to cover it up, she would be trying to defend him. Then everyone starts to whisper about it, saying that John has a good point, because they knew there was something defending Zoan about him entering the top 10. Even though he is in the mortal stage, he wonders if he cheated and if he will be expelled. And Anjin starts to get in a tight spot. Then the boy comes close to her, saying that he made fun of himself and did not cheat. Then she asks why he is hiding behind her, and says that he eagerly awaits to duel him in 3 days. But then the brat comes there asking about those 3 days, then questions why they don't duel now. Then John notices that it is Kale Zoan, stopping in front of the girl. And Anjin goes to Shun to ask why he appeared. Mr. Wang, seeing this mess, says that since it was his choice, she will watch with anticipation. And with that, several drones begin to broadcast the arena where the fight will take place. And John says that since it is a battle to defend the reputation of his university, everyone should watch. Question. And he says it doesn't matter. And Li Xuan says that this is a trick Soja. However, the disciple says that the coach will win without a doubt. And Li Xuan asks what his problem is. And he says that Huanji asked him to cheer like this, saying that it is better. Asking if there is a problem. And Li Xuan, that crazy guy is completely crazy, says that it is not a problem. And so, Dion begins to summon his knight, saying that he will not make it difficult for him and he will not attack. And victory is his if he can hold off his companion beast for 10 minutes. However, Zoan says that 1 minute is enough. So, John thinks that it's okay because he can cripple him in 1 minute. But Zoan says that what he meant was that he will end this fight in 1 minute, thus summoning his demonized general. And as the years go by, Wang keeps thinking about the Holy Knight of the Knight's Court Spear, and she claims that they say it's Lamorak, the Knight of the Round Table in history. It's a very powerful companion beast and one of the strongest in the legendary stage. So, when that beast attacks Zoan, he summons his demonized general, who holds that spear with his hands and throws the knight back behind as if it were a toy. And so, Li Xuan notices that it is a mutant demonized general, wondering when Zoan got another one. However, Anjin says no, saying that there is something wrong with a common mutant demonized general. And they see that gigantic thing behind Zoan and the boy sees it. He stands still calm. And John thinks that the boy really resisted the attack of the Holy Spear Knight. And he sends the knight again towards the demonized general, who also goes on the attack. And then they start exchanging blows. And Li Xian says that Zong is too much, saying that the boy can even hold out for a minute like that. And John is in disbelief that the Holy Spear Knight couldn't defeat him in a minute, but says that he is very mistaken if he thinks he will be able to do it that way. And so he activates his life providence, Knight's Oath, and the stronger the master of the Holy Knight of the Lance is, the greater the strengthening of the knight's power. And so he orders the knight to use piercing destruction, ordering Zoe to be destroyed in pieces. But as he goes after the boy, the demonized general traps him in that black sphere that he always uses in the game. Then John wonders what that is, and so he uses the palm of astral suction, bringing the knight's neck to the general's hand. And with the other hand, he delivers the astral punch, destroying the knight completely. And John is in disbelief, and Zoe just turns around, canceling the general's summoning, and Li Xuan begins to celebrate his friend, because it seems that Saint is just a name, and the disciple acts as if he knew that victory was imminent all along. And Anjin says that this demonized general just used 2 special primordial energy abilities. But then, John activates the sacred imperial body and assumes that Zoen is really strong, asking what about a real confrontation now, but the boy simply says that he lost, and there is no point in continuing with this, and Li Shen agrees, saying that he is the sore loser. However, John says that he is willing to bet the honor of the Capetion family and the companion egg of the rebel knight who inherited Lancelot's strength. And so Zoen agrees, asking how they should compete. And at this, Li Xuang starts to say that he is going too far. However, John says that it is simple, saying that he just needs to resist the attack of the secret tech passed down from generation to generation of the Capetion family, the judgment of the sacred light. Then he starts to invoke the attack, goes after Zoen, and Li Shen becomes totally desperate. And John says that he is taking a step too big and starts to celebrate. However, the extreme blast comes out of the attack, going all out towards John, who only has time to wonder what that is until he is completely frozen, and Zoen, just using the Banana Fairies fan, says that the boy lost. And after a humiliating victory, Zoen just goes to the little devil, breaking the ice where he was, leaving the kid all stretched out on the ground. Then he goes there to get that egg mate, saying that he will keep it. Then Anfei orders to check on John and starts to wonder if he was hiding his true strength. However, she decides to just let it go, and the boy, already at home, sees the egg of the rebel knight of the legendary stage, and he realizes that it is very powerful, as it has 4 talent skills and all of its attributes have reached 19 points, which is as good as the attributes of the demonized general with word engraving. But he finds this strange, as this companion egg is obviously stronger than the Holy Knight of the Lance, and he wonders why John didn't incubate it, but preferred to incubate the Holy Knight of the Lance and use it in the duel. But then he reads the description about this knight, saying that he inherited Lancelot's strength. And Lancelot was a legendary figure among the Knights of the Round Table, led by King Arthur, and also Sir Hector's half-brother, a bastard son of King Ban. And as one of the greatest knights of the Round Table, Lancelot was respected and loved by the people for his courage, strength, and consideration for others. But his love affair with Queen Guinevere, Arthur's wife, brought ruin to the Round Table in the end. Then he sees the providence of the life of the predestined knight, who is blessed by God, a dominant figure of leadership. And the boy notices that this rebellious knight has the providence to be the dominant figure. And Lancelot was one of King Arthur's subordinates, but he stole Queen Guinevere, his beloved wife. He says that he is no wonder that John did not incubate the rebellious knight, for he must know that the providence of the knight's life can cause rebellion to his master, and he thinks that he is in a complicated situation. But meanwhile, at night, Wang Fei says that, as she said, Zhou is indeed a special student, and he always brings out shocking or surprising results. If he is indeed an unpolished gem, that person she is talking about is the only one who can polish it. And he recognizes that Zoen is going to be another problem student and proposes something to her. And she ends up agreeing, saying that Zoen's powerful companion beasts played the same major role in defeating John, and tells him that she will make arrangements according to his suggestion, and ends the call. Meanwhile, that man continues to descend to what seems to be the center of the earth, using only a chain. And in the morning, at Zion's house, the author shows that, and apparently he likes him quite a lot without clothes. And at that, Li Xuan tells him to stop sleeping, saying that Miss Wanfei just posted her task, asking if he's seen it yet. And when he goes to look, the task is to kill 10 bronze auspicious beasts. And the location is the restricted city. And at that, Zhuang asks if he's sure that this restricted city isn't some kind of dangerous dimensional zone. And Li Zhuang says that he did some research and it's not particularly a dangerous zone, and the restricted city is one of the deepest underground cities in Luoyang, and is filled with all kinds of bronze dimensional creatures. And up until that point, the strongest dimensional creatures ever discovered are only at the legendary stage. And one of the reasons it's called the Narrow City is that the city seems to have a mysterious power that prevents the bonding of companion beasts, meaning he won't be able to summon any form of dimensional creature in the Narrow City. And when he gets there, the boy starts to face an auspicious bronze beast with a beating along with Li Chuan. So while it takes a bite, he ends up dodging it, and so does Li Chuan. However, the boy thinks that none of his attacks are working, so he tries the immortal god of combat, punching the monster, but he ends up being thrown back in an embarrassing way. But in that, Zoen summons the blade of the astral cut on top of the monster and manages to cause a crack in it, and Li Chuan is happy with that. But Ei simply says that he used all his primordial energy in that attack, saying that it's leaking now, leaving Li Xuan behind. And so, a while later, the boy manages to catch up with him, asking if Professor Wang hadn't said that the attributes of the bronze auspicious beasts were average, that this free one looks more like a block of metal that can't be moved. But that was a crazy idea of hers without any size. Huh? In turn, he takes a picture of the palm symbol that he managed to find in a fantastic way. Easy this time. Then Li Chuan asks if he's listening, questioning the boy if this homework doesn't seem too difficult when they can't use companion beasts. However, Zong thinks that it's not like they can't all be used, and he may not even feel a contract with these companion beasts when he entered the restricted city. But those two are an exception, saying that he can even hear their chatter. But he thinks that, in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, it's better to keep it a secret that they can ignore the rules of the restricted city. And he says that the bronze auspicious beast has strong defense, but it's not invincible. So he just has to find an opening or weakness. And Li Xian says yes, saying that the task is ridiculous, the information given is inaccurate. But he thinks that it's still possible for them, who are in the legendary stage, to fight or escape from the auspicious beasts. But if their colleagues in the mortal stage make any mistakes, the boy is disappointed with this, and once at home, he enters the place, thinking that after trying several times, he finally found a complex way, and while the beast attacked him, it ends up with its back open, and the boy attacks right in the center of its spine, defeating it. And he says that the bronze auspicious beasts need to consume energy to complete their movements, attacks, and defense. So, when they move, the energy flows and accumulates in a certain part of the body, and at the same time, another part of the body ends up lacking energy. And that is its weak point. But after testing, he discovered that their weak points change according to certain actions. And for someone in the mortal stage to defeat a bronze auspicious beast, he will have to record each weak point for each type of action it does. And with that, he'll probably have to stay up late for another night. And the next day, he sends a file to Zoan, and he wonders what this is. But after reading that thing, he calls Zoan saying that he did it, saying that he's the man because he managed to defeat the big guy by himself just by following his guide. And he says that this guide is very detailed, asking how he discovered all of this, because even in a But he tells Li Chuan to leave it alone because those who are in the mortal stage may even need more time, but they will still be able to kill, asking if he thinks this guide will sell. And Li Chuan doesn't doubt it, telling him to leave everything with him, that money will be deposited in the account, and he goes to the other people in the group talking about the strategy guide. But a girl says that she doesn't think it's necessary for this task because her task is to kill 10 bronze beasts. And says that a bronze rabbit in the mortal stage must have a bronze beast. And so the two idiots think about it and realize that it didn't need to be the auspicious beast, noticing that anything bronze was already fine. But in fact, analyzing their task is to kill 10 bronze auspicious beasts. And Li Xian wonders why the teacher gave them a different task. Then Zong begins to realize that no student will buy his guide to killing the beasts. However, Angie says that it is not necessarily that, because he heard that the task of the special admission class of his year is also to kill the bronze auspicious beasts. And so he appears out of nowhere behind the two, leaving him surprised. And he starts reading that guide, saying that not even he realized that, and to think that he made a complete analysis of each movement of the bronze auspicious beast, saying that it is possible to implement this even in the game engine. And Zoan talks to Hongyi, asking if he thinks that the special admission students will buy the guide to complete the task, but he says that there's no way that will happen, saying that the special admission students are too proud, and using someone else's guide to complete a homework assignment is the same as saying and both of them realize that it will not work. They simply turn around and run away, saying that it will be useless. Then Zoe says that this guide will be considered as training, saying that he was even planning to invest that money in his game. Then Ruedi gets desperate, telling them to wait, and he says that it may be unlikely that they will buy the guide to complete the task, but they can still use it to break his record in the restricted city. And he says that some of those guys with inflated egos will definitely buy it in secret to break his record. Surprised by this, saying that now that he mentioned it, it was because Ian and Enlu were trying to break his record in the Lotus Cave before. But while he thinks that, Ian arrives there grabbing the boy from behind, saying that he finally found it, saying that it's time for class. And Zoan asks him to wait, because his pants will be left behind. And the two of them stand there, surprised by what they are seeing. And he goes to the training center with Kyuyan. And the boy says that he learned the mind's eye that he taught him. Rizos wonders what this mind's eye is, and if he said that because of him. And Ian tells him to take a look, preparing for an attack. And so he almost manages to hit Zoan even with his eye closed. And the boy notices that he is very fast, but even so he keeps trying to hit him, and gets out of the way quickly. And he says that his attacks are fast and resolute, as if he had already targeted him. While the boy keeps trying to hit, he uses the Dragon Gate Fairy's ability to keep running away. Then he thinks about the mind's eye while dodging all those attacks, saying that the sword is really staring at him as if it were an eye. Then Kyuhyun finally stops, saying that the movements of objects are affected by primordial energy, and even without using his eyes, the attacks will become sharper and more precise, as long as he strengthens his perception of the subtle flow in the air. But he says that he is still far from his level of predicting movements, but he questions the nonsense, and that is what he wants him to achieve. However, the boy says that they may even be similar, but the mind's eye and the truth hearer are not the same, and he created a new skill by himself. So, the boy talks to Frank and Ian, saying that there is nothing for him to teach, and he mastered the mind's eye because he is talented, and says that he will return his money. But the boy asks him to stop, saying that he is learning to progress because of him, and he knows that he has made rapid progress in cultivation, so he must have a tight schedule. It is selfish of you to delay practicing it. But Zoe says that's not what he meant. But the boy keeps calling him coach, telling him not to worry, because he'll learn on his own, while he follows, and will do his best when he needs him. Zoe says that everything's fine. And the boy thanks him for not doing anything, and says he wants to get to know him better, saying that if he doesn't mind, he wants to apply to live with him. But Zoe definitely does mind, wondering how he'll be able to play if they live together, and he says he can even. Of course, that's only in this crazy guy's delusional mind. Because the guy only plays all day. Then he goes back home and tells the antelope that he bought him vegetables, leaving them in the kitchen as if he were his roommate. Meanwhile, he keeps looking at the picture frame until he sees the photo of Zhou and his father and says Zhou Linfeng's name. He gets a fright, wondering if he's imagining something, because he heard someone saying his father's name. So he goes to the dungeon, the deep area of the anthill, to try again against that golden ant. But while she was about to kill him, he disappears from her front and appears behind her along with the demonized general who used the suction palm to bring the boy. And he asks the general to win time for him, while he enters that anthill and literally throws himself inside to fall into that ant's golden honey. And he says that, as expected of an epic creature, the level difference is very high, so his demonized general couldn't do much. And it is already very close to him, but he summons the banana fairy and throws a blast of in at that ant. But his attack doesn't do much. Because it dodges in the same way, but because it dodged, the attack keeps going, and he wonders what is happening because the ant started going towards the attack, and why it flew back until it stops in front of the attack and creates a barrier to prevent it from hitting that cocoon that is stuck up there on the ceiling. So he thinks it's now or never and starts drinking that honey in every possible way. And he gets several units of primordial energy, becoming stronger and stronger. However, the Zeeg ant kills him in an instant, and he thinks that the ant preferred to protect the white cocoon in the center of the anthill instead of defeating the current enemy. And he says that he finally found a way to drink the honey. But then, Li Xuan calls him again, asking what about they do the restricted city task the next day. And the boy says of course, but says it doesn't make sense. They should hurry up, since they made a strategy guide and the deadline is very long. However, he messed up the question if he remembers that they promised that the two clubs would do activities together to get to know each other better, saying that he talked to his sister Wei Yang, and they decided to do the group activity in the restricted city, which is convenient, since they can do their tasks together. And the boy says that it can be. Look, Li Xuan, take the Picanha to the carnivore's house, will you? Your sister is crazy about it. Huh? And so, the next day, she arrives calling him like a child, and the boy complains about it, and she says that she received applications from another group who wants to do this activity, and says that this event will be more lively than she imagined, so a good group of people gather there, and the student council already starts to make trouble, and Zoe notices that there are a lot of people there. While those two who are not at all relevant continue arguing, Zoe gets scared by this, and Li Xuan's sister says that they probably because of the boy, since Owen became famous after the battle against John, and he notices that Young is there, but that Ian and Lu also appear. He asks why they are there, and Li Xian arrives all proud, saying that it is because the two are the newest members of the Xianwen club. Li Xian questions how he convinced them to join the club. However, Li Xuan says that he didn't even need to be convinced, because when Qiyuan found out that he was in the club, so he joined to have more chances of seeing him. And as for Wang Lu, she basically said that they can count on her because she thinks she'll come out on top by joining them. So they start battling some jade monsters, and the boys refuse to lose to the girls from the Wei Yang club, while Lu says that it's amazing, because his guide reduced the hunting time for the auspicious beasts by more than half, and that Ian thinks his coach is amazing, but the boy says that he's just going to look for a corner to play while he's calm, but then his cell phone starts beeping, which he's surprised that the mysterious cell phone reacted, and he starts looking for what's going on. Imagine if an earthquake starts to happen, and then a wall opens in front of Zoe, and they wonder what that is, because they got a big scare, and they notice that there is a space on the other side. And Zoe, as if she doesn't care about her own life, calls them to check it out, and arriving on the other side, they notice a gigantic monument in front of them, and they notice that that structure is made of bronze, and Luz questions what must be behind it. As they continue investigating, Zoan uses the Great Demon Floating Sutra and starts flying over everyone. And he says that there is no entrance in that structure, not even windows or passages. And they have the stupid idea of starting to attack that without even knowing what it is. But it doesn't break. And what looks like brute force doesn't work. And the boy says there are no windows or doors, and there's some powerful force protecting this thing. Wondering what the hell this is, but then one of them says that this is the place that deceives the gods. And hearing this, the president asks if Zhang Yan knows where this structure came from. And he says he only has a vague idea. In both the Eastern and Western dynasties, humans believed in gods who controlled life and death of all things, and the royal family performed many funeral rituals to show respect to the heavens. However, according to rumors, at the end of the Eastern Zhou dynasty, the emperor was afraid of death. So he created the city of death and put his blood in it, in an attempt to deceive the gods and fake his own death so that he could escape its fate. But unfortunately, it is impossible to escape the fate of death. According to the records, the city of death is made of bronze and has no door. But skipping all the interesting explanation the boy was making, Li Chuan sends him straight to the point because since he knows so much, he should know how to get in. However, the boy says that if it really is the city of death of the Eastern Zhou dynasty, maybe they can dig under the wall of digging. A hole really opens and they enter, but Jiang says that they have been inside for a long time, wondering if they are in danger. But Yen says he is sure they are fine, since his coach is with them. But inside the city of death, he wonders where they are and what is that, because there is a dry tree inside. And looking at that tree, Zoan has the idea of using his cell phone to take a picture of it. And he realizes that the cell phone reacted to that thing, and it's the first time it reacts to anything other than Palm's tiny pattern. So he asks if anyone found anything. But Li Xian says they didn't see anything other than that tree. But as he speaks, the tree grows leaves and starts to shine again, and they are surprised by this. However, unfortunately for most of them, an idiot touched the tree by accident and it became like this. And after smelling that thing in his hand, the tree shrinks again, losing its leaves. And a girl analyzes what happened to him. Apparently, he wasn't cursed by the tree. And he says that, in reality, he just got scared because the tree shone out of nowhere. And Li Xuan questions if nothing happened and what about the light from the tree. However, Zhoan has no idea. However, Lu says she's a little curious, and when she touches the tree it starts to turn red and blooms in a different color. And Li Xuan comes desperately asking if she's okay, and if she feels any discomfort. But she says that nothing happened other than the color change. Pasonia is doubtful about the color change depending on the person, and he says that there's something strange and it's better not to touch the tree. But Lycon already had his hand touching it, and they notice that it turned golden, so they want to try too, saying that they're curious to know what color it will turn when they touch it. So they start to do that stupid thing. But Zoan leaves them alone and goes back to looking at his cell phone. But he notices that the tree's area is still downloading. And this goes on for a long time. And even though he's been in the dorm for a good while, it still hasn't finished downloading. And he says that nothing happens when he touches the screen. And it seems like he'll have to wait for it to subside. But he thinks the only way is to sleep early. And the next morning, Yang Lan says that the qualification battle for the Sacred Land is about to begin. He's worried about letting Zhong En go alone, sending his son to ask Shin to accompany him. And he asks his mother if she won't really reconsider, because he's sure Jean can do it. She says that the list has already been finalized and knows that he cares a lot about his sister, but she knows very well about her condition. And she says that the girl is different from him because Jean was born with a cold in her body. And the reason for this is still unknown. And this cold brings symptoms that are unstable. And because of her destiny, she suffers more pain than others when practicing. And that's why Linen encourages her to practice the art of solar bombardment. And she says that even if Jean qualifies, the girl may have problems inheriting the gift granted by God. And even if the chance is slim, she doesn't want to lose anyone important again. And so Jean hears all this and has no choice but to be resentful. At home, Zoe notices that he has finally finished downloading and he receives access to the dead man's tree. But he finds that name horrible. So he enters there with his character and wonders if that is the black tree of the dead city. But wonders why a simple tree became a dungeon, and wonders what its secret is. But then there is a knock on the boy's door, and he notices that it is on Jean. And she arrives all wet, telling Zoan to finish their duel as agreed. However, the boy simply throws a towel at her, telling her to dry herself, saying that he doesn't remember promising to fight her, and her dormitory is upstairs, telling her to finish drying her hair and go back. But she asks why he's hesitating now that he's advanced to the legendary stage and has a powerful companion beast. And he talks to Jean, saying that he knows she came because of the qualification. But he says he doesn't want that, and if she wants it so much, he can persuade Yang to give her back the qualification. Then the girl tells him that she knows that defeating him doesn't prove anything, but she can't accept that, wondering why. She risked her life to prove that she was qualified to enter the Sacred Land, but he got this chance as if it were nothing. Besides the fact that he is giving up and he could have practiced the art of solar bombardment, but he didn't value that chance. And the girl says that she is the one who wanted to practice, but you have to endure the pain caused by the cold. And he says it's not fair at all while crying. But the boy's phone starts ringing, and he answers Li Hua and tells Zoen that the problem is very serious, saying that some of those who entered the dead city yesterday with Ade were found dead this morning. And Lu seems to be one of the victims. Oh, come on, if Lu died he'll be really upset because she's really cute. Okay, it's not that important, but it's very cute. And with that, the two arrive at the hospital, meeting Li Xian, and he is surprised that his sister has come too. But Wen gets straight to the point, questioning what he said, asking if it was in a dimensional zone. And he says no, saying it was at college, because he found out that they had a cardiac arrest out of nowhere, and he claims to have checked the list and confirmed that the 5 touched the black tree. But the boy says that Li Xuan also played and says that if it really is because of her, then he is in danger. And Li Xuan says he has already notified the college about the tree, but they have not found any trace of a tree in the dead city according to the investigation team. Aizoen is in disbelief at this, and Li Chuan says that the tree disappeared. So the case is so strange and bizarre that the army takes control of the place. And it's complicated even for the faculty to intervene. And Zoen realizes that they won't be able to take a look at Wang and the others. However, Anjin says he can gain access. And Li Xuan says that he had forgotten that there is someone important from the family there. And then she tells Zoen that he will owe her a favor. And he asks what she wants. But she says that she hasn't thought about it yet, saying that she will think about it and tell him later. Then the boy talks to Li Chuan, saying that he also touched the tree. And if something happens to him, he should get in touch immediately. And the boy says that he can leave it. And so, Anjin starts making a call, while the crazy guy uses the Kyushio's no jutsu to enter the dead man's tree. And there he notices that the tree is different from when he saw it that morning, because those things on the branch are flower buds. And he notices that it has 5 buds, and it matches the number of dead people. And he says that, as expected, it's because of that tree. But he thinks there's something strange, because dungeons are created based on reality, but their existence shouldn't affect each other. So he wonders why the effects of the reality dead man's tree are being displayed on his cell phone. But then he remembers that the reality dead man's tree has disappeared. And maybe it's not a dungeon, but rather a transfer of data from things in reality to the cell phone, just like the companion eggs. And with that, the girl flicks him on the forehead, telling him to stop playing, because she got access and calls him to go. Meanwhile, an officer is talking to the plague doctor who doesn't seem to be from that reality. And he tells the doctor that the situation is still uncertain, but the guy is asking him to dissect those children. And he questions why not do this and says that it's because they have no idea that he wants to have a greater understanding. And he says that their physiological functions have really stopped. So they are, in a way, dead. But the guy says that they don't know anything about the situation, and drying them is an act that cannot be undone. And he says that Dr. Ian should already know this. Besides, the Wan family's daughter is among the 5, and they will never allow that. So, Dr. Ian says that he can keep her, and he uses the other 4, but he says that he won't give up on any of them. Besides, he knows that that crazy guy always creates the soldiers killed in combat with the experiment material. But Torian says he only wants those 4, saying that they are currently between life and death, and he wants to discover the source of that fascinating power. And he says that the general has no choice, and only he can give them a chance at salvation, and that is an offer he cannot refuse. And at that, the general asks if he is there threatening, but he says that he is only telling the truth. And at that, the door opens. The general tells whoever it is to leave, because he already said that no one is allowed to enter. However, he notices that Anjin says that she brought someone who can help. So they talk about the tree. However, the general says that he already knows about the boy from the family there has already reported, but they didn't find any tree in the restricted city. However, Zoen says that the tree definitely exists. Everyone who entered the city of death witnessed it, and it was no illusion. And he also makes it very clear that he doesn't think they're dead. And so Yang starts to get pissed off at the boy. And Zoen says that the touch tree was located in Zoen's dead city. And originally, the dead city was used to fake death and trick the heavens. And maybe the tree that disappeared is the essence to trick fate. And Angelo and the others may be in suspended animation after coming into contact with the tree. And as soon as the effects of the tree wear off, they come back to life. But Dr. Ian is disappointed and says that this is just a theory. However, Zoen says that this also means that it's not impossible. However, the doctor gets pissed off again, saying that he has 1 night, and he's only going to wait 1 night for him to solve this. Dr. Morento, the crazy guy, is the general. He's saying he won't touch anyone, and he's saying he'll wait just 1 night. Guys, get together, get together, get together. The general says he never agreed to let him do whatever he wants after 1 night. But Ian says it's also a chance to consider what he just proposed, because the lives of those students are being drained by an unknown power and they've waited for 1 day. When their last breath disappears, even he won't be able to do anything to save them. And he tells the general, saying it's better to consider his offer, or maybe he'll end up with nothing in the end. And the general realizes that he really is in that guy's hands, so Zoen thinks about what he said about the lives being drained. Yang Jin says that Yang is an epic and registered member of the military, that the primordial energy art he cultivates in his life providence are related to life and soul, and he is able to sense and discern the state of life within his domain, doing
and
next?
I ask that
Then the
Zoan
boy
will.
is in doubt, saying he is going to the bathroom. And the little angel's face is basically her wondering why he's going to take a dump in this tense moment. And so he locks himself in the bathroom and starts playing, saying he needs to do something before the coroner ends up forcing the general. For it will be irreparable if they are actually dissected. And so he goes back to the tree with the 5 things. And he says they were just sprouts just now, but they're starting to bloom. So he gathers his primordial energy, thinking that if he associates the bud with what Ian said, then the blossoming of those 5 flowers represents the extraction of life from the 5 students. And so he attacks that and says that he can only risk destroying those shoots. So by hitting one of those sprouts, and Lu ends up opening his eyes. And Yang Jing sends his Uncle Qin to see her. And he talks to Yang but wonders how this is possible, as she should still be in a state of death. And the general notices that something is going on. The theory of suspended animation is probably correct. But still their condition is not improving, and it is better not to get excited too soon. So the Zoan watches from afar and notices that what he did ended up helping. But he also notices that he was unable to destroy the sprouts with his astral cutting blade at maximum power. So he summons all of his companion beasts, ordering them to attack together. But then, the Truth Hearer appears in the tree, and he wonders when he left of his own free will. So, the Truth Hearer simply pulls that thing out of the tree, and the boy notices that he picked, so he wonders how they are. However, when he leaves all desperate, Wan Lu is simply waking up. So, she questions what he is doing. And so, the general says that he asked to examine the Wang family's daughter. But it seems that she is fine. And since Anglo is fine, maybe the other students will wake up soon, and he tells Ian that what he seems to be doing is correct, and he will not get what he wants. Then Zoan says that it was just a lucky guess. So he goes now, and the general thanks him for his visit. And he says he's going to make the Truth Hearer pick the other buds too. Then Ian stares at the boy with a pretty scary aura. And Nia Sanjin calls the boy, saying that everyone else has woken up, and he just agrees, but quickly hangs up, leaving her in the dark. And she apparently doesn't like what the boy did very much. And he's at his house with the Truth Hearer with all those flowers. And he wonders what he's going to do with those flowers. And they're items obtained from the dead man's flower that didn't bloom. And he says that those buds have become an item, but wonders what their use is. And the Truth Hearer looking at that, and he tells the animal to eat it if it wants, because it has no use for the buds anyway. And the Truth Hearer actually eats it. Then another bud appears there on that tree. And the boy is surprised by that, saying that it's a golden presence. And he notices that it's Li Chuan. Then Zoan calls him, but he's already beyond Baghdad, and he can't hear. And Zoan notices that something happened to him and tells the Truth Hearer to get it quickly. And he goes there and grabs it, and the boy manages to get up again. Then Zoan calls him at the same time. And the boy says that he thinks he fell asleep on the ground. But Zoan says that as long as he's okay, everything's okay. And he realizes that whoever touches the tree has their life sucked out, thinking that this is cruel. And he notices that it's just a dead man's flower that didn't bloom, asking what it would have been like if it had bloomed. But he says that it's quite possible that someone will end up dead first. But then another sprout appears, so the truth teller gets all excited, and the boy starts to wonder how many people touched the dead man's tree. So a while later, still in the city of, he sends a picture of the monster he killed, saying that now the mission is complete. However, when he looks at Zoan, the guy has a dead face, and he notices that he's very pale in those eyes in the last few days. And the boy says that he's been keeping an eye on that damn tree with the Truth Hearer for the last few days, and it finally stopped sprouting new shoots. Then he says that he has stopped getting into this mess. Meanwhile, with Anfei, she notices that Zoan has completed his mission. So she thinks it's time and goes to him to tell him that he's going to study with a new mentor. And she says yes, saying that his talent is exceptional, that this mentor is more capable than her of developing his talent. And she says that his name is Wang Mingho. I'm going to call him that because it's very strange to say Mingyuan, it's very difficult. And she says that he was evaluated as average in terms of strength in the last evaluation by the teachers. But comparing combat achievements, he is unmatched in academic and theoretical terms at the university. And his talent is exceptional. So she knows it will be very beneficial if he studies with this boy. And so he agrees, thanking her for everything so far. And so his senior and Zhang Yan arrive there, saying they will study under the same tutelage with him. And Anfei says they also receive mentorship from the same mentor. And they are also his seniors. And so they go to Zia, talks about what they came back, and they tell Zoan that this is the part his mentor is researching. But he will go down to the dragon well now to investigate. But arriving there, a dark-haired guy, quite stuck up, says they came back early, saying if they were on duty today, he would also pick up the newbie. And the blue-haired senior says that slacker is Zhongxia, Zoan's senior too. And so he starts to get irritated, but says that now that the newbie has arrived, he's finally free, saying that he'll be the one responsible for pulling that shitty chain now. Rai Feng says that this is like his mentor's entry-level mission, and all he has to do is pull that chain, but On asks what that chain is for, and he says that there's a well down there, so obviously it's used to fish a dragon. And he says that strange lights and dragon roars occasionally occur in that cave, and his mentor created this special chain for that purpose. He's surprised that there's a dragon there, asking if it's the one from the legends, to which Zong says that it's just his mentor's guess based on the dimensional mutation. And he says that in his opinion there might even be something there, but it's just another dimensional creature. However, when Zoan grabs that chain, he lets go feeling pain, so Zong tells him to be careful, saying that the dragon well is very cold, so the chain also ends up getting cold when he hangs like that. However, he says that the boy cannot use any primordial energy ability to pull the chain, saying that is this change of rule from his mentor. And Zoe says that it's okay, pulling his sleeves and grabbing that thing, and so he pulls it little by little, but he starts to feel the effects of the cold, and when he manages to pull it all, and Ans asks how many times it has been, since he is using such a direct method to pull the chain, and Haifeng says that the damage that Furio causes to those in the legendary stadium is limited, but he doesn't want to say. And so the boy keeps pulling until his mentor arrives and asks if they have gotten acquainted with the new freshman. And after a while he lights the fire and Mingao tells him to drink some of that to warm himself up, as it is very effective against the intense cold and burns. And the boy thanks him, and he says he heard from Haifeng that he pulled the chain several times. And he says he didn't stop to count, but it must be. However, Mingao says he pulled so many times, asking why he didn't think of another way. For example, Haifender used all his power and amplitude to pull the chain with the help of inertia, simultaneously reducing the number of times his hand came into contact with the chain, so he could pull it before his hands froze. He spent some time observing how the cold weakened, and then pulled the end of the chain that was less affected by the cold and managed to pull everything up. And as for Zhong, he says that he just used a primordial energy ability, since the rules are fixed, but people are flexible, so the boy gets pissed, since he himself said he couldn't use the ability. However, Zoan says that he still wants to keep pulling like this. Since it's a mission, it's also a means of training. He thinks he can pull the chain since he just needs to get the hang of it with a few more tries. And in that, Minga says that among his men, only 2 tried to pull the chain without thinking about failing. And he's one of them, but the boy is the first one to keep trying after failing so many times. And the boy asks who the other one is who didn't pull, and he says he's a veteran who graduated. But rule is rule. He can only rest after pulling everything. And so the boy goes back there, and finally manages to pull everything. And he wonders if that is an anchor. And he realizes that the shape of this anchor is very similar to that door with numbers, but it looks like it was polished. And he asks Minga what this anchor is. And he says it is a hook created to fish the dragon with this bag of companion eggs, because dragons are very greedy creatures. And he says he is trusting that chain to Zoan, saying that he can rest after putting the hook back in the well. And so, after doing what he should, he starts to think about the dragon and soon goes to the game world, saying he will take a look. And so he descends to the cave of the dragon's gate in the cave of the ancient dragon. And when he gets inside, he wonders how deep the dragon's well is, because it must be freezing cold down there. He has no doubt. And so he activates the life providence of the 8 perfections of wisdom, activating the Buddha body of the lotus. He already starts to think that it will work and goes in there, flying with that thing around him. And so he goes down deeper and deeper. At a certain point in his descent, he finds a place that is even colder, and he says that it never ends, because the deeper he goes, the colder it gets. And so he stops to take a look and says that even after strengthening his physique and using the Buddha body of the lotus, he still thinks that he will freeze to death if he keeps going. And he thinks that he can try to put on a Dunbridge jacket, or create a bonfire in reality. But in the game he thinks that it's going to be difficult, but he thinks that speaking of fire, he has the art of mysterious primordial energy from the temple of the fire god. So he goes and changes it to the Sutra of the Ancient Sovereign and says there how he expects the primordial dart of the flaming monolith. It has a high resistance against fire. And so he literally starts to catch fire and continues descending. But as he descends, the art he had begins to fade, and he notices that the Sutra of the Ancient Sovereign only holds up to that point, but he must not be that far from the bottom. And so he calls the silver-winged ant and tells it to use the magic stinger. And when it uses the attack, he uses his celestial senses to see where he got to. At the bottom, he manages to break an ice sting. And only then the boy can feel a dragon there. But he also feels what appears to be an egg, mate. And he gets scared by that. And the dragon, in turn, looks at him and starts to roar. And automatically, the boy dies. Then Zoe notices that that is a roar that can kill someone from 100 meters away, wondering if that is really the dragon from the legends. And he also notices that there was a cocoon in the dragon's well. He wonders if it has any relation to the white cocoon that the golden ant is protecting, but he decides to let him think about it later, and he will go back now to rest after having pulled the chain for a day. While he weighs it, everything goes dark and he wonders what is happening. Then, Yen says that he just used his life soul to interfere with the sense of the nearby life forms, so that no one can perceive the existence of that domain. Then he appears with the Dementor behind the boy, and says that he finally found a suitable chance to meet Zoe again. The exam gets tense when he sees that it is the coroner and says that, as far as he knows, the students are safe and the general didn't give any orders to continue investigating, asking what the doctor wants. And he says that he just wants to ask a few things, telling the boy not to get nervous. Then he asks if he is insinuating that it is useless even if he gets nervous. And he says that the boy is right, And then Zoe notices that she can no longer move. And Ian says that he doesn't like beating around the bush because he temporarily blocked the connection between him and his body, and he gets very close to the boy, telling him to get straight to the point because he came because of the tree. And Nisong asks if he is looking for that missing tree. And Yen says that is right, saying that he needs his power. And the boy asks what that power is. Then Yen asks if he knew Tetsu's ship, saying that this is an irresolvable paradox. And he describes a ship that could sail for 100 years thanks to the people who maintained it and replaced its parts. And in the end, the entire ship would be replaced. But he asks if the boy thinks this ship would still be the ship of Theseus, or if it is no longer the same ship after a plank is replaced. And he says that the answer is simple. What determines whether or not it is the ship of Theseus was never the ship itself. And the one who decides that is the captain. If for the captain the ship of Theseus was just a tool to conquer the seas, this ship will always be the ship of Theseus, whether before or after the 100 years. And this is also the relationship between the body and the consciousness, that the soul and the consciousness are the captain, while the body, it is a ship of Theseus that serves only for transportation. Asking if the boy does not agree, he says that the dimensional storm gave humans the opportunity to evolve. Even though it did so by giving them the lowest starting point, most humans could not survive in the face of the monsters whose existence is above the human race. And he says that if his research succeeds in extracting the human consciousness, or rather, the soul, then all of humanity will be able to achieve immortality. Consciousness will not be limited to fragile physical bodies. Then, the human race will be able to exist in a new dimension. So, Zoan says he doesn't know if he's a genius or a madman. And Ian says he dedicated his entire life to this research, and bet his life's providence and his vital soul to observe the abstract existence of this thing they can call the soul. All this to give more possibilities to humanity, but every time he tries to separate the soul from a body, no matter what method he uses nor how careful he is, as soon as the soul is extracted, life is extinguished, time after time. And every time it was like this. But those students who had their souls extracted and then mysteriously appeared were against this reaction. And he says that the tree they speak of has the power he needs. Ixoam asks if he thinks the tree in the dead city is related to him. And Ian says yes, because they said that the existence of the tree was in static equilibrium. So the variable that caused the tree to disappear would be the people who entered the city of death. And following that same line, if there is also a variable linked to dead students who have revived, she would be him and Anjin. And he is the one whose is associated with both variables. But the boy says that this is just his guess. He is ruling out the possibility of other unknown variables. And in this, he continues to notice that he cannot use any skills under the restriction of such weapons. Then he says he will find what he needs after separating all his memories from his brain. So he takes a scalpel to the boy's mind and jokes that something happened. He asks if you don't think it's ridiculous to hurt your own species for the sake of humans. But Ian says it won't last long, saying his mind will collapse the moment he separates his memories from his brain, and he will become a doll that has lost all its emotions and consciousness. And he says that sacrifices are necessary for progress, and he is willing to bear such sin, and will remember your sacrifice for the sake of human evolution. But arriving at the center of the boy's mind, that power is consumed by a flame inside, and that same flame expands in reality, throwing Ian away. And so, the boy activates the King's Sai, and Yen states that he knew he was hiding something. And in that, he prepares for the fight with the soul-controlling eyes that his Shinigami is using. But Oni just looks at that, blowing up the head of that macabre alien, and Yen says no, saying that, possible. He's standing there in the legendary stadium, wondering how he can have such power. However, Zoe, very cool, claims that she is finishing off the invader, and so he manages to calmly kill Ian. And the barrier is released with the boy falling to the ground and bleeding. And he thinks he's going to be the first person to die because of the power of life's own providence. He falls there, but then he wakes up already healed and wonders if he didn't die because his clothes are also gone, and they even treated his wounds, and so Minga tells him not to move because he used his vital soul to heal the fatal wounds, but he still needs to recover his injured organs and ribs. Broken. And so Zong learns that Zong found him, and Mengao was surprised when he brought the boy, as all the meridians were crushed by some power, and all of his surrounding bones and organs were damaged. But the boy thinks that fortunately he didn't lose his things. But Minga asks if he remembers who he attacked, and he says he's having trouble remembering. However, he remembers what happened, but it's not even possible to say that it was Yen who attacked him because in reality he was attacked by his own providence in life. But that's tough to say. He says that a providence of life is something that is born of oneself, and it cannot exceed the limit of the body. Otherwise, it would not exist. But that is not the case with the King's Sai. And he notices, furthermore, that when the King's Sai arose, another consciousness seems to have infiltrated his mind. So Minga wonders if he's having trouble remembering, saying that this isn't good news, since Ong said he didn't find any trace of another person when he saw him lying in a pool of blood. And the boy is surprised that there's no trace, since Yazan exploded there and should have been scattered on the floor. But Manga says that anyway, he contacted the university investigation team and they'll leave it to him. However, he also says that when he was treating him with his vital soul, he discovered something interesting about his injuries, saying that he was wounded everywhere except his heart, and it seems that he's being protected by some other kind of power. And without it, he would have died instantly, and the boy is surprised that there is some kind of power protecting his heart, but Manga starts to get pissed because he almost died on his first day as a pupil and says that he is certainly not someone ordinary, but the boy says that it is not quite like that, but Manga throws a notebook at his head and says that he is so naive that he could not let someone make fun of him. Then he wonders what that notebook is, and Manga says that it is for him, saying that it is 7 different palms, saying that it cannot keep protecting him all the time, and he will only be truly protected when he is stronger. He asks about it, asking if it is a vitality technique, saying that it sounds very powerful, but he says that this is a shortened name, and the full name is the palm of the key of the 7 different movements. He is surprised by this, but Porridge says that each movement of the 7 scattered palms contains the essence of his respectable techniques with practicality in mind. And he thinks that this will be very compatible with his physique and his training and should be beneficial for his development. And he says that the boy will not be able to walk for a while due to his injuries, so he should use this to pass the time. And the boy is surprised that he cannot walk. And the boy calls Li Xuan to talk about the antelope, but he tells him to spare him, as he is feeling bad just thinking about it. However, Zoan says that he really cannot move now, and if he does not feed him for a few days, he will definitely destroy the dormitory, and says that all that is left is to ask Li Xuan for help. And he says that it is okay, saying that he needs to get better soon. And so Zoan thinks that he can at least use a little strength with his hands, because with that he can at least enter the game and try to cultivate the 7 palms scattered in him. However, the boy soon thinks that Anzin really did all that for the tree. But as soon as he notices that there is a number on the tree, and inside he gets a little doubt. And when he notices, he sees that another boob has appeared. However, he thinks that the tree has disappeared, so no one should be able to contact it. But he remembers something, thinking about Anzin. After all, he has disappeared and he doesn't want to believe that that bud refers to him. And so he continues in the game testing those palms, thinking that instead of saying that the 7 scattered palms are a primordial energy skill, it would be better to call it a technique like the one. And he says that each of the 7 movements of the 7 palms has a unique style, and each movement is consistently defined. So if he wants to master it, he will have to train more. But then he looks back at that dead man's flower, wondering what will happen when it blooms. And so, in the dungeon of the deep area of the anthill, he continues fighting that golden ant, and he thinks that it is very difficult for the extreme blast to hit that thing. So, he uses the Dragon Gate Fairy's ability to dodge it and gets close to the cocoon, but the ant again jumps in front of him, quickly stopping the boy or killing him, and he thinks that she is desperately protecting the cocoon, and both the Dragon Well and the anthill have a cocoon like that, and it's hard not to associate them, and he thinks that there must be some secret inside them, but the Dragon Gate Fairy's ability in the end is not a flying ability, so compared to the epic stages, the silver wings are slow, besides that they are limited to low altitudes, and it would be great if he could get a primordial energy ability of flight. But then, a while later, he takes some very bitter medicine, but Ian tells him not to complain, because he is recovering well thanks to his mentor's medicine, and he still needs to recover a little more. But then, Zoe asks the boy where the mentor is. There's something he wants to ask, and he says that he went to study the Dragon Well with Zia, but they should be back soon, so he says that he can ask him questions too, since he's very confident when it comes to knowledge, and Nessun remembers that Jiang even knew about the Dead City and so he must be quite the scholar. Then he starts talking, saying that he learned the Dragon Gate Fairy's ability, but he doesn't think you can call what she does flying, saying that, in reality, she only helps with agility. He would like to know if there are any other flying abilities within the legendary stage. And so, Jiang says that the Dragon Gate Fairy's ability, it stands out within this legendary stage movement skill, so a skill that is even faster than it is a bit complicated, but he talks about the Sun Chaser, the sun-chasing birds of the city of the setting sun, and this is probably the only one that fits that, and the boy is surprised, stuck with that name, wondering if it has something to do with Twilight University. And so, Jiang says yes, saying that Twilight University got that name when it was founded and alluded to being a place that could see the city of the setting sun. But Zong tells him to give up, saying that it is basically impossible to kill the sun-chasing birds. And he says that he doesn't want to throw a bucket of cold water on him, but asks if he knows where the city of the setting sun is. However, Zong says that the only thing he knows can be seen from the university. Then the boy says that she is right above their heads. Then he says that it's a ghost town that can only be seen when the sunset glow appears. And he says that the sun-chasing birds don't have legs, so they never land and spend their entire lives chasing the city of the setting sun. And they don't land, and they're also extremely fast. and it's easier to kill a fairy than to kill him. And Zong gets interested in this fairy. However, Zhang says that the boy asked about the legendary stage flying ability. That's why he didn't mention it. But there's a very powerful flying ability inside the Dragon Gate caves, and it's superior to the ability of the Dragon Gate fairy he has now. The Lotus Cave Fairy, a legendary stage creature. And Zong says that the fairy monkeys have the ability of the Dragon Gate fairy thanks to being followers of the fairy, and the fairy herself is faster than the fairy monkeys, and she can literally fly. However, Zong says that he can't kill a creature in the epic stage right now, and the most he can kill are the fairy monkeys. But Zong asks why he's holding back, because when he recovers, Jean, Haifeng, and him will help him, and the four of them can probably handle it. And he says that now that they've decided on his senior, he'll scout for him after the fairies. And with that, Zong leaves, running like crazy, and he thinks of a creature in the epic stage, wondering if Zong will be okay. But Zhang tells the boy not to pay attention to him because a fairy is not capable of killing him, and the most it will do is put him in a difficult situation. So he throws another spoonful of medicine at the boy, and Zhang says that his current mission is to get better soon. And after a while, he can already get up, and Mingal is happy about it, but asks why those four are taking the day off, and he says that they were just planning to take the newbie so they could go for a walk so they could get closer, and so Mingal is doubtful, but tells them to go ahead. And Zong says that he has been following that fairy for a few days, and was itching to kill her, and can finally fight the monster, and Mingao already feels that they are going to mess up, and Zoan asks if they have any chance against that fairy, because he wanted to test the fairy in the Portal Grotto dungeon. But he didn't find any. However, Zong says he has no idea if they have a chance or not. And the boy is doubtful. However, Haifeng says that it's more interesting when there's a twist in fate, and if they had any chance against her, they wouldn't be there. However, Zoran doesn't like things that way and says that his teacher is very mature and sensible, but even so, his students are all kind of unique, and in the Lotus Cave they meet the fairy monkey, and the boy questions why they're going to face that. Zong asks if he sees the mark on his head, saying that it's the mark earned for being the fairy's first follower, and fairies don't cross dimensional rifts often. But if the first follower is nearby, it means that a fairy crossed over. Then Zong understands, saying that's why he didn't find any in the game. And Haifeng says that what it also means is that if they kill him, they manage to attract his master, and they ask if Zoan wants to warm up after resting for so long, and the boy says of course, and so he goes face to face with that fairy monkey who immediately attacks him, but the boy easily dodges his attack and thinks he has become familiar with the attack pattern of the fairy monkeys in the game. He activates 7 scattered palms, the first step, clear conscience, and kills him with a simple attack. Then the two are surprised that he has already mastered his teacher's 7 scattered palms so quickly. And so, Zong thinks that the mark on the monkey's head looks a little different from the mark of the monkey he was following. And in that, something happens. Then, a fairy makes a circle that looks more like an eclipse in front of him. And Zong is surprised that it's a fairy, with black clothes and a white silk sash, wondering why she's so different from the colorful moral speeches. But then Haifeng tells them to wait, because this is a mutant fairy, and a touch easily stops all attacks using those orbs of hers. And Zong says that as expected from an epic creature, her oscillating crystal bullets aren't working, and they're also at a disadvantage in her domain, and calls for them to leave. As he tries to run, he hits something that looks like glass, and Zoan notices that it's a barrier, and they're trapped there. And so, while floating above them, Zong tells her to fall inside, telling them to stay alert and fight with everything they have, or else they'll die. And the monster keeps attacking them with everything he has. They charge at him, but when he's almost hit, Zoan grabs the banana fairy's and activates the extreme gust, making the monster have to surf on the wind, escaping from his attack. So, she just activates an Indian pattern on her fingertip and releases a gust towards the boy. However, Zong manages to stop that attack, and asks Zoan not to die in his first fight, and he says he won't, and changes to the Tao Sutra. And he thinks that the banana fairy's class is too low, and if she were in the same class, the fairy would be frozen, even though she has wind ability. And with that, the fairy activates that flower in her hand again, launching another gust towards Zoan, and he thinks that she's still too fast, but asks that the banana fairy affected the fairy's speed a little, and Haifeng starts to go for it, ordering Zoan and Jian to cover him while he leaves, and so he starts to summon something by jumping on top of the fairy, and Zoan needs to put her body in the way for him to defend, while Zhong and the boy continues following close to the fairy, and when he gets close enough, she activates that flower in her hand again. However, Zhang pulls her by the feet, using the ascending snake and lowering her to the height of the other two. Yes, he manages to hit the fairy's abdomen, but the damage he causes is not that great, as she manages to throw him away, making Zoan have to catch her with his arms. Then he says that this is an epic class creature, saying that Haifeng didn't seem like such a careless person, but he says that he wasn't hurt for anything, saying that it's the mark of the severity of the suppression. And not only that, Zhang's spirit derivation is also quickly affecting her, And then the fairy starts to notice that there is something strange in her body. And Zong goes for her, slashing her on the side, and she quickly attacks as a counterattack, so they finally did some real damage to the fairy, and Zong goes for it, saying that now it is a war of attrition, and so they attack her from all corners with the ice invasion debuff, the gravitational suppression debuff, and the attribute derivation debuff. Then she starts to get more and more desperate, and Zong goes with a lunar slash. And it is time for the slash blade. So he and Zoan do an X slash, hitting a critical on her. They think they have won, but then the truth hearer sends a signal to the boy, who manages to save Zoan's life by a very small margin. However, Zong doesn't have the same amount of hack that he does and ends up being caught by the fairy. Then, he notices that she pretended to be dead, and now she rises with a completely golden coloration. And they notice that she is gathering all her energy and realize that she is going to explode. And Zong thinks to himself that he can't get free, but Zong comes back to him and grabs that golden fabric, and the boy asks why he came back, questioning if he also wants to die. But Zoan thinks to himself that the Grey Palm is a type of hidden force, so if he focuses all his energy on the silk, he will be able to do something. He switches to the Ancient Sovereign Sutra, managing to free his friend, and tells him to run quickly seconds before the explosion. And after all that chaos, they notice that they killed the mutant fairy, and in that comes out a skill crystal. However, the fact was that they were lucky enough to drop something, and Zong says he'll pay them all for their help. But Zong says he doesn't need money, because he won't be able to escape when he wants to challenge. And he says that of course he'll help. But they remember something, asking if someone of the legendary class can absorb the skill crystal of an epic class creature. And the boy only then discovers this. And with that, Mingao uses the materialization of his vital soul and pours it over the boy. Izoan says that his pain is passing and his injuries are healing faster, wondering if this is the teacher's vital soul, and Mingao starts complaining to the other three. Speaking here as a veteran, how could they put Zoan at risk right after he recovered? And Mingao remembers that Zoan asked about absorbing an epic class crystal when he returned. And the boy says yes, but Mingao says that, in short, it is theoretically possible to absorb a skill crystal above your class, unlike hatching dimensional creatures. And the boy is surprised by this, but Mingao says that it is not that simple either. Skill crystals are basically mediators that direct vitality into different natures, so they do not have a direct connection with classes. That said, some skills require more than vitality. They require a minimum of fundamental attributes to keep the skill active. Conditions are only achieved at higher classes, so it is naturally risky. And Zoan starts to get a little more cautious about this. And Mingao says that it's rare to see kids getting hurt, so they're gonna party all night, and Zong calls Zoan. But the kid is taking a picture of that bee crystal. He notices that it's from the Buddhist category, and the special requirement is the speed attribute over 21. So the system asks if he wants to store it. However, Zoan wonders if his speed has to reach 21, and says that it's like the teacher said, it's his first time seeing a vitality skill with a speed requirement. So, he gets home after a while and finds the antelope sleeping all cute, and he notices that Li Chuan was unexpectedly serious in taking care of the antelope. And so in the morning at home, he dies once again in the game and notices that he can't kill any normal fairies alone, and it's just a matter of time until he gets killed by them, and he thinks about the speed of 21 because his speed is around 18 points after farming in the game. And the higher the attributes, the lower the efficiency of low-class crystals. And if he wants to increase the efficiency, he will have to consider epic creature crystals. He thinks that the nature of a vital soul is unique to the epic class, and it's very convenient. And every vital soul has its own mysterious power and barely consumes vitality when they activate. And that alone is already extremely oppressive. However, he notices that the collaboration this time has proven that it is possible to kill common epic class creatures as long as he has good teammates. And in that he thinks that even so a high-class speed crystal might be restricted like the time he advanced to the legendary class, but the boy will still have to think of a way to obtain a high-class crystal. First, so the next morning he wakes up to the ringing of his phone and wonders who it is so early. So Shang goes to get him apologizing for disturbing him so early, but he keeps calling the boy young master. Zoan asks him not to do that, and he says of course, saying that he will call him Zoan, but says that they shouldn't keep Madame Yen waiting, and he thinks about his sister, saying that he completely forgot to answer her about the right to step into the sacred land. So when he gets there, she asks if he's really going to give up, saying that there's only one chance to change his mind, so if he gives up later, it will be invalid. And she asks if the boy is really going to give up, even knowing that the reward of the Sacred Land Challenge is something that countless people long for. And he says yes, saying that the right is the problem, saying that it is better to give it up for peace. And besides, the mysterious power, that dream and its strange life providence, compared to the secrets of the subtle lost mortal, the right to step on the sacred land does not seem that important to him. And speaking of which, he wonders where his idiot father went and why he is not with his sister there. However, seeing her worried, Shang asks to talk to Zoe for a little. However, she says that she respects Zoe's decision and it doesn't matter what. But then, Shang goes after the boy and asks if he is really going to give up the right. And the boy answers yes again. So, he starts to get upset and says that he knows he's made his decision, but if it's okay, he asks if he can lend him a few minutes of his time, and he says that that place will do, and he starts to take off his clothes, leaving Zoan a little scared. But then, when he looks, he sees the body all bruised that Shang is carrying. And he says that he needed to show this to the boy, and Zoan notices that most of those wounds were so bad that they couldn't hold it completely. And those marks are where his body was almost broken. And Shun says that all those are traces of him confronting the dimensions. And he says that in the future, both he and the boy will face even more difficult challenges. But Wayne questions what he means by that. And Shun says that since the mutation of the world, the boundaries between the dimensions and the spaces in which humans lived were protected by soldiers and the restrictions of the world. But what most people who have been protected in the safe zone for almost half a century do not know is that the dimensional creatures were breaking through the restrictions to varying degrees. And the boy is surprised that it has already reached this point. He remembers that Sea Serpent Empress and Princess Syria who attacked him, who also broke through his dimensional area. And Shin says that it is worse than expected, because they still have to find out the reason for the dimensional mutation. But dimensional creatures continue to invade. And if this continues, when the restriction is completely destroyed, the powerful dimensional creatures will massacre all the innocent lives. And by the way, he says that there have been several invasions in the dimensional area near them. Monty wanted to go a while ago, but he says that of course it has already been suppressed. But an epic class officer and his squad were killed in action. And he says that in this world, if he doesn't have enough power, he won't be able to protect even his family or those who are precious to him. And the divine gift is one of those rare chances to obtain power. And he hopes the boy considers it carefully, not for someone, but for another chance at survival in this world. And Zoan thanks him for telling her this, but says that he will stand by his decision, and since the right has always been Jin's and her abilities, should be compatible with this opportunity. And even if this becomes invalid, he will not offend her. He feels bad about rejecting Sister Lan, but he doesn't want to incur a debt with someone for taking away his opportunity. And he says that he may have lost this opportunity, but he will find enough power to protect everything he wants in the future. Then, Shin realizes that the madam was right because he is not a blood brother of the military commander Eren, but their temperaments are certainly similar, and he says that he does not take this as a compliment. But Shun says that since he has made his decision, he will not be superfluous, saying that he can call on him if he needs anything in the future. But as he leaves, Zoan notices that his last name is also, but he addresses the other members as Madame Young Master, and he asks if they are interested in him. But the boy says that he is just asking. Then Shane says that his identity is not a secret, saying that he is looked upon as a lackey of the A family, a demonic military instructor, while Madame Young Master, his lady, they look like part of the In family, but everyone knows that they have no blood connection, as he was a nobody who forgot his past, and Shun was the name the military commander gave him. So back home, the boy starts to think that according to what Anshin says, there will be worse invasions in the future, and the condition of the world is getting worse, and he says that even an epic class officer died during the invasion, but thinking about the invasion of dimensional creatures, he ends up realizing that he is with one right in your dorm room right now with antelope eating carrots. Then he remembers that apocalyptic dream he had, asking you if it was an omen of a catastrophe. So he enters the game again, and there he notices that the number that was on the tree has disappeared, and he thinks that he almost forgot about the dead man's tree, and entering the dungeon he notices that the sprout has turned into a fruit, and the fruit on the dead man's tree is finally ripe. But then he wonders why this fruit looks so much like the companion egg. But when he reads the description of it, he realizes it's the Dark Doctor. And the providence of life is exactly the same as that of that Dr. Ian who died. And only then does he realize that she turns a life into a companion beast egg. Then he notices that this is the power of the tree. But he thinks that's an epic class companion beast egg, and you think it's a little risky. But then he starts to incubate it, and the birth is confirmed. Dude, the guy literally killed, laid an egg and hatched the guy like a chicken, and then the creature is born. But then he gets totally exhausted and wonders if it's because his physique has improved, because even with his vitality being punched until it runs out in the game and in real life, now he can withstand the excruciating pain of hatching an egg above his class. So he can feel a new summoning contract, and enters the game summoning Dr. Dark, who actually came with a very good class and several good attributes. And he says that it's a good thing he didn't look like Dr. Ian, because that would give him a lot of chills. And he notices everything he has at his disposal now, saying that his 3 skills are basically specialized doctors, but he has no medical knowledge. And he thinks that the Dark Doctor is a newborn now, and if he can recover his epic class state, his vital soul, Doctor of Souls, that would be very good, because at that time he would not have escaped that terrible suppression. If it weren't for that mysterious consciousness, he thinks that lower class companion beast eggs are not as effective in growing a higher class. That said, He wonders how he will get epic class companion beast eggs if he can't defeat them, and he thinks that now he is in an infinite loop again. However, he thinks that he has a chance if he teams up with strong people to fight against weaker epic class creatures again. But he already owes his seniors a favor for the last time. So he looks at his cell phone and calls Li Xuan, telling him that he is planning to make a team and challenge an epic class creature. And Li Xuan soon says that the boy has to take him, saying that thanks to Mr. Antelope, his immortal god's lifeline is getting stronger. However, Zoan says that he hasn't decided yet, but will let him know when he does. And he thinks that the next person he'll call would obviously be his disciple. But the boy says that he didn't even need to ask, because there's no way he can reject a favor from his trainer, saying that he'll go right now. But Owen says that he's in no hurry, and so he calls Lua too, talking about the epic creature. And she asks how she could miss something so interesting, agreeing to go with the boy. And he realizes only then that, as Li Xian said, it was necessary to create a club to have his own team. And even though they're all strong, it's probably the first time a rookie team has had an epic class creature as his target. So he calls Huang Jie, saying that he will call him too. Then he says that it would be good if he had told him before, since he is not in college right now. Then Zoe asks if he is out, asking where he is going, and he says that he is going to the sacred land of the Federation since he has to deal with something. And so he realizes that it will not work this time. After all, Huang Jie is not there, and he thinks that it will have to be just with the others, and says that he will choose the target now. And he realizes that if he is just trying to find ingredients, he does not need to look for complicated epic class creatures to deal with, and that would increase the risk for everyone. So, if it is easier, his success rate will increase, and that is better for them. But he thinks that he found few epic class creatures, and didn't find a way to deal with the arrow in Hello Pass. And he's the only one who can enter the Zanshan Gate and fight the crow because of that mysterious power. And the flying golden ant in the anthill is OP and would instantly kill all of them. Then he says that besides that, there isn't a dimensional area for the anthill in real life yet. Then he thinks about the fairy, saying that there are weaker epic class creatures. Then he goes to the Dragon Gate Grotto in Binyang Cave, and he thinks that it's his first time there, saying that the caves in the Gate Grotto are independent. So they're much easier than the areas that he needs to go deeper to explore. But while he's there, he sees a super cute kitten that roars at him, and he says that little tiger is cute. If you're wondering, he is a monster. But that cute little tiger goes after him, dropping him a big punch on the ground that breaks almost everything, and the boy is surprised, because in fact the Aquila is an epic class creature. And while he fucks that cub, and the boy realizes that this is what the power that passes through all spells means, and he's making him run away with only the epic class attributes. And the boy thinks that there will come a time when his vitality will run out. But that tiger definitely won't get tired so quickly. And the tiger really jumps on top of the boy, ending the game. And he says there, as expected, he never thought he could beat an epic class creature alone. But he thinks that if that's all it has, it would be a great option to hunt with the TM. Because the epic class's attributes aren't the only reason they're hard to deal with. Their unique and mysterious life providences and their powerful vitality abilities, especially the vital soul. And this additional characteristic is the main factor that differentiates legendary class creatures from epic class ones. And he fought that little tiger for a while, but other than chasing him in rage, it didn't show its life providence, vital soul, or any vitality ability. He seems to be running around in a rage with just his epic class body. And as long as they keep testing his attack patterns, for high-level legendary classes can definitely kill him if he doesn't have any tricks, characteristics, or abilities. But he wonders if an epic class creature really exists, because neither does it. Too easy compared to other epic class creatures. So he goes back to the game looking for the little tiger, and before dawn, he continues fighting that monster, dying over and over again. But this time he manages to cause a single damage, and he says that after grinding for a long time, he discovered all of its attack patterns. And even the damage it did wasn't that great. And he is surprised that there really is an epic class creature that only knows how to do normal attacks. Then he talks to the boys, talking to Li Xuan about the tiger in the Binyang Cave. Zoan says he doesn't think they need to choose a dangerous target right away, wondering if there's something wrong with that. However, Li Xuan says that's not exactly it, saying that it's a protected species. Protected dimensional creature. And the boy has doubts about that. And he says he got information about that tiger from the Federation forum. And his life providence is quite metaphysical. A lucky little tiger. And it doesn't seem to increase any attributes, but according to research, if you take it to the dimensional areas, your chances of getting something or a companion with the attributes you want will be higher. And so the dream starts to get discouraged, and Li Xian says that some people think that this life providence came from the Buddhist story, where Prince Sativa sacrificed himself to feed tigers. And those nearly dead tigers were lucky to eat a compass. And even though the little tiger is known as the weakest epic class creature, wars between gangs happen because of its characteristic and rarity. And in the end, this reached the Federation. So the military took control of Byung Cave and they made some rules for everyone. To access Byung Cave related to time and entry. And so, in the Gate Fortress there are a lot of absurd rules to be able to enter the place. And an officer says that no one can cheat within the range of their senses, so they shouldn't even think about it. Then Trash notes that business has gotten difficult. But then Lou arrives with this absurd luck and tells them to leave it to her. And so the girl absurdly wins 4 special prizes in a row. So he calls all of them, and the officer wonders how they won 4 special prizes in a row, since he also didn't feel any power interfering, and he sends someone to notify the maintenance department because that machine must be broken. And inside the cave they wonder how Lou managed to do that because it's the same thing as winning 4 lotteries, but she says she just pressed the button a few times. And the boy is surprised by this. But then the disciple says that the family there is not in the same area as them. So it's normal that they haven't heard of Wang Luand. And they say that in their area the story about her includes winning a prize of 10 million and a lottery that opened right after she was born. And they bought a hair clip with a super rare crystal for $3 from a street vendor in elementary school. And he keeps talking, but then he asks the boy to stop, asking if he's trying to smooth it over using Yahello. But then he demonstrates it in practice, telling the girl to choose heads or tails. And so she says she's going to land on her feet. But Li Xuan is surprised that he has this option. And so when he flips the coin lands on Li Xuan's head and actually lands upright on the ground. And the boy is surprised by this. And Zoan thinks his luck is scary. And Lycon already starts to get interested in the girl, saying that who cares about that shitty tiger, asking if she's interested in going to bet in the city. But the girl obviously doesn't want to, and Zoe tells him to stop playing around and not to forget his goal. Then he says that there's no point in being alert, because the little tiger doesn't appear in specific places. Several people got a lower entry time, come back with nothing, and they have 3 days of free entry so they can roll. But as soon as he finishes speaking, the little tiger appears behind him and tells everyone to be careful, because no matter how weak he is still an epic class creature. So Zoan asks them to do as he says. And so, a while later, that officer observes the functioning of the machine and says that Zoan was one of those people who entered a while ago. But they got 72 hours of free entry and he doesn't know when he will return. And Anjin says that it is too late, saying that she has to see him immediately. However, the officer speaks to her, telling her, please, don't complicate things for a gatekeeper like him, because it is not as if he does not want to help the family. But the Byung Cave is under federal protection, even though it is in Luoyang, and all entries must be provided in detail, unless it has the highest permission from the Federation Parliament. Everyone must follow the rule. Then she realizes that she will have to wait to see the boy. And there inside, with the little tiger, he starts to get hurt in several places, with the boys managing to hit him. And Li Xuan wonders if this is really an epic class creature, since it is easier than he expected. But the disciple says that it is only weak by the epic class standard, asking if the boy did not realize the reason for the ease, saying that the trainer's instructions practically broke all of the tiger's attacks, and so the tiger aims at an angle. He simply tells the girl that he submits to her and she is doubtful, and so the tiger turns into a companion. And Li Xian says that it is the first time seeing a creature voluntarily becoming an egg, and so the egg falls into her hand, and she asks if they can give her this companion beast egg, since she will owe them a favor in return. Basically a Pokemon that willingly accepted to enter the Pokeball. I've seen this happen, okay? I'm stealing the script, and so they actually let her keep it. But she asks if they really don't mind giving it to her, because she's not planning to monopolize it, saying she can pay money or something else. But Li Chuan says he's a member of her club, and they went there to challenge Zoan. So he doesn't lack money either. And the disciple says he's going to do as his trainer is doing. And Zoan wonders what's happening, because he also doesn't feel like it's a loss to trade a companion beast egg for a favor from Xiaolu. And so they leave the place and say that the little tiger probably won't show up for a while, and the disciple says that Zoan can call him if he needs it. Meanwhile, Li Xian asks if Wang Lu wants to be his club's mascot. Then Zhouan notices a very well-known person there and realizes that that little angel was playing the totem and unfortunately didn't win several times. So he simply runs away, disguising himself, and she tells him not to pretend he didn't see her, because she came there for him. And she soon questions why he refused the right to the divine gift. And the boy says he knew that was it, and he claims to have already said that this right doesn't belong to him, and he has no idea why he ended it. And since he took hers, he asks if she isn't happy that he gave up. But then she asks if it's just because of that, asking if he's trying to insult her, but he says he doesn't want to do that, and she says that if that's the case, he should show his true self, telling him to show the strength of someone who made his mother take away her privilege, and tells him not to run away from this, because she wants to see exactly what's blocking his path, and also says that he still owes her a favor, asking if it's still valid. The boy says yes, so she says it's great, saying that she wants him to buy it now, telling him to get the divine gift territory. So he ends up agreeing, and so the two go back home, and the boy asks what she's doing there, and she says that she's looking at him, saying that she bets he doesn't know the details of the divine gift yet, so she's there to teach him. And the boy starts to notice that she's basically experiencing what it's like to be a teacher, and says that the so-called divine gift territory is actually a huge and special dimensional area, and powerful creatures that are called demigods exist, and they have terrifying power, but they will recognize humans who pass their challenges, and they will even consider their bloodline special, causing the human to have a special bloodline. And the 6 heroes that they meet today are the first humans who obtained the 6 types of bloodlines, and their descendants will inherit the bloodline. And the Holy Emperor's physique that John used in battle is one of the 6 bloodlines. And this is even though the blood of the descendants is not as strong as the first. And the boy notices that if it is a power that can even change bloodlines, he wonders why the right to the divine gift is given to the new generations, wondering if the high-ranking experts have nothing to say about it. And the girl says that it is not that they do not want to, it is because they cannot, and says that there is a restriction rule in the domain of the demigods, and only legendary classes or lower are allowed to enter the territory of the divine gift. And so the boy understands, saying that this is why Sister Lan says that Antianzu is too strong for the divine gift. And Anjin says that this part is the reason, and her brother participated in the last rite to the divine gift, but he did not succeed. And the boy is surprised, but she says that, in fact, it should be said that no one obtained a divine gift at that time. And so, sometime later, Lan finds out that her daughter ended up going to meet the boy, and she talks to Shun, saying that Zoan agreed to go to the divine gift territory in her place. And she's counting on him to go with the boy, and he tells his madam not to worry. I'll tell you, MC's father is very well served, because Madame Lan has one of the best designs in this entire work. And with that, Shang tells the boy to pack the suitcase he'll need, because he'll take care of the rest. And so, he remembers talking to Mingao, asking if he knows anything about the divine gift, and he says naturally, he knows more than the others since he's a scholar from the dimensional era. Then he releases a bracelet, saying he was planning, make one for each of the kids, but since he's going to take some time off, he'll give this to him first. And the boy asks what that is, and he tells him to think of it as an amulet. And with that, Lycon goes to the boy's house, saying he saw his name on the divine gift list, and so the boy introduces him to Anxing, saying that Sister Lan told him to take him to the divine gift territory, and he says he doesn't mind taking the family's young master there too. Then he is surprised that that is Anshin, because he is the cold-blooded and merciless demon, and Shenzu's helper from the rumors. And he is surprised that other people see him like that, but tells him to relax, saying he will try not to show him that side. But he asks how he's going to relax, wondering if he's sure he's not just admitting the truth in another way. And then he whispers to Zoan, saying that to think that the family would send the military commander's demonic aid to him, saying that the family is making him look good. However, Anshin says that he can hear him just fine, but then he ends up receiving a call from Anshin Zhou. And he says that this is a military order, and he should confirm the instructions as soon as possible. And he says that he must pass through the Kimling mountain range on the way to the sacred land, telling him to take the boy with him if he wants to save time. Because Yenshin only proposes to follow his order, and he talks to the two of them, asking what they think about sightseeing the mountain range here in Lin on the way to the sacred land. And as soon as they leave the house, Li Xuan asks if he doesn't have an unowned territory without any supervision, asking why Shin wants to go there. And he says that the family there is not ordinary either, so he will find out sooner or later, and they will investigate whether there is a dimensional mutation in the mountain range here in Lin or not. So he thinks about it, saying that he will ask his father when he gets back. Ezuin notices that the mountain range is not that far from Luyang, asking if there is a dimensional mutation happening there, and he says that it is inconclusive now, and the King Li mountain range is an area that was covered by a dimension very early on. So there are not many people there, and the various forces that tried to establish a base and control that area disappeared overnight. And he says that this area has always been stable and has never expanded. But since there are mutations everywhere, the military commander is doing a statistical survey of the mutations. And that's why he has to take into account whether the abnormality in this area is due to a dimensional mutation or not. And at night, Shun says that they can only go there by car and announces to them that they won't be staying for long. They just have to collect information from the mentioned fluctuations there. And the night there is abnormally cold. So, if they feel cold, they have clothes in the car. But Li Chuan says that it's not necessary, since he didn't cultivate his vitality technique for anything. And Zoan says that it's not necessary either and thinks that the ancient sovereign Sulta is extremely effective against the cold. But at that, a bird starts flying and chirping above him, and simply makes Zoen's head like a nest. And so they light a fire and Lycon starts to tease the boy, saying that the animals really like him. He wonders if that's an animal, and Shane says that it seems like something hid the presence of that little one. So he can't determine its class, but it must be safe, and Lycon is surprised, because not even Shane can see through it, but he thinks that that little bird is very soft and doesn't seem to be aggressive. And since he's resting on Zoen's head, he asks why he doesn't keep the pet. However, the boy thinks that he already has too many money-sucking creatures at home and puts the bird on the floor. However, the bird simply enters his shirt by force, and he notices that the little animal is shivering from the cold. And Shang notices that he's very clingy with the own, and looks like a dimensional creature like the bird that got lost from its parents. He and Xian find this strange, wondering if not all dimensional creatures are born strong. And then Shang says that not all of them. The military discovered a while ago that it is some adult dimensional creatures that carry their babies. And he reminds the two that Anfei took them to the peaceful kingdom a while ago, and there were several there with their young, and they remember this. But Wayne notices that the little one is like this only with him, saying that it's not like his body is very warm. But then he remembers, and somehow, the little animal can feel the ancient sovereign's sutra in it. And Li Chuan remembers, asking Zoen what he did with Mr. Antelope, and he says that he entrusted Anlu to take care of him, and the girl was responsible for that animal. However, Li Xian says that he will definitely regret leaving the animal with her. And Shun says that since it is not safe to enter the dimensional area at night, they will rest so they can enter during the day. And so, the next morning they continue walking. And Shin uses the glasses of the guy from Dragon Ball 8000 to be able to analyze the area. And Zoen notices that the little bird is following him even during the day. However, this time it is flying. But Shun says that if he is correct, it is not following him. He is following Zoen himself. Then the little bird goes back to his head. He feels really bored while walking all that time, and he wonders if this really is a dimensional area, since they haven't even found a single dimensional creature after so long. And Shane says that's because he's expanded his presence so that smaller fish don't attribute themselves to getting close. But since the boy is bored, he'll take them to train in a dimensional area next time.
And Lixuan starts to not like this so much,
saying that he only thought they could scratch the surface of the dragon vein. Brother Shin is there, and Zoen thinks about this dragon vein, asking if he means the Kuan-Luan dragon vein. And he also remembers that the Qin-Lin mountain range came from the Kuan-Luan mythologies. Then Li Xian realizes that he really knew this, and says that this is not absolute, but various dimensional creatures appeared in areas more compatible with it. And in the renowned Kunlun dragon path, the dimensional mutation would probably have a divine beast. As he speaks, everything starts to become clearer. Then a divine beast really appears with a phoenix hovering above them. And he starts asking Shun if that is a legendary phoenix. But Shun tells him to shut up, thinking that its presence is so strong that he can't judge it. And he wonders why a creature of such a class would be in this region. But then the phoenix simply looks at the chick on Zoen's head, and that chick starts flying towards it. And Zoe notices that that monster is looking at him. Then the chick joins the others that were on top of the phoenix, and he notices that they look the same as that little guy. And seeing that that huge tramp in the sky is the mother of that chick, they can't do anything but be shocked. So Li Shu notes that she is treating him like a human trafficker, or like a bird trafficker. But then, taking her son, she simply picks up the grandmother and leaves, and Li Xian almost cries with happiness that she left without attacking them. And Shun says that she probably knew they didn't mean any harm, but if they had to fight her, it would probably be Link on the ship. Then the boy asks if not even Shin, one of the best soldiers, can do it. Says no, but asks if the boy is happy to have seen a divine beast. But the chick keeps calling Son somewhere. Then Li Chuan notices that he didn't go with his mother, so he wonders if he was abandoned. But he remembers that the phoenix appeared to look for him, and that's probably not the case. Then Zoen notices that he is asking them to follow, and when he follows, they come to a huge tree, and Shun says that it's like the Phoenix elders only say, rests in shady trees, and he thinks that this is the territory of that chick's mother. And this little guy is probably the phoenix chick who flew away and got lost. So he happily returns to his mother's territory, and Zoen says that now that they are close, he better take a look, and both of them are surprised, especially Li Xuan, asking if Zoen is serious, saying that this territory belongs to a legendary divine beast, and it is very dangerous, but he says that everything will be fine, because they have already found its territory with his son, but it did not attack them or scare them away. And Shin agrees with this because since she was not hostile to them, they will be able to collect more accurate information about space for the military commander. And so Li Xuan has no other option but to agree and go with them. And they tell him to go quickly, because it's going to get dark soon. So they get close to that tree, and at the foot of it are several military vehicles. And Li Xuan wonders if she killed all of them, because they were abandoned a long time ago. And they must be the missing military forces who tried to establish a base. And that ended up becoming their graveyard. But as Zoe walks around there, he thinks it looks like a sword. So he shows it to Shane, and he says it's the bamboo sword. And it's been missing for a long time, and it was right there. And the boy has doubts about it. And Shin says that normal metals barely cause damage to dimensional creatures. So, the Federation military's ammunition was made of primordial metal, a type of metal born from the dimensional storm. And there was a swordsmith who forged 4 famous swords from the purest primordial metal, and he named them after the 4 noble ones. He was lucky to witness one before, and the one he is holding now is called the bamboo sword. He dreams of pity and goes out unsheathing it and calling him over. However, the boy manages to unsheath it calmly, saying that it is a good sword. However, Shun speaks too late, saying that he becomes its master after taking it out of its sheath. Then, Li Sun says that he is very lucky, asking why Shin is worried. But he doesn't even want to know, saying that maybe he will find other possible swords. There. But Shin says that even if he finds them, he believes that the boy probably won't be able to handle them, because the gift of these 4 swords didn't reach the happy ending, including the Swordmaster, Plum Blossom, the promising former head of the family who suffered an untimely accidental death. Then Zhou realizes that he is talking about Shenzhou's father, and with that, Shun asks to borrow the sword and cuts off his hand. And he says that nobles don't fight, but when they do, blood must be shed. And if it isn't, it will bring calamity. And he says that the boy has become the master of that sword, but it's better not to use it. And so, after this moral lesson, they go to the tree. And Li Xuan is surprised that this is the tree where the phoenixes rest. Then he notices that that's an egg cocoon, just like he saw in the other 2 important places he went to. And Lycon, seeing that, he wonders why a cocoon would be there. And the boy realizes that there's one in the dragon well, and in the anthill, and now there. And he wonders, what exactly is that? Chick goes to his mother, and she comes down near them, picking up her chick. And with that, Shang just calls for them to leave. But then the phoenix looks at the boy and sees in Zoe the projection of the Sovereign of Fire. Then, as they continue walking, the phoenix throws an eggshell near its chick. A scare, but understands what he must do. Then, at sunset, Shang says that it took a while, but if they drive all night, they should be able to make it in time for the divine gift test. Li Xiong says that it's a shame, because it would be amazing if they could subdue a divine beast's baby. But he returned it so generously. However, Zoan says that it's not like they didn't gain anything by taking that sword. But then the chick comes back to the boy, and he wonders why he came back. But then he notices that he took an eggshell and becomes curious about it. While they are playing Forest Explorers at the Cape Tion family, they tell John that he embarrassed his family. And on top of that, they were embarrassed by a child they've never heard of before, asking if someone like that humiliated the 2 of them. And he says that Zoen's respected the Carpe family, and that they can't let this insolence go. But then the leader says that the families of the 6 heroes have a score to settle with the Yin family for an old grudge. But the divine gift is coming, and he can't do anything to a boy with so many eyes watching. And John says that he doesn't need to worry about it, because he has a plan, but he'll need the solution. And he tells the clan leader that Zoan has a strange fan that can instantly break his divine emperor's physique with extremely cold air. And if they don't find a countermeasure, he won't be able to win. Then the leader says that he's heard about this a long time ago, telling him to get something. And John says that it's the protection of the wind goddess. And he's happy that the patriarch is willing to lend them their clan's treasure. And the patriarch says that he's not sure what that fan is. But wind is wind, and with the protection of the wind goddess, no wind attack will be able to affect him. Then he tells the boy to go ahead and not disappoint him. Look, I didn't want to be the one to break the bad news, but since the last fight, the guy must have come up with at least 30 different hacks. And with Zoan, the little bird is still with him and he gets bothered. But then they arrive at the sacred city. So, getting there, they join up with the other participants, who already start gossiping about Anshin from the Yin family, which makes the one behind him be the person the Yin family chose for the challenge. But they find it strange that it's not Anjin, wondering if she got scared. But they also notice that the youngest son of the Li family is there, asking why they are together. So Shen says that's where the participants will stay. Did his part, and they go to the challenge place the next morning. However, Zoan tells Shang before he leaves that they seem hostile towards the An family. Then, Lycon asks her if he didn't know, and the boy asks what he doesn't know. And he says that the reason no one got the divine gift last time was because of Ankanzo. And in the past they started asking why Enchanzu is blocking his way. And he simply said that he wanted to bring changes to the boring inheritance ceremony, where they depend on creatures from another world. And at that, Zoe asks what happened. And Li Chuan says that he crippled all the participants of that generation, and didn't do anything else until the end of the challenge. And the boy says that the divine gift even changed the rules because of that. Now they are teleporting everyone to random locations in the challenge to avoid the Shenzhou incident. And hearing this, Shen remembers a girl from that time, and in that same leader of the Capetian family went to Lan to talk to her. But she asks him if it isn't a rule of the divine gift that he be on his own after entering, and that means that just a small accident in the territory of the divine gift just like after her husband died, there were some insects that tried to devour the family in vain, asking if there wasn't. And so the patriarch doesn't have much to say, and a girl asks Tianzu if he was the one who defeated everyone, saying that he is very strong, and she definitely proposes to become as strong as him in the future, asking him to just wait because she will completely defeat him when she grows up. And that girl has changed a lot nowadays. However, she watches Zoan from afar, thinking that Auntie Tianzu hasn't arrived. Just one detail that her design is very good. Maybe there with Zoan. Look, I don't want to say anything, but so much so. So John comes to her, saying that he finally found her, and she reaffirms to him that she will not be part of his idiotic plan. But he tells her not to forget, because she is also part of the families of the 6 heroes. So, it is also one of her duties to defend their reputations. But Nils, she simply cuts part of his cheek with an attack. So she says she doesn't want to repeat it, but she also questions if he thinks he has the power to force her. Then, at the door of his room, Shun gives something to Zoan and he questions what it is. Then, he says that Lan specifically told him to give it to her before they left, because she said that he can even refuse the other companion beast eggs. But he must accept it, because this is something she personally obtained in a dimensional area, and he must accept it no matter what, or she will make him eat with her every day after they return, along with Lady Anjin. So he thinks it's better to accept that deal. And Shane says that he will be waiting for him at the end of the challenge, wishing strength to the boy. Then he goes back inside his room, seeing that the legendary class metal essence armor beast, and he thinks that that is a defense-type companion beast with maxed-out physique and its armor companion state. And he thinks that Sister Lan prepared this for him a long time ago. And with that, Li Chuan goes to the boy asking if he has already decided which temple he will cultivate in after entering the sacred land, saying that he remembers the family's art of solar bombardment well. It must be in the Temple of the Sun. The complete mastery of this technique is achieved after passing through the Forge of the Sun and obtaining the body of the solar god. And he says that it is not good to distinguish vitality techniques, but his does not seem to be the art of solar bombardment. And he says that he did not cultivate this art, so it does not matter where he goes. However, the boy thinks that Li Xuan does not seem like someone who cultivated the virgin technique either. And Li Xuan starts to attack the boy, saying that he knows what he is thinking. And he says that he will go to the innate temple first, since they will be teleported randomly. They will meet at the innate temple and look for a challenge that interests them. Aizoan agrees with the plan, but the boy says that the families of the 6 heroes are hostile towards him, the representative of the family, and says that John, who fought with him, is in the challenge, so he should be careful before they meet. But the boy says he's not interested in trouble, so he'll just avoid meeting them. And he says that Sister and even told Shun to deal with a beast in armor with metallic essence with maximized defense so he can escape completely. And Li Xian is surprised by this, saying that the family is very generous. But he says he's also well prepared, pulling out a sword with thunder in that room, and says that it's the Thunder God General, the strongest defensive-type companion beast of the legendary class, which apparently has an unparalleled attack, and also says that she's a mutant with a special ability with a chance of 1,000,000 VR. The Thunder God's attractor saying that she's really cool, but Zoe just thinks he got lucky. And then he remembers Lu and says that the boy probably made her help him. He questions how he knew, and so, the next morning, his information is verified and the passage is opened for them, and they say that all participants of the challenge must go to the center. And in the center of the teleportation, the two greet each other saying that they see each other in the innate temple, and then they are sent to another location, and Zoan is surprised that there is such a large space in the land of the challenge, saying that he will follow the map that Shane sent and will meet with first. But in that, someone who was watching the boy from above says that he admires his courage to participate in the divine gift, even after becoming an enemy of the Cap family. And Zoan already notices that apparently they prepared for this, coming with several people towards the boy. Then, John says that he only asked the patriarch of the Cap family, who is also an elder of the sacred land, to change some of their landing points, because several of them appeared on top of the boy. And he talks to Zoan, saying that this time he won't escape even if he has wings. And the boy quickly summons his bamboo sword, telling him to be brief with the initial comments, because he's in a hurry. And then everyone starts attacking the boy, but they use flying beasts to do it, and that little chick comes out of Zoan's pocket, and just chirps, making all the summoning they were using be cancelled, and they fall face down on the ground. And Zoan notices that all the birds submit to the angry phoenix, and they start to notice that the companion beasts have dismissed themselves, questioning what is happening. And John gets more and more pissed off, ordering everyone to go after the boy and kill him. And this time the man asks the chick to just leave everything else to him, taking the Banana Fairy's fan and preparing to launch the Extremo Blast. So John thinks it is that fan again preparing for that, and the Extreme Blast takes almost everyone who was attacking. However, the protection of the Wind Goddess nullifies all the wind he sent, and he says he came prepared, and so the people who are coming towards him continue their attack, and John says he wants to see him thinking he is all that without that little fan, so the boy simply passes the knife on everyone, using his bamboo sword, defeating everyone who was coming, and John is in disbelief, wondering how this is possible because he still has so much strength after using a vitality skill on Arya, and he switches body life providence. Then they continue attacking the boy from a distance this time. Izoan prepares a looting attack while using Great Jin's life providence, and thus manages to cut them all again. Then John begins to condense an attack, ordering them to stop, but his henchmen even try to make a rocky defense. But Owen jumps on top of it and breaks it using only his sword. In turn, he summons a gigantic stand that looks like a golden angel on his back and sends the boy to die with his attack, casting the judgment of the sacred light. But even with that pyrotechnic show, he can't do much, because Zoan is calm and very much alive. Shirt this time, activating the life providence of the 8 perfections of Prajna. And seeing this, John becomes more and more disbelieving, wondering how it is possible, questioning how someone can endure the judgment of the sacred light with a naked body. And so the boy summons the life providence of the ancestral emperor. And the last thing John can do is call Zoan a monster. Man, the guy is absurdly strong. He summoned about 4 providences. Power to hell, sword, chick, a lot of stuff, all to make fun of the extra. And so, sometime later, the boy is already calm, after getting that thing that blocked the starburst. And he says that he will take that, since he brought it for him, and asks about them, saying that to avoid more work, he damaged his vital meridians, and John stays on the ground spitting blood. And he says that for the person who is hiding and did not attack, he will assume that she is not an enemy, saying that he needs to find his enemy and ask for permission. But then she says that she thought she was hiding, saying that he is very strong, and even though he was teleported there against his will, she was able to witness that brilliant fight, and says that she is curious, asking what the boy's name is, and he only says it is Zoan. Man, this is absurd. Proda is getting more and more angry. And now a new girl has appeared who also seems to be quite badass and is interested in Proda. So leave a like and subscribe. One day, if I continue the work, I'll bring it to you. But so far, it's been 8 months of inactivity. However, hope is the last thing to die. And continuing, I'll be bringing it to you. See you in the next work. This week, video on Tuesday. Don't forget to leave that like and comment on the work you want. And I'll see you in the next video. I'm gone.